Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Apex Racing TV, and welcome back to the European Sports Car Championship. This is round number 4 of the season, coming to you today from Spa. My name is Ron Mullins. Joining me in the commentary booth is Nathan Richards, and in the virtual production hall, however, old friend Alex Simpson. We are now in the second half of this incredibly entertaining 2024 season. We've had 3 races thus far at 3 very different circuits, with Spa today extending that streak to 4. It's one of the oldest and most historic tracks in the world, with iconic moments stealing the show just about every single corner around this wonderful racetrack. But adding to the mystique of this circuit comes a change made this past week. In the world of iRacing, Spa was recently updated with a brand new rescan that totally overhauls the way this track is. It's the same layout, but with a totally different coat of paint. Now, Nathan, firstly, welcome to your first ever broadcast here at the series. Really happy to have you on board today. And secondly, I would like to pass things off to you by asking what you expect over the next 4 hours of racing action that's going to start in a handful of minutes.
Well, I certainly expect a lot of chaos. I mean, as you've said, we've had the rework here on the track, meaning the drivers might have to get adjusted to a couple of new things in terms of the way the track works. So that's why some people might still be a little bit off the pace, being as they haven't had that much time to get adjusted to the new rescan. But of course, with the 3 classes we've got on the circuit, around a track that everyone knows and loves and will always push it to the limit, I'm sure there'll be a lot of chaos over these next 4.5-ish hours.
Well, the races have been incredibly entertaining thus far, with a small little sprinkling of chaos. Of course, as I mentioned in my open, 3 races so far this season, 3 more to go, this race being one of them. And harkening my mind back through the last 3 races, it all started back in June at Barcelona with a very hectic race, a whole lot of full course yellows breaking up the racing action, and a quite jumbled up start, including the end in which an LMP3 contender, which was leading, ended up disconnecting towards the end and gave the victory to another team. And then going back to Magny-Cours back in July, rain soaked from start to finish. It was an incredibly entertaining 4.5-hour broadcast at Magny-Cours, and it ended with a heart-pumping finish across all 3 classes. And then going back just a few weeks ago to the 3rd race of this season at Imola, that was another hectic race as well. These drivers were boiling over, literally and figuratively, with incredibly hot track temperatures, creating a very slippery surface for these drivers. And now that we're halfway through the season, I think it's about high time that on this broadcast we take a look at the point standings, because with the up and down and topsy-turvy nature of the season that we've had thus far, the championship fight has been incredibly topsy-turvy as well. In the LMP2 category, no single team has won multiple races, so this is incredibly jumbled up. Tri-State Racing, the number 12 team, which won at Magny-Cours, they are in the championship lead at the moment, 57 points on the board, over nearly on pace. NOP number 89, they are at 38 points in P2. Simatec Sensations, who took a storming victory at the opening race of the season in Barcelona, they are in 3rd. Race Ventura, off the back of a dominant victory a few weeks ago at Imola, they are in 4th, with Rising Panda Racing and the number 46 team rounding out your top 5 in the LMP2 standings. You can see it is incredibly close, right behind Tri-State Racing still in the lead. I think we'll move on to LMP3. Unlike the other prototype class, this has been, I wouldn't say set in stone, however, it's been looking pretty good for Rising Panda Racing. The number 46 car has been incredibly dominant thus far, off the back of 2 victories back-to-back this season. They are at 69 points on the board. Delta V Racing right behind in 2nd, the number 25 car at 46. Then we have Dynaco Racing Team, the number 98 in P3, followed by Trackside Racing Team and LS Racing rounding out your top 5 in the LMP3 category. And now, I wouldn't say it's the most surefire class, but we'll move on to LMGT3, where this season has been dominated so far by the number 73 ResTech Reporter Corsa team. They have 65 points on the board, only 10 in front of Work Sim Racing, considering the disastrous opening race of the season that ResTech and the number 73 team had, compared to Work Sim Racing, who won in that Mustang all the way back in June. They're only separated by 10 points. However, it's a pretty significant cushion between themselves and the number 29 VR Racing team, currently 3rd in the LMGT3 standings. And we have Tri-State Racing with the number 3 team, and Delta Racing with the number 4 rounding out your top 5. So those are the point standings coming into the second half of this season. We've got a fantastic schedule of races to look forward to. Of course, Spa today for the 4th round of the season, Mugello in about 1 month's time, and then rounding off the season on November the 9th here on Apex Racing TV is going to be at Portimao. But now, Nathan, I think we should take a look at this qualifying session. The LMGT3 and LMP3 classes are already done. The ResTech Reporter course, the number 73 team going to continue their dominant streak with the pole in the LMGT3 class. Meanwhile, an LMP3 trackside racing team going to snag the pole in the lesser of the two prototype categories. But the LMP2 cars are out on track right now. And what have you noticed as we've been stalking this qualifying session?
Well, I've been looking especially at the GT3s. The gaps have been quite large, haven't they? Looking at first to second, nearly 5/10, and then back another 6/10 down to P3. So, yet again, the 73, after having a back-to-back win in Magny-Cours and Imola, looking to probably do the same again. And the good thing for them is they know they've got the pace in quality. So all they've got to make sure now is for the next 4 hours they don't make a mistake in the race, or at least they limit their mistakes in the race. But looking at the LMP2s, it's half a tenth separated the top four. So yet again, looking very competitive going through into this next round. And of course, our top two in the championship yet to win, and the three below looking to try and take their second to be the first to take a multiple win this season.
Yeah, it has been a very topsy-turvy season thus far. I feel like we're going to mention that word a whole lot throughout this 4.5-hour-long broadcast today on both Apex Racing TV and the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel. But this qualifying session is incredibly intense. We're riding on board with the NOP number 89 car as the Delta Racing number 41 jumps up to the provisional pole in dominating fashion, 0.4 of a second over Tri-State Racing in P2. They set a 2:03.366, and that's going to be it for their qualifying session. They must feel very confident in the lap time that they just set. Tri-State Racing, meanwhile, they're still in pit lane. They're currently running in second as it stands at the moment with that storming lap time from Delta Racing, but NOP looking to improve as well. We'll see what the number 89 car can do. We've got Race Ventura right behind in fourth, who took a storming victory a few weeks ago at Imola. They're going to try and continue that streak of dominance, and running in fifth as a Res Tech Reporter Corsa number 22 car. And this team has had a rocky season. They were in contention early on at Barcelona all the way back in June. However, they got involved in an incident under yellow, got screwed out of a very good result thanks to bad pit strategy. And so as a result, they did not win the opening race of the season at Barcelona. The same went for them at Magny-Cours a few weeks after that. However, it was a little bit more controversial. Res Tech Reporter Corsa took the checkered flag in P1 for the race in Magny-Cours. However, as a result of 30 seconds, I believe it was, of post-race penalties, they got relegated down to second, giving the win to the Tri-State Racing number 12 team. And then 1 week ago, not 1 week ago, my apologies, 3 weeks ago, one round ago at Imola, they just weren't there pace-wise. Res Tech Reporter Corsa has had a roller coaster ride of a season thus far, and as we approach the second half, they are looking to turn things around. A P5 qualifying result would be a pretty good way to try and get that second half of the season underway. What do you think, Nathan?
I mean, you know, every team has got at least 2 or 3 drivers racing, and I think they can swap them out between races. And the key thing there is that you've got so many drivers that have got to perform at the top. And when you're racing for 4 hours, even if you're not in the car at a specific point, you're still there having to egg on the other driver to try and get them to move up to the top. And sometimes they're taking a bit of an engineering role, maybe look at some of the other lap times cars are setting, and maybe look at the way some of the other cars are driving and try and adjust their strategy and what they're going to do. And that sometimes is where the teams which we can quote as better do get that advantage, because they have a bit more experience in that. The teams that might be a little bit newer, or maybe have some drivers that don't tend to run these 4 or 5 hour races, they do tend to struggle. And I think that's something we'll see, especially over a whole season, because they might have a one-off race here and there, but generally they'll always be trying to fight at the back, won't they, just to try and get something to work.
And you mentioned a very good point there, that being the new entries as the season hits the second half. We have a whole lot of new entries to talk about. The one that's standing out at the moment, though, is the third place runners in the LMP3 qualifying session. That is the W2 ePro GP team number 92. They were only a 0.5 of a second off a trackside racing team to grab the pole for their first race in this series. The all-Brazilian team looking to try and impress in the opening race from their campaign. And as the checkered flag is out in this qualifying session, as we are following Delta Racing in the number 30 car, these drivers ending this qualifying session getting a little bit of added seat time before this qualifying session ends and the race session begins. 19 corners around this racetrack, a whole different look of paint. I gotta say, I've done some broadcasts, I've done some endurance race broadcasts at Spa. Of course, that one, albeit, was under the lights, so we couldn't really see too much of this track, but this new race scan by iRacing is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. gorgeous. This track is looking beautiful. Sadly, I haven't gotten a chance to drive on this newly reskinned version of Spa yet. I remember playing a Assetto Corsa mod many moons ago, but nevertheless, I think this qualifying session is just about over. We're going to get the starting grid for you in just a couple of moments' time. It was a 40-minute long qualifying session, chock full of storylines, and in the end, it was the Brazilian driver of Washington Carvalho in the number 41 Delta racing car that was able to snag the overall pole position. And we didn't really touch on it. The Simatech Sensations number 20 team ended up jumping their way up into P2, which is a very good result considering after that opening win of the season at Barcelona, they have had a torrid time of things. They crashed at Imola just a few weeks ago, so they're looking as the second half of the season begins to try and breathe some new life into their time in the European Sports Car Championship. So as the track is cooling off, we may as well mention the weather before we get things ready to go with the starting grid. Weather conditions much cooler than they were at Imola a couple of weeks ago. That race was embroiled with, I think it was 115 degrees was the peak in terms of the track temperatures. It was scalding hot down in Italy a couple of weeks ago. Here at Spa, though, much cooler. I believe it's 67 to 69 degrees Fahrenheit, which I think would convert to about 19 and 21 Celsius for those watching using the Celsius unit of measurements. Of course, me with my cold-blooded American ways, I prefer Fahrenheit. But nevertheless, before we start a debate on that, I think we'll brace ourselves. This is a calm before the storm, before the 4 hours of racing action in front of you from the fourth round of the European Sports Car Championship. Nathan, this is going to be a fun one, christening this brand new scan here on iRacing with multi-class sports car racing. I don't know about you, I always love me some multi-class sports car racing, and I think this is going to be a fantastic race for you to be a part of for your first broadcast with the series. I would hope you're looking forward to it.
I certainly am. I mean, we've got over 40 cars on track, obviously 3 classes, all of different speeds. Of course, the LMP2 is a lot quicker than those in the LMGT3s, so that's something as well that the drivers have got to be wary of when passing through some of the cars, because parts of this track aren't the easiest to make those moves. So that's where the LMP2s and the LMP3s have got to be careful when passing some of those GT3 cars. But I've got to say, I didn't really see much of the track before the rescan, but it does certainly look a lot better. I know there's been a few changes, and I think we might have the starting grid very shortly.
Yes, we will. We're going to get that starting grid up for you right about now. We'll touch on the front runners. LMP2, the top running class here from the European Sports Car Championship. It's going to be Delta Racing with the number 41 campaign. They're going to be starting this race from the pole. They didn't even bother saying a time in practice. They must feel very confident with the speed in that race car. Simatech Sensations, who took a dramatic opening race victory this season at Catalonia. They were going to be starting this race on the front row. Tri-State Racing number 12, who already have a victory so far this season. They're going to try and go for another one here this afternoon. They're going to be starting this race in third. NOP Racing in fourth. Race Ventura off the back of a victory at Imola a couple of weeks ago. They're going to be starting this race in P5. Restec Reporta Corsa going to be starting this race in number 6, and the number 22 car right behind them is going to be the sister campaign with the number 43 car. Vision 1 Motorsports going to be starting this race in 8th. Squadra Veloce by Alpha. The Squadra Veloce Alpha, my apologies, is going to be starting this race in 9th, with Dynaco Racing Team and the number 95 car going to round out the top 10 in the LMP2 class. Looking through the rest of the field, you can see the rest of the LMP2 field, which is absolutely stacked. You've got starting this race in 11th, Delta Racing in the number 30 car, MV Skin Labs in 12th, VR Racing Red in the number 27 car. They're going to be starting this race in 13th. GSE Racing Esports by Holy Energy going to be starting this race in 14th. There we go. I nearly said their car number. They're the number 37 team. Evolve Racing in 15th. CRF Motorsports Black gonna be starting this race in P16. Eagle Speed Academy in 17th. Digitrax in 18th. Rising Panda Racing in 19th. Revolution E Racing in 20th. And Dynaco Racing Team in the number 19 car going to round out the 21 cars in LMP2.
Of course, and heading through into the LMP3, as we can see, will be the trackside racing team on that pole position ahead of Tri-Strike Racing in second, and then we'll have The W2 ePro GP car, their first appearance will be in third, and Rising Panda will be in fourth position, followed by Focus Racing in P5 and the Dinoco Racing team in P6. And then in seventh place we'll have Delta V Racing, followed by the SC competition by TSR in P8. And then the final two will be the two Walks Sim Racing cars starting in P9 and P10. So certainly not a start they would have wanted, starting 9th and 10th together.
Probably not ideal. Now we're going to move on to LMGT3. That number 73 car has been dominant so far this season. Going to continue, and at least try to continue that dominance heading into this race at Spa. They're going to be starting this race from the pole in the GT3 class. Corbin Lenaway in the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang. He's going to be joining him on the front row. David Buckley in the Tri-State Racing number 29. He's going to be starting this race in third. The Restec Report, of course, the number 60 car, the sister car to the number 73. Going to be starting this race in fourth. And we have the Tri-State Racing number 3 in fifth. Delta Racing in fourth. Trackside Racing team number 34. They're going to be starting this race in P7. Delta Racing in the number 31 car going to be starting this race in P8. Then looking through, we've got Alan Roth in the SC competition by TSR Corvette number 2 starting this race in ninth, and rounding out this massive field that we have for round 4 of the European Sports Car Championship. It is going to be the Work Sim Racing number 39 Mustang rounding out this incredibly packed field from this fourth race of the season. We've got championships to be decided, and we've also got some class winners to be decided. Delta Racing going to be a team that we need to keep our eyes on. They have been pretty fast so far this season. However, they've been inconsistent as well, so we'll see if Washington Carvalho in that Delta Racing number 41 car will have a smooth start. Simatech Sensations looking to turn their season around. It started off in brilliant fashion a couple of months ago in June at Circuit de Barcelona, Catalonia. They have not grabbed a top 5 finish since, so they're going to be looking to try and turn their season around. Tri-State Racing, they're in it for the points. They're going to be running clean, but they're going to be running fast as well. NOP, a team that's been so close to victory thus far this season, they're going to be starting that race solidly inside the top 5. W2 ePro GP in the number 92 LMP3 car. They are new to this series. That Brazilian team has been fast, though. They're the fastest in the practice session earlier on today, and I think they're a team that we really need to keep our eyes on. The LMP3 class, usually a bit more disjointed and a bit more chaotic, but this trackside racing team number 68, that's a driver that we need to keep our eyes on. Dorian Lievre, a fixture in the Radical SR10 scene in iRacing. He's also fast in the LMP3 car. 2 cars that are considered prototypes in iRacing. 2 cars that drive very similarly as well, tend a bit more towards understeer. They do, but Dorian Lievre always very fast. But as the field is pacing around and nearing that start, Nathan, I want to ask you one more question. We were talking before the start of this broadcast about your experience here on endurance racing broadcast. I believe the last that you did was 2 hours long, if I remember correctly. So I'll ask you one quick question here. Do you have any cough drops in your house? Because I feel like you may need some with how action-packed this series usually is.
I mean, I'll certainly need something. I've got a 2-litre bottle of water next to me, so that will certainly be used probably within the first hour. So, we'll have to just try and get myself to the end. I've got a mouth ulcer, which doesn't help either, but I'm sure we'll get to the end of the 4 hours, and, with the racing action we'll have on track, I'm sure I'll probably forget about all the issues I'm having and just focus on the on-track action. But a team I'm going to quickly mention is the 46 of the Rising Panda Racing. They're starting down in 19th. And they are 5th in the championship. They've really got to work their way through the field, especially, I'd say, the first 20 to 30 minutes is your best chance, because that's when the field really closes. Apart from that, once you get to about 30 minutes in, that's when the field really starts to spread out, and you do start to see those gaps form.
Lots of drivers going to be on the back foot for the opening laps of this race. 4 hours long, though, so they have a whole lot of time to try and claw their way through the field and get a good result when that checkered flag falls in about 4 hours' time. The field approaching the bus stop chicane for the final time under these pace conditions, about to grab the green in just a couple of moments' time. The season has been incredibly entertaining thus far. Looking to keep it going here for the 4th round of the season at Spa. The field is now in the hands hands of the Delta Racing number 41 LMP2. Gonna grab the green and step on the gas. The green flag is out and the drivers are on their way. And that's a very good start from the number 41 Delta Racing car. They're going to be leading them off into turn number 1. Be very careful. The whole field needs to keep it careful heading through the first turn on the first lap of this race. But Delta Racing going to be extending their gap. Meanwhile, Tri-State Racing and Cimatech Sensations starting to battle right behind, with Tri-State Racing, the championship leaders in the number 12 car, going to inherit their way into P2. Be very careful heading through Arouge and Radion at the opening parts of this race, and maybe some restarts a little bit farther down the line. Don't want to pick up a slowdown, because if you do, you're going to be a sitting duck going down the Camel straightaway for the first time. But most of the field clean heading through Les Combes for the first time. Meanwhile, looking back in the LMP3 category, Trackside Racing locked steady in a close fight between themselves and VR Racing. VR Racing going to snag the lead in LMP3, already extending their gap a whole lot between themselves and the W2 ePro GP team right behind. That's already about a 2-second gap. Incredible stuff from the front two in LMP3. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3 category, it's a ResTech Reporter Corsa number 73 team leading over this Work Sim Racing Mustang, currently being driven by Corbin Lenaway. That number 16 car very sideways heading through Ravage. These drivers starting to push these cars to the absolute limit, and in multi-class sports car racing with tires that are about as greasy as a pizza that you can buy in the streets of New York City, these drivers are going to be struggling heavily in the opening laps of this race. But so far, with most of the field heading through the mid-sector of this lap, so far so clean. Knowing my luck, I probably just jinxed it.
Of course, as Delta Racing has got a great lead at the front now, just over 1.3 tenths of a second heading to the end of the first lap, and we can see the Tri-State Racing car under pressure here from the 89 of the NOP as we head our way through Blanchemont down towards the bus stop chicane. And will we see a move here for second place? I think the NOP car was thinking about it but backed out at the last second, and that also brings the Cimatech Sensations car right behind them as well as they exit out of the final corner to head down to La Source to begin the second lap of racing. But yet again, we can see in the LMP3 category, VR and Trackside still not really got much of a gap. They're both right behind each other, looking to try and fight for that lead. And there's only one issue when you're on lap 1 or lap 2 of a 4-hour race, and that is one bit of contact, and that could be your race done for. And that is the last thing you want when you're starting in the top 2.
And they're swapping positions again. Battling still are the VR Racing and Trackside Racing team. They are swapping positions like it's going out of style. Meanwhile, we're running on board with the NOP number 89 car, currently being driven by Mikkel Sundstrom. He's currently running third in that LMP2 class. Not close enough to get a move done on the Tri-State Racing number 12 car, a little bit farther up the road. Meanwhile, Cimatech Sensations dropping back after starting this race on the front row. They're currently running in fourth. They're going to try and put their nose to the grindstone and try and get through the rest of this race clean. Meanwhile, we've got a hard battle here. This is Gordy Vermeulen in the VR Racing car. This driver, one race ago, was running in the LMGT3 category. He has had to make the step up into the LMP2 class, and he is coping quite nicely. He's currently running 10th in that VR Racing car, locked steady in a very close fight between himself and the MV SkinLab DS Racing car a little bit farther back, with the CRF Motorsports car looking to pick up the pieces if they come to blows. Got battles all up and down the field. This is the SC competition by TSR car number 2, currently being driven by Alan Roth. They are 8th in the LMGT3 category as it stands at the moment, losing touch dramatically with the rest of the field. Mainly Delta Racing running down in 9th. They're about 18 seconds off the leaders in class. Not sure what in the world happened there. Meanwhile, NOP has managed to slip their way up into second. Got a move done on Tri-State Racing not terribly long ago. I'm curious if we can find a replay to see exactly what happened there to allow NOP, currently being driven by the Swede, to slip their way up into second. This is the time to make a move happen, Nathan. You want to strike while the iron is hot. So these drivers feeling really, really racy. As Cimatech Sensations nearly tried to go for a move on Tri-State Racing around the outside heading into the final chicane. But these drivers feeling incredibly aggressive at this point. We're going to take a look at a replay to see what happened here. This is actually a move put on by the Rising Panel Racing number 47 car to slip their way up a position. That was side by side heading through Fanier of turn number 12 and 13. Very close stuff, getting all too flirtatious with that gravel trap on the outside of 13.
Of course, it's brilliant, isn't it, to see the racing between these cars around this circuit. It's quite a wide track in some parts, which means you can see the cars go 2 and possibly 3 wide, but we can see there the battle for third in the LMP2 category is getting very interesting down towards the Les Combes chicane. As we can see there, Tri-State Racing looking to try and keep that third position, but Simisak go up into third, and then we can see, I think that might be one of the Restec cars looking to make their way through into fourth place and can't quite do so. And I've got to say, the first couple of laps for our championship leaders of the number 12, the Tri-State Racing Team, certainly hasn't been well at all. Still, we can see the car 22 looking to try and find that move ahead into fourth place. I'll go side by side on the outside into Speaker's corner, and no move can be made as, that will be the Restec car going off the circuit.
Oh, that was very, very close to a disastrous moment for the number 22 team. It was still disastrous as they have lost out on a whole lot of time, got some gravel on their tires, and they're going to be struggling for the rest of this lap as they get those tires clean. But look at this. This is a move that the NOP Racing number 89 car put on the Tri-State Racing number 12. This was really the beginning of the end, so to speak, for the 12 car, because ever since they got that move put on them to slip their way down into third, it has just gone south ever since. And that was a pretty slick move from the NOP Racing car, textbook stuff, heading through the middle sector of this lap. But look at this pack of LMP2s. You've got Tri-State Racing, Restec Reparta Corsa, Race Ventura, Dynaco Racing Team, and Restec Reparta Corsa with a number 23, all so close, trying to battle and scrape and claw for every single position that they can. The Restec number 22 car looking to try and pick up the pieces. Oh, Jesus, my voice already giving out here. Looking to pick up the pieces after that off-track moment, hang through turn number 9 earlier on this lap. They're feeling very aggressive. Alessandro City has been very fast in this race car. However, they've been fast, but they've been inconsistent as well. Haven't been able to get the finishes that they probably had in mind, but they're looking to try and redeem themselves with this race at Spas to get a move done on the Dynaco Racing number 95 to slip their way up into 7th with a nice slick move hang into turn number 1.
Yeah, of course, so we do see the Vision 1 Motorsports car as well look to get that move ahead of the 95. Does get the move complete heading through Eau Rouge and Radion as of course we still have that slipstream down towards the Lenaway chicane, so we'll see who else can look for a move, as we do see the VR Racing as well and the MV Skinlab DS Racing car get involved as well down to the Lenaway chicane, 3 wide between 3 of them as we head into the chicane. And we do see the Vision 1 Motorsports car drop down to P11, was up in P8 heading down that straight and lost it all with that momentum down towards as we head through Malmedy down towards Ravage now. Further back as well, the GSC Race and Esports car looking to try and find a move as we head our way through. But certainly a big shame for Vision 1 because they was looking really good heading out of Eau Rouge and Radion, as we do see a little bit of a move here for P16 and P15 between the Dynaco Racing Team and the Eagle Speed Academy in the car 19 and the 85 as we head our way down towards Pouon. But one thing I'm starting to notice now is, apart from the top 2 in every class, everyone else is starting to break away a little bit more, which is certainly good for those in the top 2. And the issue for those behind is now they're starting to catch each other up, and you can see, especially in the LMP3 category, there's only a couple of seconds separating 4 cars.
Yeah, it's looking like this race is finally settling into some sort of groove. We're following the W2 Pro GP team currently being driven by Christian Piera. The number 92 car has been pretty fast thus far, set the fastest lap time in the practice session earlier on this afternoon. They're currently running 3rd in class and maybe trying to close up that gap between themselves and the VR Racing car, as we saw with some pretty textbook proof in the LMP2 class. Once you get relegated outside that top 2 is just absolute pandemonium. So I think a lot of these drivers are trying to put their noses to the grindstone, but I think that's a very astute observation from you there, Nathan. The front 2 in all the classes starting to break away. That's being put on full display in the LMGT3 category. The Restec Reparta Corsa number 73 car leading over that Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang, still with a gap between themselves and the sister Restec car being about 5.5 seconds so far, only 5 laps into this race. But these drivers starting to settle into some sort of groove. The race settling in a teeny tiny bit. Those opening laps were quite chaotic, especially in the LMP2 class. But as it stands, coming in to close off the first 9 minutes of this race, it's Delta Racing still leading from the pole in LMP2. Trackside Racing Team, the number 68, still leading in LMP3, and LMGT3 is still being led by Restec Reparta Corsa with the number 73 car. But look at the sister car. The Restec Reparta Corsa number 60 is very under pressure from the Tri-State Racing Mustang right behind. That number 29 car has been keeping the number 60 honest thus far, and with a gap of less than a half a second coming onto the start-finish straightaway to begin lap 5, I think these drivers are maybe going to start battle here soon.
Of course, and I think they know that with the gap being so high to second and first, their main thing is just to battle for third. They don't need to worry about losing time in that battle. They just want to, either defend that third or attack for that third position, as we do see the Restec Reparto Corsa number 60 head their way through into Eau Rouge and Radion, and the Tri-State Racing 29 following through as well to try and make that move for third place. I believe that'll be Aston Martin there for the 29 and the Mercedes there for the number 60s. We head our way down to the Lenaway chicane. Do we see a move possibly here from the number 29? I don't think they'll be close enough as we head our way though into the chicane, and it looks like that he chose to set back. I think he could have definitely went for a bit of a send, but of course with a 4-hour race you want to make sure you just can stick in that position and not bother losing time in terms of having a spin or getting into contacts and getting damage with one of your rivals. As we're on board here with the number 12 of the Tri-State Racing, Michael Simpson in the car for the Tri-State Racing team, as we head our way down to turn 1, looking to try and close in on the number 43, the Restec Reparto Corsa car, but can't quite find a move just yet. And you can see on the opening lap, of course, a bit of a poor start for the number 12, and he's already now nearly 7 seconds behind the leaders. So definitely not the start they would have wanted, considering they're the championship leaders going into this round.
Oh, not at all, but the good thing with multi-class racing, endurance, sports car racing, that was a mouthful right there, is that they have a whole lot of time to dust themselves off and try and get a good result when everything is said and done. These races are incredibly up and down, topsy-turvy. You can see a lot of the drivers just go up and down the field all throughout the 4 hours of racing action. We've seen that from Race Ventura right behind in 6th. They have had a chaotic season thus far, maybe trying to get a move done. It looked like they were possibly going to sneak a wheel down the inside heading into Ravage, but just not close enough. But Race Ventura had a dramatic season thus far, and I think the antithesis of that drama was for the second race of the season at Magny-Cours, where they were looking like they were setting themselves up to be golden for the rest of that race. Of course, changeable conditions and that race in France all the way back in July, but things just fell apart for them. They took the odd strategy call to switch onto slick tires under the rain, and that actually worked out for them quite well. They cut their way through the field like a hot knife through butter, but then it just all fell apart and they dropped down the running order quite significantly after that, and even got involved in a quite heavy collision going down the start-finish straightaway, and then they dusted themselves off and took a dramatic race victory in dominating fashion a few weeks ago at Imola. So they're going to look to try and go 2 for 2 and become another back-to-back winner, in the first in the LMP2 class. This season has been hectic thus far. The Sematech Sensations team number 20 running third at the moment. They won the opening race, then the Tri-State Racing number 12 car, they won the second, followed by Race Ventura winning the third. But the LMP2 class has just been, I think that it's a premier class in terms of speed, and it's also been one of the premier classes in terms of action. It has been action-packed from start to finish, and we're really seeing that get put on full display thus far. I see an LMP2 car down in the pits. I'm not sure what car that is. I believe it may be Stefan Le Guin in the number 88 Eagle Speed Academy LMP2 car. So I believe they've had an off-track moment and have had to tow back to pit lane. That or they picked up some significant damage. Nevertheless, they're running all the way down in 38th overall, down 29 spots when they started in this race. And I gotta say, Nathan, despite the fact that we were maybe expecting a little bit of opening lap drama, this race has been fairly smooth and fairly clean thus far, as we have a close battle there with the Restec Reparto Corsa and Race Ventura cars heading through into Lake Colm. I believe Race Ventura got the short end of the stick there, as they've also lost out on another spot to VR Racing right behind. But surprisingly, with the nature of this racetrack, Nathan, it's been fairly clean thus far.
It certainly has. I mean, normally you expect to see a lot of action, especially on the first couple of laps, which we did get, a few moves here and there. But after the third or fourth lap, it really did calm down. Of course, the Tri-State Racing car got into a bit of an issue. I think it was lap 4 when they went through into Speaker's Corner with the Restec Reparto Corsa car. But after that happened, it really did seem to calm down, and people looking to just stick with each other and just use each other for a bit of slipstream to drag yourself along. As we do see the Delta Racing car there, the number 41, getting past one of the LMGT3 cars. That being, was that the Delta Racing car, I think, for the LMGT class, I think. I'm not quite sure.
Believe you may be correct. It's definitely one of the Delta Racing BMWs. I'm not sure whether or not it's the 31 or the 4. They've had a pretty rough start, though. The number 31 team, I believe, they're running all the way down in 6th in the LMGT3 class. Lost out a whole lot of time at the very start. I believe they had some sort of incident to drop them down that much, because ever since then, they're on the up and up, so to speak. Actually, my apologies. It would be the Delta Racing number 31 running down in 6th, but nevertheless, the Delta Racing iRacing number 31 team has had a pretty rough start as a drive-through penalty for car number 57. That, I believe, was one of the LMP2 contenders. Avoidable contact. So I'm not sure exactly what incident is going to net them this drive-through penalty. I'm curious if we'd possibly be able to find a replay to see what sort of contact led to that drive-through penalty. But that is going to be a big one around this racetrack. A drive-through penalty can hurt you out a whole lot. Thankfully, we're not using the endurance pits, using both the classic and the Grand Prix pit lanes. Otherwise, that would just be a complete race ender of a penalty. Believe me, I have seen some drivers get hit with some pretty significant drive-through penalties using the endurance pits here at Spa. But I'm not sure what led to that drive-through penalty for car number 57, but Race Control hitting them over the wrist quite hardly there.
Yeah, that will be the Evolve Racing of Elliot Earhart at the moment in that car. Down in 18th, so nowhere near the front. So certainly not an ideal. And we'll see if we can get a replay shortly. If we do get one, we'll see it pop on our screens as we have a look now. And we'll see if this is the replay of what happened heading down to turn number 1. And I'm not sure. Is that the 57 there in the pink and white? I think it might
that
be.
I believe it is. Yes, it is. That is the number 57 car. And you can see them exiting turn number 1 somewhat clean. Maybe possibly, okay, I think that may have just been a small little overslow. The drivers trying to be very careful on lap 1 here at Spa, heading into La Source. They didn't want any sort of contact. The 57 not having a moment hang through turn number 1. I don't have a good feeling about this, though, as the field fanned at 3 wide, heading down the Camel straightaway into Les Calmes. Let's see what happens here with the 57 car. Oh, yeah, it was 3 wide action, going a little bit sideways there. I don't believe that must not have been the incident, though, because that would have been a pretty heavy penalty as a result of that pretty light contact. Here may be it. Heading through Lake Calmes, going side by side.
Ooh.
Oh, yes, it was, and they skirted out a little bit. Ooh, that's a pretty harsh penalty, it must be said, from Race Control for the 57 car to pretty much spin themselves out and then get hit with a drive-through penalty. Understanding you want to maintain a high quality of racing, I still feel like that may be a tiny bit harsh. With that contact being taken into consideration, Nathan, what do you think of that penalty?
I mean, it's a bit of a dodgy one, isn't it? But then again, the stewards have got to get it down early and say, right, we're not going to have any messing about. You know, make contacts, penalties will be coming your way, and that will hopefully make the drivers realise, right, you know, we'll be a little bit more sensible when we're battling this. Oh, that's contact there between the NOP and one of the LMGT3 cars heading through out of Les Calmes, and obviously that gap was just down to 7/10 now, goes up to 2.1 seconds, and well, we'll see that, because I think even if you're in the LMP2, you've still got to have a bit of racing respect. And even though there's an LMGT3 there, you've got to give it a bit of leeway. You've got to let it get out the way. You can't just drive into it and make it move. Definitely not the way to go.
Hey, I have done a whole lot of officiating with some multi-class sports car racing, and I feel like me and my colleagues in Race Control always try and say to the prototype drivers, hey, you can't boss the GT3 cars around. They are heavier, have worse brakes, and less downforce than you. They can move like you can, so just take it a little bit easy and try and remain calm. So these drivers forcing the issue a little bit. Really, when it comes to dealing with traffic, it's a big game of chicken. I'll touch on that a little bit. Yeah, you can see the number 3 car spun around as a result of that contact. That may very well be a penalty coming the way of the NOP number 89 car. Thankfully, the number 3 gang it turned around safely and rejoining the racetrack, hopefully without any further incident. We'll stick on that replay for a little bit. Yeah, they rejoined the racetrack fairly clean. Unfortunate for the number 3 car to get involved in that small little schmozzle, and I think this will be a replay of that drama involving the 3 and the 89. 89 being a little bit desperate. Oh, that was a misjudge. A little bit of netcode involved as well. I still think that could be very well could be a penalty hanged away the number 89. What do you think of that, Nathan?
I mean, from the penalty we saw for the 57, I think it's only right to keep it, consistent and give a penalty for the 89 there, because it was a bit of a touch and go. But then again, you should be learning to, be a bit more judgmental of where the car is ahead of you and how much speed it can carry through into a corner here. As you do see some of the LMP2s get through on some of the GT3s there, heading down into turn 1 there, that being the Eagle Speed Academy in the 85, running in P15, just behind the back of the 99 of the Digitrax car in 14th place, and then the GSC Racing esports up in 13th in the number 37 as we head our way up the Eau Rouge and Radion Hill and down the Camel Straight once again. And of course, the slipstream, depending where you are and how close you are, can be very powerful around here, which is definitely good when you're looking to try and make some moves, as we do see the 99 closing on the 37, but no moves are made in towards Lacom, and that probably could have been for the better bin, as there is a GT3 right in front of them as they head their way through to Malmedy.
Ooh, and look at that contact coming out. Oh, that is a big crash involving multiple LMP2s and the number 31 Delta Racing and LMGT3. That was a huge crash coming out of turn number 7. Whole lot of race cars damaged as a result of that incident. Yeah, you can see major damage to the number 85 Eagle Speed Academy car. That car is pretty much entirely destroyed. That thing is ready for the scrap heap, as was the Delta Racing number 31 car. That, I believe, may bring out a full course yellow in this race. But firstly, we're going to take a look at a replay of that drama heading through Lake Holm. It stacked up the field behind that number 31 car, and a bit of desperation, it must be said. Contact spins the number 31 into the path of the 85. The 85 really had nowhere to go as a result of all of that. It was contact with the 37 that spun that car around. I fully expect there to be a pretty significant penalty heading the way of the number 37 car. That, I believe, is the 85. Yes, it is the 85. They are stopped on the inside of Puan, and it has brought this field to a first full course yellow of this 4-hour-long race, and it comes about 20 minutes in now. A friendly reminder, I should say, to anyone watching this series for the first time. The full course yellow procedures here from the European Sports Car Championship are a little bit more different. It's very similar to like a virtual safety car procedure used by Formula One. These drivers will be running around the track with the pit limiter on to reduce their speed quite a lot. It's not going to bring out a full safety car. If there is a full safety car, you will see it with the beautiful SDK graphics that we have here on Apex Racing TV. But currently under the pace speed full course yellow procedure, I'm not sure exactly what we would use for the terminology to describe it, but under the first full course yellow of this race, and it comes about 21 minutes in, still Delta Racing leading in LMP2, Trackside Racing leading in LMP3, and Restec Reparta Corsa leading in LMGT3. I am honestly, I can't tell whether I'm surprised that the full course yellow came this early on into the race, or whether I'm not surprised that the full course yellow came that early on into the race, because the field was settling into a groove, Nathan, but then towards the end, they just started ramping up the pressure more and more, and the LMP2 cars were really playing chicken with that lap traffic.
Of course, I think, once they get through 1 or 2, they'll get a little bit cocky and they're like, well, I'm a lot faster than you, so I'm moving. If they don't, then they get a little bit aggressive and a little bit angry. Believe me, I've seen enough some of the iRacing, endurance racing with my friends, and they're in the LMP2s, and they get quite angry with the GT3s on track. There's some words that will not be repeated here of their thoughts of some of the GT3 cars. So, I suppose I can understand the frustration, especially when you're trying to battle with 2 or 3 cars. But you can't just push them out the way. Obviously that's what happened there to the second BMW that had the incident. I think it was a tap from, I think it was a GSC car that made the initial contact, and of course 2 of the cars got involved, and there is the drive-through for the car 89. That will be for the incident, of course, with the NOP and was it a Delta Racing car that got involved with that? Or the TSR, wasn't it? The SC competition car, when they went through in towards Lake Om earlier on.
That, I believe, was actually, it was the Delta Racing team, if I remember correctly. I think I'm trying to harken back through my memory. There's been so much drama that's happened over the past few moments. I can barely remember what the other car involved in that incident. That, I believe, was actually the number 3 car. Currently running well down the order, currently running 35th in a BMW. Jesse Malina, the American, is behind the wheel of that entry at the moment. Got involved in that incident with the number 89 car. Really nothing that the 3 team could do. The Tri-State Racing number 3 car was the other car involved in that incident, and they got the short end of the stick through it. Picked up some significant damage, it must be said. Well, not major damage. However, they definitely got a little bit of an aerodynamic tweak as a result of that contact between themselves and the NOP 89. And around a track like Spa, where straight line speed and aero sensitivity is so important, that is going to be a game changer for them. So they probably had to come in to repair that damage, or they're just going to have to tough it out between now and the end of their stint. But the field's still pacing under yellow at the moment. The field currently running around at pit lane speed, and I think I'll touch back on a point that you mentioned about a lap ago, Nathan, about drivers getting frustrated with traffic, whether it be LMGT3 cars being upset with LMP3 and LMP2 cars just treating them around and throwing them around the racetrack like a rag doll, or LMP2 cars being frustrated, being stuck around lap traffic as they're battling for position. You mentioned that they can't say, you mentioned that you can't relay the messages that you've heard from some LMP2 drivers. I think I could. I'll say some of these drivers have been saying, "Get out of the way, my fine fellow." That I'll just leave it at that. Yeah, I think that's the only way that we could say that without getting in trouble here on Apex Racing TV. But nevertheless, the field's still under yellow for the first time in this race. 25 minutes on the clock of this 4-hour-long race. Could be the only yellow, maybe the first of many. We'll just have to wait and see how this restart is. But at this point in time, though, the field actually spreading out a little bit under these pace conditions. Currently, ResTech leading by 9.2 seconds over Work Sim Racing. Delta Racing extending their gap quite a lot in LMP2. That 42 seconds you see is actually the gap between themselves and the Tri-State Racing number 12 team, who have had a horrid start to this race. We'll see if they can be on the up and up between now and the checkered flag. Certainly have a whole lot of time to try and improve their standing in this race. But the field's spreading out a little bit under these yellow conditions. This is kind of having the opposite effect that you'd usually expect with a full course yellow.
Normally, yes. And I think we're just about to get underway, aren't we? As we see the Delta Racing car there, in the number 41, looking to continue that lead away. Of course, a 3.7 second gap to second place of the NOP, but of course they have that penalty for the avoidable contact, don't they, come with one of the GT3s earlier on, so that has ruined their hopes of a podium, at least for now, in this race. And the Simitok car will probably go up into second very shortly, ahead of the ResTech number 43. But of course, looking further back, you've got the two teammates in the, well, I suppose you could say the two sister teammates in the 73 and the 60, separated by 13 seconds. That's rather a big gap, when normally in a team you expect the drivers to be similar pace, don't you, really? You don't expect there to be a big difference between two cars in the same class. So the 73, yet again, and doing an outstanding job, but the Work Sim Racing car is keeping in touch. And, you know, as you mentioned before, Ron, earlier on, the 73 has been dominant in the last couple of rounds, but there is still a car there looking to try and deny them from that dominance once again.
Yeah, they are certainly feeling the pressure. These teams across all the classes looking to try and impress. This race season being only 8 races long, my apologies, only being 6 races long, it leads to some drivers maybe trying to get a little bit antsy. They want to snag a win at any opportunity they can, and I have a feeling that these drivers are going to try and do so here at Spa. And here we go. That's a move nearly. That was close between the Race Ventura entry number 78 and the Tri-State Racing number 12. The two teams in LMP2 that have won the most recent 2 races of this season nearly went side by side, heading into the downhill, feeling like it never ends right-hander of Ravage. These drivers starting to feel a little bit more aggressive. I mentioned at the start that getting moves done at the very beginning of the race is good, but when it comes for these restarts when the field is packed up, that's another time to strike while the iron is hot, and these drivers feeling a little bit more racy. I have a feeling with how hard they are racing, though, once we catch up to lap traffic, I think we're going to have the drama that we saw with the first few runs through lap traffic probably cranked up a little bit more. What do you think, Nathan?
I think we certainly will. You know, especially as the race gets along, the emotions are getting a little bit higher, and especially those of the faster cars still getting a little bit more annoyed, but also those here who are looking to make moves will be getting annoyed here. For example, the 78 on the back of the 12. I think at the moment that, the Tri-State 12 car has really been struggling, and I think the 78 might have a little bit more pace in the bag to use, but just can't find the move to get ahead of the Tri-State car just yet, as he has a bit of a slide heading out of the final corner as we head down to La Source once again to begin lap 13, nearly 30 minutes in of this race, and 8th of the way in, and it is the Delta Racing car that leads in the LMP2 category, and the 68 as well for the trackside racing team in the LMP3s. We haven't spoken about them that much because nothing's really happened. They've just been leading away comfortably, not had many issues, not had any mistakes, and just doing a decent job ahead of the VR Racing car. But also one thing I've noticed is the W2E Pro GP car really started to close in that gap now. It's only 2 seconds between the 21 and the 92.
And this field's starting to pinch up a teeny tiny bit. We'll just have to wait and see how things shake out between now and the first round of pit stops, which is coming up in the not too distant future. These drivers are already eyeballing strategy, but right now we've got the fight still on our hands between Race Ventura and Tri-State Racing, very close to making contact, heading down into turn number 8. These drivers starting to feel even more racy than they did in the opening stages of it. These drivers starting to get a bit more aggressive. Meanwhile, in the LMGT3 field, Restec Reporter Corsa number 73 and WorkSim Racing number 16, they're closing up that gap a little bit now. 1.8 seconds separating the front two in that class. We could see a fight on our hands in the not too distant future. The main thing that we need to keep in mind when it comes to these LMGT3 fights is we talk about how the lap traffic affects the LMP2 fights, but it can also affect the LMGT3 fights as well, as Tri-State Racing Team have come down the pits. So this is an interesting call from the number 68 team, my apologies, to come down pit lane with 30 minutes on the clock. It's a drive-through penalty for car number 30, full course yellow speed violation. That is going to set them back a lot. But getting back to the topic of talking about the trackside racing team coming in for a stop, this is an interesting pit call. Nathan, what do you make of it?
Well, I mean, I suppose I know they've got a little bit of an advantage to second and third in the class, so you might as well try something a bit different. And I mean, they can work out as well. Obviously, I believe they're swapping to Gabriel Crozier in their car, but they can work out now where when the others come in, what the gap's going to be. So when they do the second and third pit stop, they can think, right, do we want to undercut here or do we want to overcut some of the other cars here? So it's also a bit of a, I suppose you can call it a bit of a test here, because they're in such a good position, a little bit like Red Bull last year in Formula 1. In the races, they could take more risks because they had a decent gap, and if they lose it, they can gain it back quickly anyway. So that'll, that could be a reason why the 68 pitted early, or maybe that was something that was predetermined before the race. They said, right, we want to pit 30 minutes in, or maybe it could be the fact their previous driver thought, right, I'm done for the first stint, get someone else in the car to continue on, as we do see the number 20 car here, the Simotok Sensations, following through the NOP, the number 89, as they head their way down Ravagen into Speaker's Corner. And that gap for the 41 now was increasing originally, but now it's just sticking where it is around that 3-second gap, which shows that, the Delta Racing car, the 41, looking to be a little bit more comfortable now and just continue with some decent pace and not worry about pushing too hard. Because if you push too hard in occasions where you don't need to, that leads into a silly incident and sometimes a silly little crash that you don't want.
And they certainly want to try and avoid that at all costs. They are putting on a pretty good show at the moment, still extending that gap over NOP, who have not come in to serve their drive-through penalty yet. They probably will this time by. Of course, they could not serve it under the full course yellow conditions, as the pit lane is closed at that time. But currently, NOP still running in second. They're going to have to yield, though, because they have to come in to serve that drive-through penalty. Otherwise, I think they're going to get hit in the wrist even more. So we'll see if and when NOP comes down pit lane, currently stuck behind some LMGT3 traffic. Actually, no, that was LMP3 traffic. My apologies. That sent it into a little bit of chaos, as we've got a battle with the VR Racing number 27 going side by side nearly with the Restec Reporter Corsa team, as NOP and Semitech Sensations briefly swap positions. NOP had to come down pit lane and they got stuck behind an LMP3 car. I'm not sure exactly what car it was, heading down through Blanchimont into the chicane to round off this lap, but that sent it into a little bit of chaos, as NOP and Semitech were very, very close. But speaking of very, very close, this 3-pack VR Racing is stuck in a Restec Reporter Corsa sandwich with the 43 car and the 22 running in front and running behind. This is not a good spot to be in if you're Gordy Vermeulen in that VR Racing number 27 car, as a stop and go for 30 seconds for car number 85 with a major avoidable contact that brought out the first full course yellow in this race. But looking at this, side by side nearly was the number 27. Side by side is the 27 and the 22. Look at that. The Restec Reporter Course, they're trying to get a move done. Very close to making contact. They were making contact heading through like calm. There could be no doubt about it. Those 27 and 22 cars were linked coming out of turn number 6. And as they still battle hard, these two drivers playing with fire.
They certainly are. There we can see the VR Racing car saying, no, where Jose, are you making a move on me? Through into lay come as they do pass one of the LMGT3s, the LMP3s, as we head our way into Puon Corner. And we'll see again once the 22 tries to make that attack, and I'm sure The 27 has got a lot more defence to do because you saw that the Restec Reparto Corsa car was certainly looking to try and make that move and was being very aggressive in doing so, but the aggressive defence there from the number 27 made it quite difficult to try and get that move complete, as we do see yet again there the Restec ahead there, the number 43 also just looking to get past one of the LMP3 cars to try and get through some of that lap traffic, and the VR will follow through shortly as well to go through into, well, not really move position, but to just close back up to the number 43. But the gaps are starting to increase, and the NOP has got to go in soon, hasn't it? I think it's going in now. I think, yep, it is. There we are. So that'll be the drive-through, won't it, for the number 89?
That I believe it will, and this is going to sting for Michael Sundstrom behind the wheel. That number 89 car, he is going to plummet down the running order. Look at VR Racing coming in right behind as well. They aren't serving a drive-through penalty. I believe they're coming in for the first pit stop of this race, one of the first LMP2 cars to come down pit lane outside of drivers trying to repair some damage. So as the NOP car exits the pits, we'll talk about the shuffle up that has gone on in LMP3. The VR Racing number 21 car currently leading at the moment. That's Piers Berry in the number 21 car leading in that LMP2 class at the moment. However, we may see a little bit of chicanery in the LMP3 class because we saw the number 68 car coming in for a driver swap and an early pit stop for sure, which is a little bit surprising to me. As much as they had a comfortable gap, and when it comes to the championship, they are in contention for it for sure. I'm not really sure what to make of that call to come down pit lane. Oh man, it's tough because I feel like with the position that they're running in, maybe it would have been a little bit smarter just to take it a little bit easy. But again, there's a very good reason why I'm not calling strategy for any of these teams, and the reason I'm not behind the wheel. But I'm not really sure what to make of that call, if I'm being completely honest, Nathan. I mean, we'll just have to wait and see if it works, but if the VR Racing and W2E Pro GP cars are setting in some pretty good lap times, this may come back to bite them on the butt.
It certainly might, and obviously, I think 5 or 6 more laps we'll see for sure what advantage or disadvantage the 68 will get from that early pit stop, as is the number 73, driven by Andrea Miato, in P1 with a 2.2 second gap to the Work Sim Racing car, then another 16 seconds back to the 29 of the Tri-State Racing team. So yes, again, looking very strong here is the 73 as we head down to Rivage. And I'm going to say as well, I do love the livery on the Restec cars. All of them have got a really nice yellow, black and white livery. And certainly makes it even better when they are the ones leading, because they get they get the most of the show, don't they, at the front?
Yeah, I mean, this car has been at the front throughout a decent chunk of this season, getting a whole lot of attention. Restec Reporter Corsa as a whole has gotten a whole lot of attention, whether it be for them winning or them just having a freaking show when it comes to these races. I remember the opening race of the season at Barcelona, spent a whole lot of time focusing on the number 22 Restec Reporter Corsa LMP2 car because they were at the center of attention throughout a whole lot of that. It was themselves and the number 57 that were battling hard at Barcelona to kick this season off, which ended very strangely as the 22 car wasn't able to snag the victory. And we also ended up seeing the 57 car. I believe the 57, unless I'm very much mistaken. Actually, why am I saying very much mistaken? I know for sure because it ended up on Apex Racing TV socials. They had a crash under yellow, which ended in the 57 car ending up on their lid. So some pretty weird stuff has happened from the European Sports Car Championship season thus far. We'll have to wait and see if the weird stuff continues here at Spa. Got 38 minutes on the clock of this 4-hour-long race. The race settling into a very strong groove. Delta Racing still leading, extending their gap over themselves and the Simatech Sensations number 20 car, about 5.5 seconds separating those two. Meanwhile, Corbin Lenaway in that Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang still running in second in LMGT3 behind Restec Reporter Corsa. Those two cars remaining lock and stern. And we mentioned earlier on in the broadcast about the front two extending their gaps in these classes. That is an insane gap between the Work Sim Racing Mustang and the Tri-State Racing number 29 car. Tri-State Racing 20 seconds back of the leaders in class and about 18, 17-ish seconds back of Work Sim Racing in P2. Those front two in LMGT3 have just completely checked out.
They haven't. It just shows the level that they're at the front, and they haven't got that much pressure on them, which is certainly good when you're running at the front. But I'm not sure if we could get a replay there before the 47, because it was up in third place, about 15 seconds back from the top two, but did drop after going off track and now losing 15 seconds and dropping down to P6 now, 29 seconds from the back of the leaders. So I'm not sure what happened there to the Rising Panda racing car, the number 47. But as that will be David Buckley there in the 29 for Tri-State, going a little bit too deep heading through into Lake Common. The issue is it's those little mistakes here and there that cost you half a second. And if you do that every lap, it costs you a lot of time, and that's how the top two have been able to pull away so easily. Not just because of the raw pace, but the fact they don't make mistakes in their car.
Yeah, they have been struggling pace-wise as we take a look at a replay of the moment involving the number 47 Rising Panda Racing LMP3 car heading his way through turn number 8 and going for a spin and making light contact. Oh, second round of contact coming out of turn number 8. They're so close to having a very good save. Be careful here on the rejoin. That's Maxime Lenard in the number 47 car. I apologize to any French viewers tuning into the stream that probably want to lynch me after that broadcast, after that butchered pronunciation. But nevertheless, 47 car rejoining the race. They're running 24th overall as it stands at the moment. But getting back and talking about that fight in LMGT3, it's been a real tough run of things for the number 29 Tri-State Racing team. In terms of the best lap of the race thus far for David Buckley behind the wheel of that car, it's a 2-minute 19.28 compared to Miato and Lenaway running in P1 and P2 in the 2-minute 18.5s and 2-minute 18.75s. And in terms of last time by, they were pretty far off. Miata was at a 2-minute 18.8. Meanwhile, Buckley last time by was at 219.7. Coming around to click over another lap, and that was at 221.5 last time by. So that 29 Mustang has just dropped off the pace dramatically. Somewhat expected in a way, because we've heard ever since the Mustang was implemented into iRacing not terribly long ago at the end of Season 2 of 2024, that Mustang tends to eat away at those tires. I think that could be a role and determining factor in them dropping back, but we've got some pit stops in LMP2 right now. Lots of drivers coming down pit lane for their first stops in the race.
Of course, the 41-hour race leader heading into the pits. We've got the 20 as well for the Simatoc Sensations. We have the 78, the Race Ventura, the 95 for Doneco Racing Team, and the 45 for the CRF Motorsports Black Car. All heading into the pit lane to complete their first pit stops in this race. With just over 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, as the 43 will take the lead, but of course will have to pit very shortly. So both of the Rest Tech cars, the 43 and the 22, staying out for now. So looking to try and do a similar strategy possibly are those two, as we'll see the cars head out the pit lane very shortly to continue on with their race. And the 41 does head out onto circuit as you see the car slowing down.
Well, I think we may possibly have a full course yellow. I'm not sure what incident brought it at, but as you can see with the now second place running car of Alessandro City in the Restec Reparta course, the number 22 car, he is running very, very slowly. The whole field running very, very slowly. And I think we'll try and find the replay to see exactly what brought this full course yellow out. Gonna look to see what happened now. And hopefully we can get that replay loaded up in just a couple of moments' time. I believe that was right towards the calling of the full course yellow. These drivers getting a wrench thrown their way, a wrench getting thrown in the works with a full course yellow coming out right in the midst of the LMP2 pit cycle. So right now these drivers slow on the racetrack. So going to try and figure out what exactly happened to bring out this yellow. It's yeah, so I think having a little bit of trouble trying to figure out exactly what brought out the full course yellow in this race, but nevertheless, the full course yellow is out the second in this race, and it comes a little bit under the 1 hour mark into this 4-hour affair here at Francorchamps. Right now, the field's still under the pace, speed, yellow conditions, whatever we want to come in. We need to come up with like a technical term to describe this stuff, but I think this may be a short-lived yellow. Oh, you can see that was That's the number 34 car. That's Trackside Racing Team going for a spin with a heavily damaged Ferrari. What in the world happened there to give them that damage and bring out the full course yellow?
Well, it would have been a bit of a big contact into the wall, and possibly with another car, as well as the front and the rear end is completely gone on that 34 Ferrari. Certainly not ideal at all, as we get to see the replay of the car heading back into the pits, and maybe shortly we'll see what happened to the car. But certainly a big incident indeed, as you do see replay. Oh, that's heading out to the chicane, isn't it? The Lafania chicane.
Yeah, that I believe may have been a single car incident, because I'm not sure if there was anyone around at the time. Oh, actually, no. Looking at it again, a whole lot of LMP2 traffic around him, and that's what sent Nicholas Gladys into the outside tire barrier, which here in the world of iRacing, the tire barriers are made out of the matter of white dwarf stars, but nevertheless, here's a replay of the Trackside Racing Team number 34 car going off the track, and it wasn't a single car incident. That was definitely a bump. That, I believe, unless I am very much mistaken, may have been the number 11 LMP2 car. That is the Vision 1 Motorsports entry that may have been involved in that incident. Sent that car around, so that is going to really affect the number 34 car's chances. That was a significant whack, significant damage on that race car, and you can see a whole lot of close calls after that, spinning and trying to bring that hoopty-rod of a Ferrari back down to pit lane, and that's exactly what brought out the full course yellow.
Of course, yeah. I think it was a bit of netcode there between himself and the LMP2 car that made contact. So certainly not ideal, as we do see the cars head their way through turn one, and we'll see. We're back under normal conditions. I don't think we are at the moment. Here we can see Julian Bosier here in the number 20 Simotok Sensations car in second place at the moment, with the Delta Racing car back into the lead as everyone else has made their pit stops that needed to. And that also puts us 78 now, up into third. So looking decent here is the Race Ventura team, who, of course, I believe took a win last time out in Imola. So certainly looking to improve as we see the cars heading out of La Source, all bunched up together, of course, all from different classes. And once we go under racing, there might be a bit of contact again, because I think there's 3 classes there with 3 different cars in a line.
I'm not sure what that LMGT3 contender is in the midst of that. That, I believe, may be the Delta Racing number 4. Yes, it is a Delta Racing number 4. He is in the midst of a hornet's nest of LMP2 and LMP3 cars around him. If we get this race underway on this Camel straightaway, that is going to be... I don't think there's a worse position to be in if you're behind the wheel of that Delta Racing number 4 car to get the race underway on a long, flat-out blast with some LMP2 cars, feeling like they're going Mach 5 and blowing your doors off going down the straightaway. I think we're going to hold off on the restart at least for a few moments' time. Still under yellow, 47 minutes on the clock of this 4-hour-long race. Going through the field yet again as a Delta Racing car briefly blinks in and out of existence. VR Racing with the number 21, still being driven by Piers Barry, is leading in the LMP3 class. However, he's got... Oh boy, a quick lesson to any broadcasters out there: swallow before you speak. The W2 ePro GP car is running right behind. They're only separated by 0.3 of a second, but they've also got some LMP2 traffic right in front of them. This is going to be a nuts restart here. Delta Racing with the number 41 still leading in LMP2, and in LMGT3 it's still the number 73 Racetech Reporta Corsa team leading there. And as the race gets back underway, I think we need to switch our attention back to this LMP3 fight, because a W2 ePro GP team just took the lead on that restart. They were cutting on the restart and managed to snag the lead from the VR Racing number 21 car. Still separated by about 1/4 of a second, heading their way through Fanier, but that was a very expertly executed restart from the number 92 car.
Yeah, brilliant job indeed from the W2 ePro GP team, who of course are here for their first race in this championship. So definitely a good way to start off your campaign here, as I think this was the restart here between the 92 and the 21 as we head our way to Puon Corner. we'll see when we get going. We do get going, and it was just a better restart, wasn't it, there from the 92. Gets ahead, heading into the inside of Pouon, and then continues to take that lead as we head our way around in towards the Lafania chicane, turns 13 and 14. And here on board with Pierce Berry for the VR Racing car, for the VR Racing team, looking to try and get back ahead the ePro GP team as we head our way down to turn number 1. But as well in the LMGT3 class as well, the Restec 73 has got a decent advantage over the 16. But of course, on both times we've had the full course yellow, it's actually brought cars closer together. So that advantage originally, that was over 3 or 4 seconds for the 73, has now come down to half a second. And I suppose you can say the same for the two running in the 92 and the 21. They were, of course, in second and third originally, but of course now sit in first and second with a 5/10 gap. And the 68 is down in P8 at the moment. As we continue our way on, heading down in towards Lacombe, and we'll see what happens between these two. Of course, the 68 that made the first pit stop earlier on, he's down over a minute behind at the moment to the leaders. So I'm not sure what happened there for that car. I'm not sure if they had an incident. As we head our way into Lacombe here with P6, and I believe that would be P5 of the 22 and the 45, heading in towards the Lacombe chicane. And the 45, the CRF Motorsports Black team, has been a little bit quiet in this race, hasn't really been involved in much, but now looking to battle for the top 5 here on.
Yeah, I think they're feeling really, really antsy and really, really racy. They're currently running in P6 and trying to maybe size up a move in the not-too-distant future on the Restec Reporter Corsa team. That would be a very, very good maneuver to try and pull off, just in terms of the optics of it, because the 22 team, one of the fastest in this series. So if they were able to get that move done, that would be incredibly impressive. We'll just have to wait and see if they are able to get that move done. However, they can't battle too hard because you've got the number 43 sister car, the Restec Reporter Corsa number 43, that is, running right behind down in 7th. So we could see a battle, a 3-way fight develop here between now and the next stage of this race. I'm not really sure the best way I can describe it. We've already had some pit stops with some of the LMP2 contenders. They're just waiting to see some of the others come down pit lane. Delta Racing still leading it. Restec Reporter Corsa, meanwhile, running in 4th. We're following them, heading their way through Blanchimont, about to head into the chicane to close off this lap. They, at this point, like, looking up and down the field, it's honestly shocking the fact that they haven't scored a win so far this season, because they've been up at the front and they've had their opportunities. It just hasn't really materialized. I feel like the number 22 team at this stage in the season, they're gunning for victories with the inconsistency they've had thus far. I don't really believe they're entirely in championship contention. However, we could see this team play spoilers when it comes to that championship fight, just trying to go out and go for the W.
Of course, and I'm not sure what happened to the 95 as well. The Doneco Racing team was up in P9 a few laps ago, but now has completely dropped down to P15 and has lost a lot of time there. So more cars having an issue on track at the moment, but we do see the 22 closing in on the 78 as we head our way into the Lacombe chicane. The gap just under 2 seconds between the two cars. So we head our way through, of course, 52 minutes completed in this race, so just over 3 hours to go in this race here at Spa for round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship. So, of course, you know, if you're in P4 now or you're in P5 for the CRF Motorsports Black team, you do know that you've got a lot of hours to go. You're only a quarter of the way in. Anything can happen now in the next few laps, never mind in the next 3 hours. So if you're a little bit further back, I wouldn't say call it quits. I wouldn't be too annoyed about that position, because you can easily gain it back with some incidents further ahead in the field. But I've got to say, definitely still a surprise from the number 12 of the Tri-State Racing team. Around 21 seconds back. Haven't really lost much time over these past, I'd say, 30 minutes, but certainly haven't gained anything to the leaders. So the number 12 in a bit of a weird position here of what they do. How, you know, how they're going to move themselves forward. It's going to be an odd one here.
I think the main thing that these drivers are having their sights set on is just setting themselves up well for the final hour of this race. At this point in time, you really just need to keep your nose to the grindstone, keep it clean, and keep it out of the barriers. That is the main points on these drivers' agendas at the moment, whittling away the laps and dancing the day away. At this point in time, a whole lot of the field has done it. We haven't seen a whole lot of drama. Of course, the 34 trackside racing team had that dramatic moment to bring out the latest full course yellow. They're still in the pits, currently 4 laps down, running well down in 7th at the moment in the LMGT3 category. This fight between Restec Report, of course, and Work Sim Racing Team is still close. However, they haven't really been fighting at all throughout this race. These two kind of working together, which is saying something because they're not teammates. They don't even run anywhere near similar looking paint scheme on their race car, but these drivers may be starting to try and be like, hey, look, at this point in the race, we just need to keep it clean, so let's not battle too hard. We're not even at the hour mark of this 4-hour-long race. Haven't even hit the quarter-way mark of this race. So I think ResTech and Work Sim Racing are both very happy to run in the position they're in right now, run up towards the front, soak a little bit of the attention, and just let the rest of the LMGT3 field divulge into absolute chaos, which we have seen thus far. Of course, currently 5 LMGT3 competitors are still on the lead lap with some of the drama that's been unfolded in that class. Tri-State Racing Team running down in 3rd. They're now 25 seconds off of the race leaders and about 24 seconds off Work Sim Racing Team running in 2nd. Tri-State Racing Team has actually had a little bit of a swap-a-roo. It's actually, I believe it's not the Tri-State Racing Team. I believe we have a small little graphical error. That's actually the VR Racing entry. David Buckley did drive for Tri-State Racing earlier on in the season, drove the number 3 BMW all the way back at Barcelona. However, he moved over to the number 29 effort for VR Racing, and ever since then, it hasn't really, well, thus far, with his stint in this race, hasn't really gone too well to plan. Lap time wise, they're still not running brilliantly, if I am being completely honest. Compared to Corbin, Lenaway, and Miato, David Buckley is running a little bit slower. Last time by was at 220.28. I think, honestly, I don't think it's David Buckley, the bronze driver, really. I don't even think it's down to him. I think the tire fall away and fall off in that Mustang may be the reason why they're struggling for pace as badly as they are right now.
Of course, and I think, you know, I'm not an expert when it comes to the GT3s, but I think the Mustang is quite a heavy car compared to some. Of course, that puts more pressure on the tyres, and of course, because it's quite heavy, you've got to throw it into a corner more, which also means you've got to put more pressure on the tyres heading into some of the corners. As we do see one of the LMP3s, they're getting past the leader of the LMGT3 category, the number 73 of the ResTech Reparto Corsa team. Of course, the gap coming down to around 0.6 of a second there, but like you said before, I don't think they're too bothered about fighting that hard. Are the two in the lead? But what's happened there to the 21? Because the gap has just gone up to 7 seconds, and it was only a couple of tenths there, so maybe a bit of an incident there for the 21 of the VR Racing team.
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what happened there. I'll take a look at lap time wise to see what they did. Lap time wise, just 1 lap ago, they were very, very slow. They set at 220.29 last time by, compared to their fastest lap of the race of a 211. So something bad must have happened here to the VR Racing number 21 entry. And I think we'll find the replay to see exactly what went wrong. I don't have a good feeling about this in the slightest. You've got LMP2s and LMGT3s, and it was an LMP2 car spinning it around. And who was that? I believe that may have been an LMP2 car that just had a big hip check with the outside barrier. Looking through to see if there's any Delaras that are spending time on pit lane. That was either the 37, 88, 85, or 15. We'll narrow it down that much because all those cars running well farther in the back, but that was a pretty significant whack to whatever prototype car that may have been. Of course, the car gang spun around. That is a game changer for the VR Racing team, losing out on a whole lot of time, which is unfortunate, and it's yet another LMP2 incident. I mentioned earlier on in this broadcast the game of chicken when it comes to multi-class sports car racing. One driver tries to go for a gutsy move on an LMGT3 car, then the driver right behind tries to force the issue even more, and it just snowballs out of control until he gets to the point with LMP2 cars just going for constant dive bombs and kamikaze attempts on LMGT3 and LMP3 traffic. And I honestly think that may be what we're seeing in this race. Halfway through the season, lots of the drivers in the LMP2 category are going to try and force the issue a little bit more, trying to snag a victory and be one of the first teams to get multiple victories this season. I think that may be the reason why these drivers are getting a bit more aggressive when it comes to that lap traffic. But race control is there. We have active race control. We've seen that already in the 58 minutes of racing action we've had thus far. Drivers have been hit with penalties for incidents like that, and if these drivers continue that sort of trend, I think race control is going to have a very busy afternoon.
They certainly will. I mean, they've already given out a bunch of penalties already, I think 5 or 6 if I remember correctly, so they've already been quite busy. And of course, as the race gets underway even further, as we're just about to hit that 1 hour mark, it will get more and more busy on circuit, of course. You know, once the cars have lapped cars a few times, you do start to see cars of every class absolutely everywhere, or all over the circuit, trying to get through on their competitors in their own class, and also try and try and move out the way of those in the quicker classes or the slower classes. As we do see sit on board here with the number 73 in the lead of the GT3 category, and behind as well one of the LMP2s closing in there. No, that might be an LMP3 there closing in on the back of the Works Sim Racing car as we head our way through towards Stavelo now. And we do see there that LMP 2 or 3 get through and now look to close in and make that move ahead of the 73 leading the GT3 class. And I think the good thing is, and something we noticed so far, is all these cars lapping the GT3s, luckily, haven't costed the GT3s that much time, and they haven't really lost that much, have they?
Yeah, it's been fairly tame, it must be said, in reference to some drivers losing out on some time. However, I feel like with the drivers playing with fire, we may see it come back to bite some people later on. But nevertheless, the front two running quite smoothly in LMGT3s, separated by about a second now, about to start lap number it's lap number 26 that the overall leader Delta Racing car is in. Andre Miata, meanwhile, is currently on his 24th lap so far. But as it stands currently, they are still extending their gaps and running quite comfortably in that LMGT3 class. The rest of the field quite a long ways farther back. Tri-State Racing and Restec Reparta Corsa may start to battle here soon. They're separated by about a second, running in 3rd and 4th respectively in the GT3 class. Meanwhile, the SC competition by TSR Corvette, they've had a pretty rocky go of things at the moment. They're 2 minutes and 5 seconds back of this man, Andre Miato, in the Restec Reparta Corsa number 73 leader in LMGT3. Could see some in-class lapping in the not-too-distant future, as the leader in LMP3, the W2 ePro GP number 92 car, has come down pit lane for their pit stops. And this is going to shuffle things up quite a lot. It's going to give the lead of the race back to VR Racing. And we'll see how they exit out in a reference a trackside racing team who came in probably about a half an hour ago at this point, Nathan. They came in for quite an early stop. So we'll see how they shake out compared to the 92, which is still on pit lane.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what happens between those two once the Pro team, the 92, comes out in, which will be 5th place, and the gap there, well, the moment is around 10 seconds, but of course it will go up and go down once it actually gets itself registered with the game, as we do see the number 60 here at the Restec Reparta Corsa car. The 29, the Tri-State Racing car, heading down towards the P1 corner, of course, with the 60 closing in just behind, and one of the LMP3s are looking to make that move in towards P1 to get ahead of both, and nearly makes contact, and that's one thing that, the cars are going to get used to, and I think now they've had a few laps and they've had a few times getting through on some of those cars, have, well, as I was going to say, learned to do a bit better. One of them flies off the track heading out of P1.
I think these drivers are probably not listening to our advice when it comes to how to tackle this race, which at least in terms of them listening to me, I can't really blame them one bit. But nevertheless, these drivers may be getting a little bit more racy, playing with fire a teeny tiny bit more. We're following David Buckley behind the wheel of that VR Racing number 29 car, currently in front of Salvatore Fernando. I believe Ferdinino, there we go. I believe second tries the charm in terms of that pronunciation. They're running 3rd and 4th respectively in the LMGT3 class, and that gap is actually coming down a little bit as a Restec Reparta Corsa number 73 car has come down pit lane from the lead in LMGT3, relinquishing it for the first time so far in this race. They have been dominant thus far this season. They've been dominant thus far in this race, but it's now a new team, the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang, leading it at the moment. it is going to allow VR Racing and the sister ResTech car to inherit the final 2 podium positions, at least for now. We'll see how ResTech comes out of pit lane. I don't think they're going to lose out on another spot, considering how far the SC competition TSR Corvette is running in 5th. However, we'll have to see how they shake out when it comes to lap traffic. I'm curious if we'd possibly be able to follow the number 73 car as they exit pit lane, just to see what kind of hornet's nest they find themselves in on pit lane exit. There was one prototype going through the corner. I think they got away with this fairly clean. Yeah, you can see clean air for the number 73 car of Andre Miato. Not doing a driver swap, even though they're 1 hour and 3 minutes into this 4-hour-long race. However, coming in for their first stop thus far, this is the opening of the pit window for LMGT3, and we're going to see how things shake out compared to them and the Work Sim Racing Mustang.
Of course, you know, a perfect pit stop there from the 73 team to get in, get out, and luckily not be too close to any of the LMP2s, as there is one in the background and another one as well, but they'll obviously just filter their way through and hopefully do it without costing the 73 any time at all, as the gap's around 55 seconds to the number 16 of the Works Sim Racing team. We'll see what the gap will be once they come in and make their first pit stop, as we do see the number 16 here being driven by Corbin Lenaway, heading through towards Boxmont corner, then of course down towards the bus stop chicane, and we'll see if they go into the pits on this lap. Of course, 1 hour and 4 minutes into this race, just over a quarter of the way through, and we'll see, do the Works Sim Racing team make their pit stop? Yes, they do, and we'll see shortly whereabouts they come out, and hopefully they also come out without getting many of the LMP2s and LMP3s heading their way through as well.
When Corbin Lenaway was very close to hitting that pit wall on pit entry, that was very, very close stuff from the driver of the number 16 car. And I'm curious, we may possibly see a driver swap here with Corbin Lenaway. Let's see if he gets out of that Work Sim Racing Mustang or not. A little bit of an overshoot on pit lane, I believe, but nevertheless, we're going to see, yes, it will be a driver swap. That's Dino Vella coming in to the number 16 Work Sim Racing car. He's going to take it from the boss man, who has driven that car ever since the drop of the green flag. Can see some other cars coming down pit lane, mainly the 57 Evolve Racing LMP2 car coming in, along with the VR Racing 29 Mustang. They've come into the pits as well, and that's going to give the lead of the race to the number 60 ResTech Reporter Corsa car. Meanwhile, the 16 still in pit lane. We'll see how they exit out compared to the other ResTech car, number 73. They're on the start-finish straightaway now. I think this is actually going to work out quite well for the number 73 car. Yes, it will. Work Sim Racing still in their pit stall. The driver swap, of course, maybe adding a little bit of time, but nevertheless, they're going to lose out a bunch with this pit cycle. Tri-State Racing actually maybe going to close up that gap a little bit, it must be said. Tri-State Racing, maybe. Actually, I keep saying Tri-State Racing. I see the graphic. It's VR Racing. Small little graphical error from Aaron. We apologize for that. But nevertheless, ResTech and the number 73 car, they got out of that pit cycle smelling like a rose, extending that gap now to about 9 seconds over Work Sim Racing in third.
Yeah, and, you know, all it takes is that one perfect pit stop, and I wouldn't say that Works did anything wrong. Of course, it just didn't work out. Of course, also having that driver swap, and it will take the gap just over 10 seconds now between the 73 and the 16. Of course, the 60 leads, but still has to make their first pit stop of the first hour, as we do see a couple of cars head their way through to the LMP2s, heading their way through there on the 73 to continue on with their race. And at the front, of course, all those in the LMP2 have made all of their pit stops, and all have made their pit stops in the LMP3 and LMGT3, apart from the 25 in the LMP3 category and the 60 in the LMGT3 category. But at the front, the gap between the 41 and the 20, the Delta Racing and the Suitok Sensations car, is around 10 seconds, so has slowly started to increase over this next stint. And then, of course, further back to the Race Ventura car, they've also been sitting quite well behind, ahead of the 22. And of course, we had a bit of contact, a bit of harsh battling between the 78, 22 and 43 earlier on, but that's all calmed down now, and they're just trying to settle into their rhythm and not lose time to the front runners. Of course, with being an hour in, they're only 10 seconds off second. Surely they'd rather work together, pull each other along, rather than battling and losing even more time to the top two finishers.
The 60 has come down pit lane for their first pit stop. That is going to relinquish the lead in the LMGT3 category back to the sister car, number 73, extending their gap through this pit cycle. Worked out very, very well for them. I don't believe things worked out as well as I maybe had in mind for the VR Racing number 29 car. They're running down in 4th, currently a minute off the number 60 car in the lead, albeit that is subject to change as they've now come down pit lane. We'll see how they exit out compared to the number 29 car. I think it's going to be a little bit more spread out, maybe the undercuts working out for these drivers and the overcut not working in the least. So we'll see how the number 29 VR Racing car exits out. They're in the midst of a hornet's nest currently. You can see a whole lot of race cars around them flashing the headlights. That was some borderline stuff between themselves and the Delta Racing number 4 BMW heading into the chicane. The 60 car now exiting out pit lane as the 29 comes back onto that start finish straightaway. I believe the 60 is actually going to win out and inherit the final podium position from the VR Racing car, currently being driven still by David Buckley. Let's see how it works out. Yes, it is going to be a pretty comfortable cushion between those two cars. There was about a second separating the two of them at the start of that LMGT3 pit cycle, and that gap has ballooned.
It certainly has, and you can see the gaps on a whole over that pit stop there for the GT3 category is increased. 35 seconds now. It separates the top four. It was a lot less than that earlier on in this race, as we do see a few more cars there. The 21 getting past, or looking to be getting past, the 73 or the 60 very shortly as we head our way through into Malmedy at the right hand and then down to Rivage. And the gap's definitely looking to increase, but we know once we get to around that 1 hour mark, an hour and a half, the gap certainly will increase as, a bit of contact there for the 60. The 21 hits him a little bit heading in towards Rivage and then unfortunately locks up the rears on the exit.
That was some very, very tense stuff heading into turn at number 8. These drivers starting to push the envelope just a little bit more. That number 21 car has had an up and down race thus far, still running 6th in the LMP3 category. Meanwhile, moving back to the LMP2s, which we haven't talked about in a little bit considering the drama that was going on with the pit cycle in LMGT3. Race Ventura, the number 78, with a small little off-track excursion coming through. Hit the gravel trap a teeny tiny bit. Thankfully, they got away with it fairly clean, but they're currently running 3rd in the LMP2 class. About 9 seconds separates themselves and Simatech Sensations, who are about 10.5 seconds back of Delta Racing, still leading it overall at this stage of the race. NOP putting on a pretty good recovery drive. They're running down in 7th, and even with that drive-through penalty that they had to serve after an incident, I believe it was after the first full course yellow is when they had to serve that drive-through penalty. They put on a pretty good recovery drive as it stands at the moment, running in 7th and maybe sizing up a move on the CRF Motorsports black car in the not-too-distant future.
Yeah, definitely. You know, there was never right on the rear of the CRF car as they are now. So definitely, of course, having some good pace and able to catch up and try and make that move for the top 6. Of course, still Mikhail Sundstrom is in that car in the 89, looking to try and get themselves back to where they were before. Of course, penalty earlier in the race was around 20 minutes in when they got that drive-through penalty, and of course, costing them a lot of time in their race. Drops into 7th, and they're looking to make a move ahead, one of the LMP3s, and then of course closes them in even further to the number 45 of the CRF Motorsports black car as we head our way through. Also, that car still being driven by Ethan Davies from the start of the race. So, you know, a bit of a surprise, I suppose, is that not many teams really made much of a change. I know the number 41, the 78, I think the 22, 43, 45, all there running the same drivers as they did at the start. Obviously with the 20, I think, making a swap on their first pit stop.
And this race is slowly settling into a groove at this point. 1 hour and 11.5 minutes into this 4-hour-long race. We've seen some driver swaps, pit stops in all 3 categories, but it's still pretty much the same cast of characters that we saw up towards the front, running at the front of all of these classes. I gotta say, Trackside Racing Team with that early pit call hasn't really worked out too well for them, as the W2 E-Pro GP cars actually exited at the pits in front of them, and it's a pretty significant margin too, that I believe would be about 7 seconds, testing my public school math skills there. But still pretty unfortunate for Trackside Racing Team with that early pit call, but hey, still have a whole lot of time left to go in this race to try and pick up the pieces and get themselves back up to the front, at the front of LMP3 currently. unfortunately, it is Dynaco Racing Team with that number 98 entry. They have had a pretty interesting season thus far, looking to try and capitalize on some drama that's going on with Trackside Racing Team, going for a strategy call, which I don't really think has worked. Both how early they came in, I don't really think they have the ability to really reverse it, but they've had a pretty interesting season thus far. Won the opening race at Barcelona all the way back in June, albeit that was under some pretty acrimonious circumstances after a disconnect for the driver that was leading at that point in the LMP3 category, with only about 5 minutes left to go in the 4-hour-long race. The Dynaco Racing Team was able to snag the victory there. But ever since then, they have not grabbed the victory. Rising Panda Racing has won the last 2 races from this European Sports Car Championship season. So we'll see if they can try and join the 2-time winners club from this season. Meanwhile, NOP getting a move done on the CRF Motorsports black entry, going down the Camel straightaway to slip their way up into 6th. Now they have a whole challenge on their hands to close up that gap between themselves and the Restec Report, of course, at number 43. They're a little bit farther up the road. However, that Restec entry, both Restec entries, are in a battle with themselves and Race Ventura. This is for the final podium spot right now, and I think if this battle gets a little bit more heated, which it probably will be considering how these battles usually go, I think we very well could see NOP close up that 5-second gap between themselves and the drivers running in P5.
I think we certainly can. I mean, the NOP car at the start, as we could see, had a lot of pace. You know, it was able to really keep up well with the Delta Racing car, the number 41, and really put a bit of a dent in the advantage that they had. So certainly, we see the 89 here, try and catch up quickly. But of course, you know, they've got to make sure they don't make any mistakes. Of course, when you push hard, you're more prone to make a mistake. So that's one thing that the 89 have to be careful of here, as we do see the 22, 78 and 43 look to battle, as they did have to get past, I think, one of the slower cars there as we head our way through. Down in towards the bush stop chicane. On board here with the 78, looking to make a move ahead of the 22 into the braking zone, and not quite close enough there to get the move done. But of course, the 22 can work together here with the 43 to try and slow down Race Ventura here, to try and make it a 3-4 for the Restec Reparto Corsa team.
And that would be a very good result for the team that has been up and down, topsy-turvy ever since the drop of the green flag at Barcelona all the way back in June. As I mentioned earlier on, Restec were in contention for the victory at Barcelona. Things didn't work out too well for them there. Magny-Cours, meanwhile, that's really the one that got away. 30 seconds of post-race penalties cost them the victory. In the end, it was the number 12 Tri-State Racing Team that ended up sneaking away from Magny-Cours with the big trophy and the big check when everything was said and done. So Race Ventura maybe trying to displace the team who's close to winning. The 78, of course, having won the last race of the season at Imola. But Restec at the moment running in, I think, the best position that they've had in reference to all of their race cars. They're running in 3rd and 5th in LMP2, and they're currently running 1st and 3rd in LMGT3. Gonna try and keep that good turn of form alive. However, it should be noted that the gap between the Restec Reparto Corsa number 60 and the Tri-State Racing VR Racing, my apologies, number 29 car running in 4th, that gap has actually come down a teeny tiny bit. It's now about 3 seconds separating those 2 cars, so it has come down a little bit. I'm curious, with that round of pit stops, has it actually helped out the VR Racing number 29 team? Have they been able to breathe some new life into that entry, or have Restec actually run into some sort of issues here on the second stint?
Well, if there's an issue for the number 60, there's certainly not one for the 73, as that gap has increased now to 17 seconds. It was 10 seconds after the pit stop, so the 73 under some brilliant pace at the moment, as we do see the battle here for 4th place with the Restec and the Race Ventura car. The 43 and the 78 going side by side through into Blanchimont and down towards the bus stop chicane. The 78 going to look to go around the outside here. If he can possibly make the move, we'll have to stick it to the outside. It gives him the inside at the final corner, and we'll go side by side down towards La Source. And can the Ventura get back ahead? I don't think the 78 can. No, I think they're a little bit too far back for now. A brilliant battle, but it did seem that the 43 and the 22 did look a little bit stronger on the whole stints. But the 78, the Race Ventura car, did try and stick it there and had a good battle indeed. But of course, we've still over just under 3 hours to go. They need to make sure that they can just stick there, because anything can happen to the 2 Restec Reparto Corsa cars. And we could see the 78 yet again go back into the podium positions later on.
Certainly can't rule that out at all, Nathan. Hey, in the world of racing, to finish first you have to finish. To finish on the podium, you have to finish as well. So these drivers can just keep their nose to the grindstone. They may not have the fastest entry at times, but if they can just keep it clean and keep it on the racetrack and all in one piece, they'll be looking very good towards the end of this. Meanwhile, we've got a fight right towards the tail end of the top 10 in LMP2. This is the MV Skin Labs DS racing car being chased by the Vision 1 Motorsports number 11 entry. This car, I believe, got a piece of the incident earlier on. However, I don't believe they ever picked up a penalty as a result of that. Maybe race control is still taking a look at it. But Vision 1 Motorsports running in 10th, MV Skin Labs DS Racing running in 9th. These two cars separated by about a quarter of a second, hang their way through turn number 9. They're running effectively in no man's land in classes. A Tri-State Racing 12 car is about 7 seconds farther up the road, and the Rising Panel Racing number 46 car is well farther back. This has been a disappointing race, it must be said, from the Rising Panel Racing number 46 entry, because they've had a pretty good season up to this point, involved in the championship fight. I believe, if I'm very much mistaken, they entered this race 5th in championship points. We're running 11th right now, a minute and 13 seconds off the Delta Racing team, which is still leading in LMP2. And look at that, the number 31 LMGT3 car checking up the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car a little bit of off-track action, it must be said, coming out of turn number 15. Some dust being thrown up into the air, but this is looking like it may have inflamed the tensions between these two cars. Actually, that gap increasing, surprisingly enough, despite the fact that the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car got held up a little bit behind the number 31 car, heading their way through turn number 14 and 15 not terribly long ago. Still covered by barely any there, though, it must be said. We could see a battle develop between these two, and as we said, they can battle to their heart's content just because no one's really around them in class.
Of course, and also a little bit further ahead in the next battle, the 45 and the 12, the CRF Motorsports Black car and the Tri-State Racing car are also coming closer and closer to each other. There only 8/10 separates those two in the battle for 7th in the LMP2 class, and we'll see if those guys can get themselves into a little bit of a battle for that 7th place. Of course, Tri-State Racing leading the championship. The last thing they want to do is finish 8th, which only gives them 4 points in the championship. Certainly would put a big dent in the lead that they have, and it's a decent lead as well. It's 19 points they have to the NOP team, so they would certainly like to be a lot higher than P8, as we do see here. The Race Ventura and the Restec Reparto Corsa car, yet again the number 43, the second of the two running in the LMP2 class. They're coming close to battle once again, of course, battling for 4th and 5th, of course. You can see the 22 has kind of run away a little bit. The gap's just 3 seconds, so it does allow the 43 and 78 to have a bit more of a battle, knowing that they've already got a decent gap to the 3rd place car. They don't need to worry about losing time by doing their battling, as we head our way down towards the in towards Stavolo now, and we'll see what they can get up to as they head their way around and down towards the bus stop chicane. Of course, NOP, the 89, has got right into this battle now, so could be looking to come out of this in P4, maybe in a 2 or 3 laps time here for the 89.
Yeah, we're definitely going to see this battle change between these two. They've had some up and down races thus far, up and down seasons as well. And these were the two cars that were battling hard at Imola just 3 weeks ago for the 3rd round of this championship. They're battling once again. However, it's not for the win in class. It's a battle for the final top 5 spots. Still running quite strong at the moment, and we could see this fight heat up even more if there's a small little mistake and small little hiccup from the number 22 car, which we saw earlier on as they had a major bit of drama hang through turn number 9. I believe it was only about 15 minutes into this 4-hour-long race. They had an off-track moment that cost them a whole lot of time, and we could see them fall into the crutches of their team car, along with the duo of Race Ventura and NOP, who are now side by side going on to the Camel straightaway. You got the SC Competition TSR Corvette involved in that. That is not a good spot to find if you are the Corvette, and 3 wide heading into the Lacombe chicane, and contact between the number 43 and number 89 in the braking zone of the Lacombe chicane. That was major stuff between the two of them, and I was fully expecting that to end in absolute disaster. They are very lucky that that major contact heading through the braking zone at the end of the Camel straightaway didn't end in tears. And speaking of, a little bit of a boot scoot boogie attempted by the Race Ventura number 78 car on the NOP 89 contact again heading through Ravage. In all of that, the 43 has actually extended their gap a little bit, but that was so close to an absolute catastrophe heading into Lake Holm. And as it stands currently, all of these drivers are running. They're running well, it must be said. No one's really had I mean, there's been a few cars with a major amount of drama, do not get me wrong. But as a whole, the field has avoided drama like the plague. They've had only a few full course yellows for, I mean, outside of the one big bit of drama that involved an LMGT3 competitor along with some of the LMP2s. It's been fairly smooth thus far as a drive-through penalty, another drive-through penalty for car number 57. That's the Evolve racing car. They picked up a drive-through penalty earlier. They got to pick up another one for entering a closed pit lane. That is going to be a stinger, and we're going to see the Race Ventura team come in as well. So this is an interesting strategy call from the number 78 team in LMP2, breaking themselves away from that major hard battling that we just saw a few moments ago. I'm curious if Race Ventura possibly has a little bit of damage after that big amount of drama heading down into Lake Holm not terribly long ago. Up on jacks, they're going to be pitting, maybe even doing a driver swap as well. Benjamin Howellman in that number 78 car ever since the drop of the green flag. I believe he is going to be staying in it, though. We'll stay following him to see if there is a driver swap with this Race Ventura entry. Another driver exits. That's the Simatech Sensations car has actually exited out of pit lane right now. And we're seeing a lot of drivers come in for some interesting split strategies. That's a big thing with this race that we've noticed thus far, Nathan. Split strategies. I don't think there's any car in this field that is going for the same strategy call as another one in the class.
Definitely, and I mean, you know, entertainment-wise, it makes it brilliant seeing all these cars going in, you know, on different laps. It makes it entertaining for us, but also confusing for us here in the commentary box because we're sitting there then trying to work everything out because the car's got in a lap later than the other, and another one's got in a lap earlier. So you're all trying to work all that out at the same time, but at the end, it makes us some brilliant action because we do see with some of these split strategies, a couple of cars maybe being a little bit further back, try something different, go for a really late pit stop, or maybe going for a really early one, and then we might see them make a couple of positions at the end. So that is definitely a brilliant thing we can see from these mixed strategies because anyone can come out on top and anyone can make brilliant positions, which at the start you would think they would have done, as we are just on board here with the number 45 of the CRF Motorsports black car, currently looking to try and catch back up to the NOP in the 89, but of course has lost a couple of seconds since then, and they're the 12 on the back of the 45. They're looking to battle for P5 in classes. A 41, our race leader now makes their second pit stop in this race, along with the number 43 as well, also going into the pits, and we can see as well the 12 and the 45 also going in. So now we see many cars going in together. It looked like there was nearly a tap there from the number 12 there, getting to the 45.
Yeah, these drivers are trying to come in for their stops and trying to lose as little time as possible on pit entry. We nearly saw a disaster unfold there a few moments ago as a drive-through penalty for car number 78 entering a closed pit lane. That is going to take a Race Ventura out of contention. That is going to be a huge upset. I don't believe this is a second drive-through penalty we've seen be issued to an LMP2 contender, and I think it was mainly down to that first round of pit stops, Nathan. Another drive-through penalty, this time for car number 95 entering a closed pit lane. So the hammer falling on a lot of these LMP2 contenders. We saw that full course yellow come out midway through that first LMP2 pit cycle, and now for the second one, lots of drivers getting hit with drive-through penalties. That's now 3 for 3. We may see a fourth one come through here in the next few moments as well.
Yeah, we certainly could. I mean, but, you know, as the race gets underway, of course, we do see the shoes might be a little bit lenient to some people on their first bit of contact or their first little incident. But, of course, if they do it again, which is more likely when you're an hour and a half in, that's when they'll see, right, you know, you've had 2 warnings or you've had a warning, now it's going to be a penalty. So that's where we'll see more coming through as the 45 also gets the drive through for entering the closed pit lane. But then again, when it comes to stuff like this, when it's, you know, not necessarily on track, on track contacts or on track incidents, and it's going into the pits when we're under the I suppose we could call it the virtual safety car or the full caution yellow. It's a bit silly, isn't it? You wouldn't expect the drivers to really make that mistake because it costs you a lot of time a drive through. Does, of course, looking at the NOP team right in contention with the leaders, and then they're only 27 seconds ahead of the leaders, and they still have to make a pit stop, and that is really ruin their chance of a podium here, I think, tonight.
Oh, it has absolutely destroyed their chances as the number 22 Rennsport Reporter Corsa LMP2 has come down pit lane as well. There's from the lead in class. NOP has also followed them right behind. NOP already had a drive-through penalty. A lot of drive-through penalties being issued so far in this race. I feel like I'll have to go back through and see the amount of penalties that have been levied thus far, even though we're an hour and a half into this 4-hour-long race. Some more drivers coming into pit lane. MV Skin Lab DS Racing coming in for their stop. I believe Rennsport Reporter Corsa just had driver swap to get to Alessandro City out of that car. He started this race in that number 22 car and drove it beautifully towards the beginning. Got involved in a small little bit of an incident here and there, but outside of that, it's been fairly smooth at the moment. They're still going to try and claim a whole lot of positions. They want a good shot at not just a podium, but a win as well. They're chasing checkered flags, and we'll see if they'll be able to fulfill that promise to themselves. Delta Racing has re-inherited the lead in LMP2. They've been absolutely dominant thus far. Started this race from the pole, grabbed the pole in dominating fashion, it must be said. It was about 0.4 of a second when everything was said and done between themselves and the Simatech Sensations car as a drive-through penalty for car number 52. Another entering closed pit lane penalty that is going to take another driver out of a good contending position. That's now 4 drive-through penalties we've seen for entering closed pits just in the past few moments as well. This is a race that we haven't really seen before thus far this season, Nathan. Lots of drivers getting hit with lots of different penalties, and as you point out, drive-through penalty at Spa stings a little bit.
You know, and we've got still 2.5 hours to go. And I mean, I'd be a bit silly if I think, you know, if I said as we get another one for the car number 98, I'd be a bit silly if I think I said at this point there would, you know, there'd be no more full course yellows. I think there'll be at least 1 or 2 more. So, you know, always have an incident there. That'll be for, I can't tell, one of the Corvettes. No, might be, is it the number 2? I think, possibly.
Yes, it is. Is the SC competition by TSR Corvette that just went for a spin hang through turn number 8. That was a bit of a jump scare if you're the trackside racing team number 68 car. That was not what you wanted to see rounding your way around a, for lack of a better term, blind corner. So SC competition going for a spin in that Corvette, and I think we're going to find a replay to see exactly how they spun around as another drive-through penalty for car number 99.
Of course, as we head our way into Ravage and just lost the rear. Nothing that Alan could really do there. And luckily, it doesn't get into any contact with other drivers. But of course, when I was explaining the point, it was a 98 that got the drive through. Of course, the leader in the LMP3 class, so certainly not what they would have wanted, as a 46 as well gets a drive-through penalty. That would be the Rising Panda Racing team. That's under being run by Richard Bradfield at the moment. They're down in 13th place. So many drive-throughs coming through. I'm going to say yet again, quite surprising, and you know, for them to enter the closed pit lane when it, you know, when it pretty much says it's closed when you're under full caution yellow. That was the 68 heading into the pits, and behind them was the 90. Is that the 98?
It's very close. I'm actually just looking through the. I'm currently looking through the iRacing chat now to see. It's been about 8 entering closed pits penalties thus far, so a lot of drivers getting hit with that infraction. As a driver swap in the trackside racing team number 68, they came in for a very early stop and managed to stretch their fuel out to about an hour in that LMP3 entry. They have now pulled off a driver swap. This is another car that pulled off a driver swap a while ago. Dino Vella got behind the wheel of the WorkSim racing car. The last time they came down pit lane, which I believe was about 25 minutes ago. Ever since then, they've lost out on a whole lot of time, now 30 seconds back of the Rennsport Reporter Corsa number 73 entry. I'm curious if there may have been some sort of extracurricular activity that led to them losing time. Last time by for Dino Vella, he was about 2 seconds to a second and a half off of Andre Miata, who is still behind the wheel of that number 73 Rennsport Reporter Corsa Mercedes-Benz AMG car. But this is not looking very good for WorkSim Racing at the moment. That driver swap has hurt them more than anything else.
It really, really has. Of course, the gap now being 32 seconds as they head on to lap 40 of this race. Just over an hour and a half in, 2 hours and a half to go here around Spa, and having a 31-second gap to bring down in 2.5 hours. You know, it's possible, but certainly not ideal. You'd rather be in a position where you could just run along and just keep your pace at a consistent level. Of course, at the front, the gap's increasing yet again. The number 20 now 15 seconds behind the number 41 of the Delta Racing team, of course. The Delta Racing team currently are quite near the back of the standings. They are only 4 positions off the back, so only on 4 points. They would really now charge their way up the standings. Is a perfect way for them to, I suppose, unfortunately, get the season underway, but we're in the 4th round. So we'll see what they could do, of course, with the Hewett Spa, and then, of course, Mugello and Portimao being our last 2 circuits here on this calendar. So we'll see what they can do as well in the remaining 2 rounds, as we do see as well. Obviously, the number 98 still has to serve their drive-through, and the gap between themselves and the 92 has really come down over these last couple of laps. It's only 15 seconds now. It was over 20 a few laps ago.
And this race has been turned on its head so many times. I think that LMP3 fight, at least in my opinion, Nathan, has probably been the most interesting class to follow thus far, because we had that early call to come down pit lane from the number 68 team. That just has backfired on them horribly, as they're now outside of the top 6 in class. The W2 ePro GP team, which we were talking about before the start of this broadcast, saying that the all-Brazilian brand new team here to the European Sports Car Championship was looking quite impressive. Of course, set the fastest time in the practice session earlier, and as it stands at the moment, with the penalty that Dynaco Racing team and the number 98 car has to serve, along with the gap they have between themselves and Delta V Racing in 3rd in class at the moment, that would give them the lead in a quite comfortable fashion as well. So as it stands currently, W2 ePro GP set to run towards the front comfortably, so at least towards the end of the first half of this 4-hour-long race. Not going to say that they're going to be on track for a victory, because that would be a terrible commentator's jinx, that is for darn sure. But I think right now W2 has to be one of the most impressive teams at the moment across the whole field. Nathan, I'll ask you this question: what team have you been impressed with the most so far?
I mean, I could go with the obvious one and say the number 41 or the number 73, because they've been dominant in their class. But I've got to say, I agree with you on the W2. Of course, coming into this championship quite new, not really knowing what they'll do, and they're currently sitting 2nd with a decent margin to the 98, who's got to serve a drive-through. You know, they're looking at a net first at the moment. So it's between those 3, I think: the 41, the 92, and the 73. Yeah,
there's so many drivers that have put together some strong races at the moment. I'm sure it's going to continue between now and the end of this. I think as we're following them, we should probably talk about this duo of the ResTech Reporter Corsa entries, currently running 3rd and 4th in that class. ResTech putting on a very good show, running 3rd and 4th in LMP2 and 1st and 3rd in LMGT3. They have put together a very strong show, and I gotta say, the challenge that we thought was maybe going to befall the number 60 team from the VR Racing Black number 29 car right behind has fizzled out a teeny tiny bit. It's now about 6.5 seconds between those 2 cars battling for the final podium position in LMGT3. But this duo of ResTech cars, they're fairly inseparable, at least in terms of how they are on track right now, nearly running nose to tail in that small little flat out blast between turns 7 and 8. But they are pretty inseparable in terms of the paint scheme, in terms of how they've been running so far this season, and really the seasons they've had. They've had up and down chaotic seasons. At 22, as we've said a lot throughout this broadcast, has been in contention for race victories and even took the checkered flag in P1 at Magny Corps about a month and a half ago. But he still has not gotten a victory. That team has not been able to stick with a victory. So now, with a new driver, Alessandro City got out of that car. It's now being driven by Umberto Principi. So we'll see. Maybe the Italian can possibly take the fight to Simatech Sensations, and maybe even Delta Racing. Gotta say, in the LMP2 class, it is spread out a teeny tiny bit. As it stands currently, Delta putting on a very strong show. Hour and a half on the board. We'll see if they can hold on, because they've been up towards the front so far this season. They've also been fairly consistent as well. We'll just have to wait and see if they can hold on for the final 2.5 hours of this 4-hour-long race.
Certainly, and I mean, I've had a look at us. That will be the number 43 heading into the pits, and I've had a look at the previous races as well over on YouTube for the first couple of rounds, and I've got to say the gaps surprisingly aren't as big as I thought they would be. The top 7 there is separated by 42 seconds in the LMP2 class. I would have expected by now for it to be a little bit higher than it is. So far, the race is in anyone's hands in that top 5, top 6, because all it takes is a drive-through or another type of penalty for some of the cars at the front to bring other people into the equation of getting themselves up into a position to fight for a podium or to fight for a win here, as we do see in the Delta racing there. Rafael Patel in P3 at the moment in the number 25, looking to try and close down on the number 92. That gap over 15 seconds at the moment, and the gap just over 17 between P2 and P1 means that, of course, with that drive-through, Delta Racing are looking to be very close, I think, to the number 98 once they make their pit stop.
At this point in time, the pit stop strategy is playing a huge role in how things are going to shake out today. It's played a big role so far this season. We've seen drivers' races get made or broken based off a duff pitch strategy, and we're seeing that get put on full display with this race at Spa at the moment. 1 hour and 37.5 minutes on the clock of this 4-hour-long race. It's been a slow burner, this, and I think the strategy content is going to be the main thing that we're keeping our eyes on between now and the end of this, with most of the classes spread out a little bit. Delta Racing still leading in LMP2 from the pole, 15.8 seconds between themselves and Simatech Sensations. Dynaco Racing Team leading in LMP3, 17.6 seconds between themselves and W2E Pro, albeit the Dynaco Racing Team has to come in for a drive-through penalty in the not-too-distant future. Meanwhile, on LMGT3, the sister car to this car, the number 73 Rennsport car, leading 36.9 seconds over Work Sim Racing, and we could see a fight on our hands between Work Sim Racing and Restec Reparta Corsa, because that gap is only about 5.5 seconds between the P2 and P3 runners in LMGT3. I think there is a very real chance that we could see a dogfight on our hands to possibly get ourselves a 1-2 with the Restec Reparta Corsa teams as another drive-through penalty. That is for car number 43. Avoidable contact with car number 16, so that is going to relegate the Restec Reparta Corsa sister car to the 22. That's going to drop them down, as the number 22 car is actually in the pits. So that's a interesting call from them to come down pit lane. Actually, I say that full transparency, folks. I just came back from a trip to the restroom, and did they pick up a penalty? I believe they may have picked up a penalty, so that could be why the 22's down pit lane. Am I correct, Nathan?
I don't think they did. I don't remember seeing them take a penalty. I think they just made their pit stop. But key note there from that penalty for the 43s, it was with the car 16. Of course, we don't know why the Work Sim Racing car dropped so far back. That could possibly answer that of why the 16 now is nearly 40 seconds back from the 73, and I think they've still got to make their second pit stop. So that is, on merit, a 40-second gap. And the number 60 is closing in heavily now, as we do see the number 60 get overtaken there by one of the cars in the higher class, heading down towards Rivage Corner. Looking further back as well, the VR Racing, the number 29, also around a 10-second gap to the 60. They'll be looking to try and close that gap down if they can. As we look at the front as well, and that gap between P1, P2 and 3 increasing between all positions, apart from, we can see in P4, the number 12 looking to make a move, as that's going to be the number 37 getting a penalty for a contact with car 31. Number 37 trying to find them on the board. I'm not sure which car that is. I'm trying to look through the list quickly, but there's that many numbers looking at me. I can't figure out which one it is. It'll be the GSE Racing esports car, then in 18th. So, these last 10 minutes, there's been about, I think, 6 penalties come through. It's been quite insane these past few minutes.
It absolutely has. I'm sure the craziness is going to continue. We're only 1 hour and 40 minutes into this 2-hour-long race, rapidly approaching that halfway mark. I think I'll touch on a small little point with this fight between Work Sim Racing and Restec Reparta Corsa. Last time by, according to our live timing screens, there was about 2.5 seconds between those cars lap time-wise. The number 60 was 2.5 seconds quicker than Dino Vella in that Work Sim Racing Mustang. So that is probably the reason why that gap has cratered. It's now about 2.5 seconds, a little over 2.5 seconds Actually, no, a little over 2 seconds, a little under 2.5. There we go. My public math skills really public school math skills really being put on full display there a few moments ago. But nevertheless, Work Sim Racing and ResTech report, of course, at number 60. They are merging into each other at this point in time as a drive-through penalty for car number 22, avoidable contact with the car number 47. And full transparency, folks, there's a small little delay between the messages sent in the iRacing chat in session and the penalty messages being put up on screen. So that was part of the reason why I thought we saw the number 22 come down pit lane. I think they may have gotten the word about that drive-through penalty before we could get the graphic up on this broadcast, and I believe that may actually be the reason why the 22 came in from a pretty good position not terribly long after pitting.
Okay. So that explains the confusion, I suppose, a little bit. But, I mean, the delays hopefully won't be that bad as the race continues on. Just seeing the number 73 here in the lead with a 41-second gap to the number 16. And the number 60 really has closed in that gap now, only 2 seconds. It was a lot larger earlier on here, so we could have a great battle here for P2, and maybe we could see the 73 and 60 look to make it a 1-2. I'm sure. Was they able to do that in Imola, or was it Magny Cord they got a 1-2 in the LMGT3?
Ooh, that's a very good question. I believe it was Imola last time out where they picked up a 1-2. They were dominant in that race, ran 1-2, very decent chunk of it, I believe, when everything was said and done. They did end up taking that 1-2 finish. Magny Core, meanwhile, the number 73 car won with a car that was pretty much ready for the scrap heap. They were quite bruised and battered. They were involved in an incident with the number 16 Work Sim Racing Mustang, and they swapped positions with about 4.5 minutes to go, if I remember correctly, at Magny Core. Of course, if you want to relive all of that action, you can actually check out the other race highlights that were posted onto the European SportsCar Championship YouTube channel. It's always nice to look back on those when everything was said and done from these broadcasts. We've had some quite interesting and exciting races thus far, and this is looking to be possibly the most intriguing one yet, as, oh boy, that is... Who in the world is that? That I believe may be the 37 Ferrari, if I remember correctly. They're the one that had a pretty significant whack earlier. Yeah, was that the 34? I believe it may have been. It was either the 37 or the 34, but nevertheless, rejoining the race with some pretty bad damage. Just about the same damage that they had from the incident earlier. I think they may have had another off-track excursion.
Yeah, because that was the same car that had it earlier on, wasn't it? They've lost the rear and and they've gone flew into the wall at very high speed, and yet again, the 34 exiting the track without a rear and without a front of the car.
Yeah, that's I'm not sure how they picked up that rear wing damage, whether or not they just never were able to replace that rear wing after that crash that they had. That was, I'm trying to think, it was probably about 45 minutes ago. That was heading through Fanye, where they got a little bit of a love tap from an LMP2 car, and it sent them with a hellacious collision into the outside tire barrier. So I'm not sure if they were just never able to repair the damage or what, but that's honestly, at that point, you got to wonder if there's any sort of, as a drive-through penalty for car number 88, avoidable contact with car number 21. That is a drive-through penalty for them. But, yeah, you can see that 34 car is still off the racing groove. I think they need to come into the pits because that's more of a hazard than anything else.
Yeah, they definitely have to, as we also have the number 37 as well with the penalty. That is the one that got one about 10 minutes ago. So the GSC Racing Esports team has 2 penalties in the space of around 10 minutes. Definitely not what they want, as we do have the 95 here battling with the number 52 for position as we head into the bus stop chicane there. Slight bit of contact between the two cars as we head our way back down to turn number 1. And we'll see these two fight side by side, the 95 and the 52. That'll be the Doneco Racing team and the Revolution E-Racing team as we head into La Source now. And can the 95 get the move complete as we head our way through La Source on the exit? Can't quite get it done just yet. And the issue they've got is there's a couple of cars behind them who I think are looking to lap them. So that could cause a bit of an issue as, the 95 completely cuts off. I think that is the, 867, I think it might be, if I read it correctly.
I believe that may be it. Nevertheless, this is still just a dogfight here in the LMP2s, and you got a little bit of LMP3 traffic looking to stick their nose in this as well. That is going to shuffle it up. Look at Dynaco Racing Team trying to get that move done, heading into Lake Column. Not close enough to get a move done on the number 52 Revolution E-Racing car. Is actually some of the cars involved in this, it must be said, are actually, I believe, on the lead lap in the LMP2 category. Of course, Revolution E-Racing and Dynaco Racing Team, they're one lap down in class to the Delta Racing number 41. However, Digitrack's running down in 17th, 4 laps down in the number 99 car. They are not involved in this. However, I believe I see the 37 in the midst of all of that. They are 4 laps down, of course, not battling for position. However, they are battling for all-out glory as a stop and go for car number 30. Avoidable contact under full course yellow with car number 46. I gotta feel bad for race control for this race because they've been working overtime thus far. Ooh, as you can see, that's the number 73 Restec Reporter Corsa Mercedes in the midst of that chaos involving LMP2s. Nearly contact between themselves and the number 37 car heading their way around turn number 14. That could have ended in tears for the dominant LMGT3 leader.
That certainly could have done. As actually the work sim racing car, I think, has had a bit of an incident. As we can see, the 29 is now ahead of the 16 as they head their way on to lap 48. So, yeah, I think the work sim racing car has gone off somewhere, or at least made a big mistake, because now the VR is ahead of them, and the number 60 is also closing in quite quickly as well. You can see that gap flying down, only a second and a half is separating the number 16 and the number 60, as the 60 gets a penalty for a speed violation. So that is the last thing that the Restec Reparto Corsa team would like, considering earlier on we was considering them for a 1-2. That might not be the case with that penalty there for the number 60, as we do see the 16 here on the back of the 29 heading their way through into Stavolo, and Aston Martin versus the Mustang, I think, as we head our way through, and we'll see what these two can get up to. Sorry, no, two Mustangs battling. We'll see what they can get up to as they head their way around Kerpel Frere in towards Blanchemont corner at turn number 17, and then in towards the bus stop chicane. So just shy of 2 hours, or just shy of 2 hours in, just over 2 hours to go. And we've got a rather interesting battle for second, but the battle for first, I don't think it's even going to be a battle at all this race. There's a 53-second gap. It would take a big penalty or a big issue for the 73 to drop that.
Yeah, it would have to be a major disaster for the number 73 car to lose this race, but hey, we've seen stranger things so far this season. But right now, the fight that we're paying attention to is between those two Mustangs. It's an American Civil War between VR Racing Black and Work Sim Racing right behind, but the Work Sim Racing car having a major off-track moment, clip the gravel on the outside of the corner. They're having a disconnect as well. I'm curious if there's some sort of technical issue that could be affecting Dino Vella. He is still not up to speed yet. This is not looking very good. I think he may be trying to get up to speed shortly. Maybe picked up a slowdown with that off-track excursion coming out of Les Sources at the start of this lap, losing out on a whole lot of time still. I think he may be back up to speed again, or at least close to it, but nevertheless, Dino Vella running at risk of losing out on another position here in the not-too-distant future. The Restec Reporter Corsa team, of course, they have to serve a penalty, so that's not going to be too big of a factor. But talk about a comeback. VR Racing Black, we were talking about how badly they're struggling for pace not terribly long ago. I think they just overcooked their tires, because ever since they came in for the first pit stop, this car has just come to life, and I'm curious, could have been tire issues, or maybe they could have been saving fuel, trying to go for a different strategy. As it stands currently, they're probably not in contention for the lead and win in LMGT3. However, they're still running in a very good position. If you're David Buckley behind the wheel of this number 29 Mustang, you're certainly not going to turn down a second place position to the team that's been dominant so far.
Yeah, certainly not. They'll be happy with that, of course, finishing second. They are third in the championship, the number 3. The Tri-State racing car is only 1 point behind them, so at the moment they are looking to keep that third place as the number 41 gets a penalty, and that is the Delta Racing team, the one who've been dominant in the LMP2 category the whole way, and now it gives the number 20 possibly a chance to fight for the lead here. It would have been avoidable contact with car number 2, which would have been the SC competition car, which had, I remember that car had an incident earlier on down at Rivage, didn't it? So maybe it was something to do with that, I'm not sure.
I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken, the SE competition TSR spin was just a simple spin hang through Ravage, but something extracurricular must have happened with the Delta Racing number 41 and the number 2 SC competition by TSR Corvette. The Corvette is actually one lap down in class. They have not had a very good show of things so far today, so I think maybe the reason why they're running a little bit farther towards the back is because of an incident that Washington Carvalho may have had with them. Hopefully we can find the replay soon, as Work Sim Racing has come down pit lane, now running 4th in the LMGT3 category, but that is going to throw a big wrench in the works. Delta Racing have been dominant thus far in this race. They took the pole position, they led the opening lap, and then ever since then, I won't say they've run away with it, but they've been comfortable so far, and they're still comfortable at the moment. 17.5 seconds between themselves and the Simatech Sensations number 20 car, but the amount of time that these drivers lose with a drive-through penalty, that is going to be a big game changer for Washington Carvalho and the entire Delta Racing team. That number 41 car is going to have a fight on our hands. I don't believe they're going to lose out on P3 to NOP. However, I do believe it's going to be close between themselves and Simatech Sensations to lose the lead of this race. I'm not a betting man. However, I'd be willing to bet $5 Monopoly currency that Simatech Sensations would take the lead as a result of this drive-through penalty for Delta Racing. And hopefully you can find a replay to see exactly what caused this incident. And actually, you can see they're catching up to them right now. So in a cruel twist of irony, the SC competition by TSR car is going to be right in front as Delta Racing starts to eye up a penalty, and oh, that was borderline between those two cars, nearly coming to blows coming out of turn number 15. That was not ideal between either of them. You can see the damage on the back of the SE competition Corvette as they were going through turns number 14 and 15. So there's some outstanding damage on that race car, maybe a small little punt heading into one of the heavy braking zones around this track. They're not coming in to serve the drive-through penalty yet, though, Nathan. I think they were playing with fire, because that gap between themselves and Simatech Sensations has actually decreased a teeny tiny bit, now to 17.2. I don't think they're helping themselves out one bit by prolonging this sense of dread with them having to serve a drive-through.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, I think the Simatech team will come out either way, but surely you'd want to, try and limit that disadvantage you'll have, which you come out of the bits behind them and try and hopefully have a decent gap to NOP in third ahead of you. But of course, Simatech Sensations have done a very good job, but they wouldn't be in second and they won't be in first because of the ultimate pace. It's because they've been, with quote unquote clean, and because they've had a decent race and they've been able to keep away from incidents. And both the 89 and the 41 for contact have both been given a penalty, dropped away their chance to fight for the win. Of course, coming to the end, I think the Delta Racing team, the 41, should easily catch back up to the 20, but it's just putting added pressure on them, which they shouldn't really have to have, considering at the moment they're leading by 18 seconds. And I mean, they've been leading by over 15 for around 10-ish laps, and the contact, I think the contact would have happened somewhere in between that. So they made an unnecessary pass, unnecessary contact with the number 2, and it's probably or possibly cost them the race win here, as we do see the 43 closing in on the 89 as we head into Lakecom.
Either way, regardless of what gave them this penalty, that is going to be a huge upset for Delta Racing. We'll see how they exit out compared to Simatech Sensations. They've actually increased that gap a teeny tiny bit at the front end of the LMP2 category, now to about 18.7. But nevertheless, this is going to hurt Delta Racing badly. Whatever plan that they had for the rest of this race, I feel like we may have to throw it out the window at this point, because considering how big of a change that is, they haven't really had to deal with an upset like that. Of course, they haven't led from lights to flag with the pit cycles we had earlier on. They did very briefly give up the lead at certain points of this race. But outside of that, they have been leading, they have been dominant so far, but they're now going to find themselves in an unfamiliar position right behind the Simatech Sensations car. This is a hard fight involving the ResTech report, of course, the number 43 and the NOP car getting a move done on the lap traffic. That was the number 60 ResTech team running third in LMGT3. But Delta Racing has come down pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty, and that gap between themselves and Simatech Sensations is closing. They're out of the pits by now, but I'm curious, did they manage to serve that slowdown and actually exit out with the lead still, as ResTech gets a move done on NOP to slip their way up into third in the LMP2 category? Delta Racing, I believe, was able to serve that drive-through penalty and still end out with the lead of the race. They had just big enough of a gap to be able to do that. That, I think, may have just saved Delta from what was going to be a very uncomfortable rest of this race and rest of the stint as well.
Ooh, the 22 getting, I believe, another penalty, this time for contact with car number 21. So they've had 2 penalties now in this race. That would have been the LMP3 of the Tri-State Racing team. As we do see, the 78 also dropping down a couple of positions down to P9 there, just dropping back behind the SkinLab DS Racing car and also getting back ahead of them there. So a decent battle happening for 8th in the LMP2 class. But the gap yet to get in the LMG 33s at the front is still increasing. 58 seconds there is a gap between the top 2, and then down to third, it's over 1 minute and 13 seconds long. So, you know, the number 16 as well, that's 1 minute and 54. You're only around 20 seconds off before you start looking at possibly being a lap down and being lapped by the 73. So it just shows how quick, you know, the 2 or the 3 drivers are in that Restec Reparto Corsa car, because they've just been dominant all the way through. This is a battle here for P8 and P9 between Ventura and SkinLab DS Racing.
This is looking like a very close fight that's still continuing here. We saw MV SkinLab DS Racing involved in a battle earlier on with themselves, I believe the Vision 1 Motorsports entry. Now they're battling hard with Race Ventura. Race Ventura probably not very happy with how things have gone thus far for them in this race. Of course, took a dominant victory 3 weeks ago at Imola. It just don't have the same pace here at Spa. Francorchamps currently running in 8th, 40.3 seconds off of Delta Racing, who have come back down pit lane. I wonder if this is... I'm curious as to why they're back in the pits, as a drive-through penalty for car number 43, avoidable contact with car number 89. That, I believe, may have been part of that hard battling that we saw not terribly long ago. I think that may have been a small little bit of contact involving the number 60 Restec Reparto Corsa car. That's actually going to hurt the 43, the sister car in LMP2, to that LMGT3 traffic. They're going to come down pit lane to serve a drive-through penalty, as Delta Racing not coming in for an added penalty, so it wasn't that they served the previous penalty incorrectly. They've come in for a driver swap. So an interesting call from Delta to get their man Washington Carvalho out of that entry. He's been in it ever since the start, so I'm sure he was in dire need of a rest. And oh my god, that's a spin coming through a Rouge and Radion. That was the SC competition by TSR Corvette, and I think that was a close call between themselves and the Delta Racing 4 as they went through a Rouge and Radion. That SC competition car has that missing rear bumper, missing diffuser, and that car is driving like an absolute hoopty-rod. He just understeered straight off, heading through Eau Rouge, and that's what led to that incident that we just saw a few moments ago. Yeah, you can see the NOP car being a little bit aggressive on corner entry. It sets up Adam Ostrich to get all sorts of squirrely heading through a Rouge and Radion. He had a shallow line heading into the corner, and then ever since then, he got all sorts of screwed up. That was very close to an airplane collision involving multiple LMGT3s at the top of the hill.
Yeah, that could have been a really bad one there for the number 2. Of course, they've got to pit surely now to get themselves back onto a car that's got, you know, a rear end again, as we head our way in towards P1 here with the number 78 running 6th in classes. Talking of the number 41, it is Rafael Acuesta who's headed into that car now. They're done in P8, but of course, all those ahead have still got to make their next pit stops as we head our way through. Following Benjamin Hillman here in the number 78 Race Ventura car, of course, has had a really good battle and been one of the drivers that has been involved probably in the most battling there of everyone, of course, with the number 22 and the number 43. But both of those have also had multiple penalties, and the number 78 as well has had one drive-through, I think, in this race, as we do see the 78 here look to make a move ahead. I believe that is one of the Delta Racing cars, possibly. Well, no, sorry, that will be the VR Racing car, the number 29, heading down in towards the bus stop chicane. As yet again, the Race Ventura still in tune with the 43 and the 22, with another car in between.
Now, all these cars have been pretty inseparable thus far, and that is still continuing throughout this race. Coming up to the halfway mark in a couple of seconds' time, it has been a intriguing past 2 hours of racing action here from the European Sports Car Championship, and we have a 2-hour run all the way to the checkered flag here on Apex Racing TV and the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel, wherever you're tuning in to this stream. But Race Ventura stuck behind a little bit of traffic. Ooh, we can see some close stuff coming out of Eau Rouge and Ratty on 3 wide on corner exit. You can see the number 52 car involved in the midst of that. That's a lap down car in the LMP2 fight, going to yield to the 78, running 6th in class at the moment. I'm not sure who that was, the LMGT3 contender that was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. If you're behind the wheel of the BMW there, that was probably the most terrifying moment that you can have in a 4-hour multi-class endurance sports car race. But Race Ventura is starting to feel a little bit more pressure. They're feeling antsy and trying to close up that gap between themselves and the ResTech Report, of course, the number 22 entry a little bit farther up the road. About 7/10 of a second now, separating those two cars, teetering down to 6/10 of a second as ResTech got held up quite a lot heading through turn number 9 with the LMP3 traffic. However, Race Ventura gets the exact same treatment, it must be said, albeit I think they got hurt a little bit less as they went through Pouan. So those two cars covered by less than a second, battling for what would be the final top 5 spot as it stands at the moment in the LMP2 class.
Of course, and I've just been watching the 92 and the 25. Their gap has also started to come down a little bit. It's only 11.9 now for the 25 to the W2 Pro GP car. In the lead of that class, of course, doing a brilliant job so far is the number 92, who's, as we're talking about them, goes into the pits to complete their, I believe, 3rd pit stop or 2nd pit stop in this race as they head into the pits, and the number 25 will follow suit as well and make their pit stop in this race, and we'll see if anyone else in the LMP2 category also chooses to do so. The number 47 heads into the pits as well, and then we'll see if the 21 also heads into the pits, as the number 78 also now in the pit lane as well. So a couple of cars heading in on this lap 55 of the race, which makes me think we'll have around 108 laps by the end of this race, due to we're just over halfway, and we've had 55 laps, or we've had 54 completed, and we're now on the 55th lap.
Some more drivers coming down pit lane. This is a Delta V racing car now doing a driver swap. The number 25 currently leading in LMP3, pulling off a driver swap. W2 Pro GP with a very catchy name, it must be said. Currently now running in 4th as they've come into the pits as well. Tri-State Racing with the number 21 entry currently being driven by Garrett Spence. He is going to be taking the presumptive lead in LMP3. Looking up and down the running order, Trackside Racing Team, I believe when they came in for that early stop, only a half an hour into this 4-hour long race, weren't they running in the lead? Unless I'm very much mistaken, I think they were either up towards the front or at the very front. This strategy that they tried to cook up has just gone horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, if you're on about the 68, yeah, they was at the front right at the start of the race, and it's just not worked, has it? I mean, I think they had a penalty as well somewhere thrown into it, because they are over 1 minute and 45 seconds off, and I don't think that was just down to pace, because they did a brilliant job at the start. So yeah, they must have had a penalty, or at least had some contact somewhere along the circuit. But another team that we haven't really mentioned is the Focus Racing team in the number 5, currently sitting in P6 in the LMP3 category. 50.7 seconds off the leaders. They've just been chilling, haven't they? They've not really got anyone in front. They've not really got anyone closing in behind. So they could just, keep to their pace and not really worry too much about any contact, really.
Currently in the midst of looking through the incident log, and I believe, yes, I'm looking through to try and see if there was a penalty call for car number 68 early on. I believe there was. Yeah, it was a stop and go for 30 seconds for contact with car number 2. So they did pick up a penalty, and that 30 seconds definitely hurt their chances in this race. But even then, the split strategy that they tried to go for hasn't really worked out too well in all of that chaos that we've had so far in the LMP3 class. It's given Tri-State Racing the lead for now. However, you may see them come down pit lane in the not too distant future. I'm still keeping my eyes on the W2 Pro GP team, because they have been incredibly impressive, and I think it would be a perfect Cinderella story here from the European Sports Car Championship for them to leave their first race in this series with a checkered flag. And it looks like they're going to move up another position, as Tri-State Racing has now come down pit lane from the lead in LMP3 as a stop and go for 300 seconds for car number 85 for an unauthorized tow. Full transparency, folks, in the sporting code here in the European Sports Car Championship, if you get involved in an incident and your car is destroyed beyond repair and you need to tow back to pit lane, you need race control's permission to do so. That's usually why we have the full course procedure here, but that is still a gut-wrenching penalty for that team, that 85. Already running a little bit farther towards the back after that incident they had earlier on, but that stop and hold for 300 seconds is just going to... I mean, with how far they'd be back as a result of that 300-second penalty, I think they'd be in the Netherlands as a result of that.
Yeah, it's a rather large penalty indeed. I mean, it's 5 minutes, so it's, 2 laps effectively. They are still, I don't think they're on the lead lap at the moment. I think they are quite far down yet, 4 laps behind. So they'll drop to being 6 laps from the leaders, which means they will probably be definitely finishing 19th and no higher. But then again, it's not really gone well for them at all, has it? The qualifying wasn't perfect. They had an incident at the start. I believe they was involved in that one with about 3 or 4 cars. So yeah, the 85 has certainly not had the type of race it would have wanted, and there's still an hour and 55 minutes to go. So that's more to add to their pain, as we do see so Mikael Opalka now is in the CRF Motorsports black car, number 45 in the top 5 as well. They've also had a bit of a decent race, not really got involved in much because they've been lucky in the sense they can just drive through, and anyone that's overtaken them, they've not really fought them too hard. They've just kind of let them do it, but it's helped them in a way because they also haven't cost time by battling with other drivers here.
They're now going to be coming into the pits from 6th place in the LMP2 category. The pit stop strategies in this race have been pretty hard to follow. I don't know about you, Nathan, but I feel like every single car is running on a completely different strategy compared to one another. There hasn't really been any long series of pit stops, as another penalty for car number 30, unauthorized tow. That's going to be another 300-second penalty for car number 30. Race control, just whacking these drivers with hammers as a result of these penalties. Race control not being very merciful, it must be said. I mean, there is reason to it. Of course, they have to keep these drivers in line. That is still a pretty harsh whack on their heads. 300 seconds. That is pretty much a race ender here at Spa-Francorchamps. And as we see the CRF Motorsports black entry exit at the pits, I believe they're going to remain inside the top 10 just barely. Actually, I say just barely. I believe the Evolve Racing 57 is going to be a little bit farther back to them. Yeah, about 40-ish seconds between the CRF Motorsports and the Evolve Racing entries. As it stands currently, though, the race is still settling into a groove yet again. It's been a while. I think it's been well over an hour since we had our latest full course yellow, Nathan. So at this point in time, these drivers are really just settling into a groove and wearing the time away.
Yeah, it's been a long time, hasn't it? And I'm surprised we haven't seen one in the last hour because... with all the incidents that we've had on track, it's very surprising indeed, as we do see the 89 also in the pits now. From the lead of the race, we'll head down to a few positions. I'll drop down to around, I think, P6 or P7 at the moment, and they'll obviously have to try and continue on and make some of those positions back up. As we're on board here with the number 45, the CRF Motorsports black team, who also made their pit stop last lap. Currently running into the top 10. Around 30 seconds ahead of the 57, which I've got to say is rather a surprise because the 57 have had 2 big penalties. Have we got a full caution yellow here?
I think we may have jinxed it. I think we did. I think we have another full course yellow most of the field. And that's why that is a VR Racing number 29 Mustang currently being driven by Connor Swain, being crabbed around the racetrack by Connor Swain. That was a significant amount of damage on that race car. Part of me thinks that thing has been over because that is a whole lot of damage on that Mustang. That thing is ready for the junkyard. Oh, yeah, you can see big contact heading through. And, that was a huge hit into the outside wall coming out of Blanchimont. I believe that was 3 or 4 cars involved in that incident. You can see that car absolutely destroyed as a result of that contact. I think he would have gone away with it somewhat clean. I mean, he still would have had some significant damage. However, that car is freaking ruined. I gotta say, full transparency, folks. He's still trying to enter the pits right now, and it's an absolute smoke screen on pit entry. So even if the pits were open, and nobody I don't even think would be able to enter the pits as a result of that. No. But you can see that car just absolutely destroyed.
But then again, if he's been able to get back to the pits, I'm surprised they didn't not bring the full caution yellow out. Oh, no, he stopped. That explains why. And he gets stuck in the current turn, would it?
Well, I believe he actually, it may have been just, yeah, stopped there momentarily, trying to get it turned around. Considering the crabbiness of the car, it's not too much of a shock that he could barely enter pit lane. He was definitely using this wall as kind of an assist, so to speak. I'm curious if we could stay on board with this replay and just watch it until our camera is completely covered in tire smoke. So this is an interesting strategy being used by the number 29. I guess this would be the wall riding technique. You can see only one wheel spinning on the back of the race car, one small little skid mark being laid against the barrier. I'll tell you what, whoever painted that wall on the pit entry here at Spa is not going to be happy with Connor Swain in the slightest, because that is going to chew that concrete barrier up to no end. Tough stuff for the VR Racing entry, because they were putting on a pretty good show. They had come back after showing some pretty poor pace towards the mid sector, but then when they got their first pit stop out of the way, got some new tires on that Mustang, they had a fantastic turn of pace. However, as a result of that incident, that's going to take them out of contention. That is just a That's just ridiculous looking. I apologize. VR Racing, if you're tuning into the stream, I'm not laughing at you because you had a race that has taken you out of contention. I'm laughing just because it looked absolutely goofy seeing that car crabbing at like a 35-degree angle in pit lane.
Well, I suppose he got it back into the pits. That's the main part, isn't it? He could have just stopped, but no, he got into the pits, and it would have took a bit of effort and would have been a bit annoying knowing that you're going to drop so far back down the field, especially when your category's only got 10 drivers in it. Of course, 2 of them not on track, I don't think, are they? Look, on my... Yeah, I don't think they are they? The number 9 and... Well, 9th and 10th. I don't think they actually started the race.
Oh, that I believe is a very astute observation. Lots of drivers we've seen so far not really start these races. As slow on the track is the MV Skin Lab DS racing car. That's coming out of turn 14 and 15 on the back, flat out blast. The back not so straight away, heading into Blanchimont in just a couple of moments time. That car is dangerously slow. Ooh, and look at the dive from NOP down the inside, heading into the chicane. Not close enough to get the move done on Delta Racing. And look at Simatech Sensation splitting the middle on the exit of the final chicane, about to start lap 59. They're going to be starting it in the lead. Slick stuff from the driver behind the wheel, the Simatech Sensations number 20 LMP2 effort. That was beautifully executed for them to take the lead at this point. This is looking like a dogfight that we have on our hands between Simatech Sensations, Delta Racing, NOP, and even Rennsport, who's only 4.3 seconds back of the Simatech Sensations number 20. I believe part of the reason why the pack is so close at the moment is mainly down to some split and wild strategies between all these drivers. As Delta is slowing, they definitely picked up a slowdown penalty heading through Arusha and Radion, and that is going to cost them second as well. But regardless of how these drivers got as close as they are right now, that was a beautiful series of events and a slick move from the driver behind the wheel of the Simatech Sensations number 20 car.
Certainly, and I mean, that's going to be a little bit of content there. So one of the Restec Reparto Corsa cars, that will be a Stop Go 34 car 68, which is avoidable contact with car number 2, and that will be the 68, the trackside racing team, who were leading earlier on. They're now 4 laps behind the leaders. They're that far back in only 2 hours. Definitely not what they would have wanted. But adding on my point earlier, looking at the top 4, 3.5 seconds separating them. And we've had over 2 hours of racing, random penalties. We've had cars having to get through on others, and they're still within 3.5 seconds of each other. Over 2 hours is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good thing about multi-class sports car racing. These races can be running entirely around the clock. They can be 24 hours long and still end in a photo finish. I remember one of the first years I tuned into the Rolex 24. I think it was that year where we had the fantastic photo finish between the 2 factory Corvettes after 24 hours of racing action. Of course, only running 4 here from the 4th round of the European Sports Car Championship today at Spa. But we've got a pretty good race on our hands right now. Simatech Sensations leading it at LMP2. The last time we went through the field, really, it was Delta absolutely dominating it. However, after they picked up a penalty, they have been out of the groove, so to speak. They're running down in third with Sematech Sensations holding on to the lead in LMP2 currently. Dynaco Racing Team running in the lead of LMP3 in the number 98 car. They won the opening race of the season at Barcelona, looking to try and get their second win on the calendar. And ResTech Reparta Corse, they are leading 1 minute and 4 seconds over the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang. They have just put on a clinic in that LMGT3 fight. We're definitely going to see them at the front between now and the end of this race, unless we have some sort of major disaster, which, hey, you never know. Things can happen here from the European Sports Car Championship. But right now, Simatech and NOP extending their gap over the Delta Racing number 41. I'm curious if there's some sort of damage on that car, because lap time wise, back a little bit and slowly falling into the crutches of the ResTech Reparta Corse at number 22 right behind. Could be some damage. Maybe it could be a lower class driver behind the wheel of that car ever since that driver swap they pulled off not very long ago. But this is looking like it's going to be a Simatech and NOP fight. NOP, they are due for a victory. Simatech trying to turn their season around after a disastrous last two races at Magny-Cours and Imola. Of course, won the opening race of the season at Barcelona all the way back in June. But right now it's looking like there's a two-car fight developing here in the LMP2 class. Nathan, what do you make of Delta Racing dropping back the way they have?
It's a bit of a weird one, isn't it? I mean, you know, they had what, a 15-second gap to the lead earlier, to the seconds, or sorry, earlier on. They had that penalty, and they just haven't really been back fine-tuned like they were before. So possibly a lot of confidence, maybe a little bit of damage on the car, like you said, but also it could be the fact they're just trying to get back into the rhythm and just trying to catch back up to the leaders. But the issue they've got is they're only a second ahead of the 22, who will be looking to close it and will be looking to try and take advantage and get themselves a move for the lead. And the gaps really starting to decrease between the two. So it could also possibly be that, you know, obviously on the driver swap, Raphael hasn't quite got the pace that the others have done, because the gap's really flew down. It's only 2 tenths now between 41 and 22 as they head their way out of the final corners. We do see the two leaders of Simatech Sensations and the NOP team head their way down to Eau Rouge and Radion, and we could possibly see move for the lead here as the gap is only just over 4 tenths of a whole second here.
We're going to see that slipstream get put on full display going down the Camel straightaway. That gap is closing. Now coming to a quarter of a second. That gap is diminishing, coming up to a tenth soon. Is NOP going to be bold enough to go for a move heading into Lake Holm this time by? They pull out to the outside line, not going to be close enough and not alongside as they negotiate the braking zone heading into the Lake Holm chicane. Simatech Sensations still holding on for now. However, NOP Racing, they are feeling racy. The team pretty much made entirely of Swedes. They have been close to winning thus far. Of course, 3 weeks ago at Imola, they're involved in a very close fight between themselves and the Race Ventura number 78 entry all throughout. Towards the end of that race, it was only a matter of, I think, about 10 seconds separating those two cars after 4 hours of racing action. So NOP, they are itching for a victory. Simatech Sensations, meanwhile, they are, as I said a few moments ago, they're trying to turn their season around. I think both of these drivers have a very good shot to do it. Delta Racing dropping down to 4th. ResTech Reparta Corse is slipping into the final podium position as it stands at the moment. It's currently the number 20, the 89, and the 22 holding on to the podium spots in the LMP2 class overall podium as well. This is the closest class fight that we have, and it is not even close as well. The closest outside of it is Dynaco Racing Team over W2E Pro GP. They are currently 21.5 seconds apart, which is about the gap between most of the top 5 in LMP2. Currently the top 5 only separated by 5.5 seconds, with Tri-State Racing and the number 12 car kind of the lone wolf about 20 seconds back of Delta Racing in 4th. But this is looking like a fantastic fight that we have on our hands, Nathan. Simatech Sensations and NOP battling for the lead. ResTech and Delta battling for the final podium spot. I'm curious if this is going to be a 2-2 fight, or if we could see all 4 of these cars merge together and give ourselves an awesome dogfight as we christen the second half of the race.
That could certainly be the case, and I think it'd be a brilliant way to end the race if we could have all 4 fighting for the lead. But a question I have is rain possible? Because the track has looked a little bit darker and it's getting a little bit more overcast. Is rain a possibility here around Spa with the new rework?
Ooh, that is a very good question. I'm going to have to take a look at the iRacing weather forecast. I believe when I was looking at it before the start of the race, it said that the highest percentage chance of rain that we would get would be around 19%. Looking at the iRacing weather forecast, though, it looks like it's going to be 0, 0, 0, 0 all the way through from now until the end of the race, with temperatures maintaining around 67 degrees and wind going south about 9 to 10 miles an hour. That was the weather forecast here on Apex Racing TV tonight. Now back to your regularly scheduled programming, with David Sorzano leading this race over NOP in second. And yeah, actually, no, I say that the 0% chance of rain, I don't buy that entirely, because if iRacing's weather is as realistic as they like to say it is, we would not be able to tell when it's going to rain here at Spa. There's been races in the past where it's just been an absolute monsoon that appears out of the blue. So for all we know, we could end this race under wet conditions. You just never know.
Yeah, certainly, as that was the number 20 there, the Simotok Sensations car, going a little bit wide heading out of campus then towards Stavolo, so hopefully they didn't lose too much time there. But I've got to say, this race has been very weird, especially at the top, because Delta Racing were lucky in OP, wasn't they, pretty much? They had a 4-10 gap in quali to second, and of course NOP were up behind them. They then got a penalty, you're thinking, oh, they're out of it. Delta Racing then get a penalty, you're thinking, oh, well, they might be out of it. And now Simotok Sensations, who were just sitting in the mid-pack originally, around P5, P4, have got themselves into a position to win. They've put David Soranzo in the car, and now we're looking to be one on probably the leading pace. I think them and the 89 are probably on the best pace of all cars at the moment. So this race could certainly change once again. But looking at the 41, their pace has really, really dropped off. They've got a 3.5 second gap to P3 for the 22. They only got overtaken 2 laps ago.
Yeah, you're absolutely right there, Nathan. Just looking at the lap times from Rafael Acosta behind the wheel of that number 41 Delta Racing car. Last time by, he said a 2 minute 7.43 compared to Umberto Principe behind the wheel of the number 22 Restec Reporter Corsa car, said a 2:05.5. The NOP car was at a 2:05.8 with Sorzano behind the wheel of the number 27 Tech Sensations car at a 2:05.5. So that is just like nowhere near the pace that they really should be at. And I think if that pace continues, we could very well see Tri-State Racing get involved in that as well, because they're not anywhere near as fast as the front 3 runners right now. However, last time by, they were much quicker than the number 41 Delta Racing car. That team, they had been dominant so far in this race, as a drive-through penalty for car number 22 entering closed pits. That is going to take the 22 Restec Reparta Corsa team out of this podium fight for now. They may not lose out on a whole lot of time, as we saw from Delta Racing when they served their penalty not terribly long ago. They only lost, I think, about 13 to 15 seconds. So they're still going to be running in the top 4, unless I'm very much mistaken. However, this is going to be a huge hit to their chances of contending for the victory.
Certainly, as we head our way down towards the bus stop chicane, the Race Ventura car, 78, 35 seconds back. Did they get another penalty? Because I'm sure they were a lot closer than that before, weren't they?
Ooh, that is a very good question you asked there, Nathan. I'm going to look through and see if there's any sort of penalty messages that have come through as of late. I don't believe there has been another penalty levied towards car number 78. So I think Race Ventura just losing out on a whole lot of time. I'll take a look at the live timing screen to see what kind of lap times they're setting. Alex Pilbeam, who was a driver formerly of HWT Motorsports, he's now running with Race Ventura in the number 78 car. So a newcomer to the team, currently setting 2 minutes 6.42 lap times, which is about 2 seconds off of their fastest lap so far in this race, and about a second off of Luca Leonardi in the number 43 Restec Reporter Corsa team a little bit farther up the road. So I think they are starting to lose pace. There may have been a driver swap in the past few moments, though, because Pilbeam was not the driver that started this race in that car. So I think that may be the reason why a little bit of time lost pace-wise, and I also think they came in for a driver swap. So I think that could be the reason why Race Ventura has lost out on a little bit of time. It's still only 34.5 seconds back of Simatech Sensations, though.
Yep, certainly, and I'm not sure if we could get a replay, because I did see the 87 and the 98 went off the track at the exact same time. They both had the off-track come up for about 5 seconds, so I'm not sure if they had a bit of contact, as the 52 has a drive-through for entering the closed pit. And the 52 would be the Revolution e-racing team, driven at the moment by Anthony Escob. Currently in P14 in their class of the LMP2. Certainly not been a race they will want to remember as well. Then in P14, they're over a lap back. It's definitely not been the best race. We have a replay here, and we'll see as this is the 98 of Arnaud Dehu heading in towards the La Fan chicane, and that would have been a little bit of contact, and that might have been what happened earlier on, a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah, that was a big bit of contact heading into Fanya of turn 12 and 13. You can see multiple cars involved in that. Dynaco Racing Team was one of them. They're still leading, I believe, in the LMP3 category. Yes, they are currently 20 seconds in front of W2E Pro GP, running in second in the number 92 entry. Honestly, at this point in time, as ResTech report, of course, the number 22 has come down pit lane to serve their drive-through penalty, as we're following the sister car, the number 43 Locksteady, in a close fight between themselves and Tri-State Racing. This is really the battle for the best of the rest positions, because as it stands at the moment, the front four pretty much entirely in their own league. ResTech still in front of their sister car and Tri-State Racing in fifth, even after serving a drive-through penalty. So at this point in time, the LMP2 fight, at least in terms of the top 10, breaking up a little bit. Tri-State Racing and ResTech report, of course, starting to battle hard a little bit. We may see these two go side by side heading into Lake Holm. That is very close, heading through Aruja and Radion. Gonna try and pull out of the slipstream is Luca Leonardi. He is going to be side by side with Tri-State Racing, careening their way now down into the braking zone of the Lake Holm chicane. Who is going to prevail in this fight? Is it going to be Tri-State or is it going to be ResTech? ResTech gets a move done. Slick stuff around the outside, heading into the Lake Holm chicane. That was full commitment from Luca, and he managed to make it stick.
Of course, a brilliant move there from the number 43 as we head our way down towards Rivage. Thomas Marcelino there in the Tri-State Racing number 12, just heading their way through towards Speaker's Corner at the moment. And the thing is, they had a bit of a poor start to the race. They dropped back a few positions, but over the past day, where they've really got themselves into a comfortable position. They're only 28 seconds off of the leaders, and they're in 6th place in class. So they're definitely a lot more comfortable than they were at the start of the race, and sitting just about 6 seconds ahead of the 78. And we'll see if they can also catch up and then try and make a move for 6th place. But also another car that we haven't really focused on that much is the number 11, the Vision 1 Motorsports. Got caught up in an incident in the first 5 or 10 minutes at the start of the race, and I think it was them and the GSC Racing esports team involved in that one with I think it was with one of the Delta Racing GT3s they got involved with, and had a bit of contact, went into the pits. But since then, they've got themselves into P8, only 41 seconds off the lead, considering they had that incident. It's a very decent job indeed from the team, and of course, got a very big gap to the number 45, but I think that's obviously because they made a pit stop, and the Vision 1 hasn't yet.
And currently, Mario Capalucci is behind the wheel of that Vision 1 Motorsports entry, running 8th in class. We'll see if they can try and close up that gap between themselves and Race Ventura. Of course, if there are any sort of penalties and they can keep it clean, they'd probably find themselves off in a very good position. And that's a point that I think should be talked about, Nathan. With the amount of penalties we've had so far in this race, I feel like just keeping it clean, not entering the pits when the pits are closed, and just keeping it with your own race. Keep your race car clean, keep your incident points clean, try and avoid being in the sights of race control, and you could probably leave this race with a very good finishing position.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's one of the points that many teams have probably been able to just to sit on and just hope they don't get into contact, not get into any collisions, and that's really helped them. I think looking at the Focus Racing team, they're in P5. Their pace hasn't been brilliant, but they've kept themselves in a nice position. They haven't been involved in too much contact. And then they're sitting in a P5 position, which will be very good to give them, I believe, 10 points for P5. So that's definitely a good result for them if they can keep it. But looking at the front there, you can see the number 20 being under pressure here from the 89 even more and more. The NOP team looking to close that gap into the front, as that will be the 92 there being passed there by one of the LMP2s as we head our way down into the bus stop chicane. But of course the 98 was involved in that contact earlier on, I believe, with the 87. I could definitely see that car getting a penalty for what they did, because it was a big bit of contact, wasn't it? And it shot the 87 off into the wall.
Yeah, it was a very significant amount of contact. One of only a handful of on-track incidents that we've had thus far in this race. Looking through and looking back in my memory, we haven't had too many drivers come to blows. Been a fairly clean affair so far from round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship at Spa. Coming up to what's going to be an hour and a half left in this 4-hour-long race. Time flies when you're having fun, and that's certainly the case here for this broadcast and for this race today. W2E Pro GP still have a very good shot. We're following them still heading down the Camel straightaway. 20 seconds back of Dynaco Racing Team. However, considering the point that we mentioned just a few moments ago, if anyone picks up some sort of penalty, we could see a swap in position. Speaking of a swap in position, I think we may see one here in the next few moments' time. Tri-State Racing just barely running on 5th over ResTech or Corsa. Those two cars separated by about 0.2 of a second, hang their way through Rouge and Radion, and you've got a challenger. That's a number 3 Delta Racing car involved in that. My apologies. That's a 31 Delta Racing car involved in all of that. But look at this. Tri-State Racing trying to defend from the number 43 right behind the 43, pulls out of the drift but doesn't go for the move heading into the Combe chicane. That's an interesting call from the number 43, not trying to get that move done. I think one of these drivers has to force the issue though, because they're starting to lose touch with the ResTech number 22 a little bit farther up the road, and that was nearly a crash heading into turn 8.
Yeah, that could have ended really bad there for the number 12, and that'll be the number 5 along with the 43 as we head our way into P1 now. And we'll see, can the number 43 get himself ahead of the 5 as we head into P1 corner, and we'll easily get ahead now and can try and chase back after the number 12 of the Tri-State Racing car, of course. They're just 28 seconds back off the leaders and around 8 seconds back off the number 22 in 4th place. So we'll see if those guys can try and catch up to the number 22 with the ResTech Reparto Corsa team as we head our way into Campus and Stavolo. Lap 67 now. They're probably around 100 to 110 in this race, just an hour and a half to go. And like I said before, the fact we've been here for 2 hours and a half and the gaps are still relatively close, especially 30 seconds for the top 7 in the LMP2, is rather interesting indeed and very surprising, I've got to say.
I'll tell you what, Nathan, it's the sort of action we always expect from multi-class sports car racing. This sort of action is nothing new, so to speak, in terms of stuff on iRacing and stuff in real life as well. It still should be applauded, the absolute competitiveness of this field that we have from the European Sports Car Championship. It has been an incredibly entertaining show thus far here on Apex Racing TV. An intriguing race at that. Lots of different pitch strategies, lots of drivers going for some different everything when it comes to this sort of race. Different paint schemes, different numbers, different cars, different everything, different drivers running with some teams as well. This has been a fantastically entertaining race thus far, and if you're tuning into the stream either on Apex Racing TV or the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel, you should probably hit that subscribe button and the notification bell as well, because this action is nothing new to this series and it's going to remain the case for the final 2 races of this season. Coming up is going to be the 5th round of this 6-round season at Mugello, and then we're going to round off the championship at Portimao coming up on November the 7th, unless I'm very much mistaken. I'll probably have to fact check myself on the dates in just a couple of moments time. And if you're in the mood for some more action here on Apex Racing TV, we have got it covered in spades. We've got the Racing Unleashed GT3 series round number 4 at Daytona coming up tomorrow, along with the Radical Sim Racing European Championship and the Radical Sim Racing Americas Championship as well. Both of those series set to close off their championships in style racing at Brands Hatch. And if you're in the mood for some more multi-class sports car racing, you should probably check out the opening race of the Ricmatech World Challenge season number 11 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Road Course. It's a completely shuffled up series ever since it ended season 10 a couple of weeks ago. We've got some new cars running in there. LMP2 is going to be making their debut in the series. Got some GTPs, some GT3s as well. Some awesome action there, and some also awesome action in the form of the Operation E Motorsports iRacing League. Round number 3 of that championship is going to be coming up at Motorsports on the 10th of September at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I think that would be well into probably the early morning hours the day after in Europe. But nevertheless, if you want to tune into all of those streams here on Apex Racing TV, better click that subscribe button and the notification bell. I think we also have the Asphalt Assetto Corsa series, round number 2 of their championship at Zandvoort. I believe, Nathan, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think, aren't you a part of those broadcasts for ACC?
Not the ACC ones, no. I mean, there's that much going on.
Okay.
You can't keep up with what you're going on. I mean, finished the... I completely forgot. You know, there's that much work, there's that much going on, there's that much action. You completely forget what's going on throughout the week, but there's just stream after stream after stream. I think most days this week we've had a stream, of course, next week as well. So there's never anything to miss. There's always something to watch here on the Apex Racing TV channel. And you know, I've noticed, especially over these past couple of months, we've had a lot of work coming through. And, you know, the amount of streams we've had on YouTube has been quite a lot, hasn't it? I mean, I know you was meant to head off to another one, wasn't you, earlier on? But, of course, that one got postponed, so we would have had two on at the same time.
Yes, we would. It was going to be the JW Invitational, which I believe is going to be rescheduled, unless I'm very much mistaken, for September the 21st. So gives you a reason to stay tuned here on Apex Racing TV for some of the action. Look at that, some rally action from the Cemetech Sensations car, still being driven by David Sorzano. He has been behind the wheel of that number 20 car for a decent chunk of this race. The driver that brought it home in first at Barcelona all the way back in June, he's still running in that car and extending that gap to himself and the NOP entry behind, now about 3.5 seconds between first and second overall, and first and second in the LMP2 category. Delta Racing still running in third, dropping back a little bit. I feel like, just based off the pace that they have shown, they may fall into the crutches of the Restec Reporter Corsa team, who's probably upset after the drive-through penalty they had to serve not terribly long ago. Pace-wise, it is a big disparity. Rafael Cuesta in that number 41 Delta Racing car running third at the moment. Last time by said a 2 minutes 7. Actually, you can make that 2:06.2, but still not as fast as Umberto Principe behind the wheel of that number 22 Restec Reporter Corsa team, who the lap before said a 2:05. Of course, has to prove me wrong and said a 2:07 on this lap, trying to play me like a fiddle here on Apex Racing TV today. But never mind. I think we'll switch away from the LMP2 fight and talk about LMP3, because this race is still developing, and that gap between Dynaco Racing Team and W2E Pro GP has actually decreased a teeny tiny bit. It's only gone down by about 3 seconds over the past 15-ish minutes. However, that gap is slowly tumbling down, and with about an hour and a half left to go in this race, we could see a fight between these two. You just never know.
Yeah, we certainly could. I mean, we have as well in P3 the number 47 of the Rising Panda Racing car. I'm sure they started around P5 and P6, and they're up into third, so they're doing a decent job as well on that final podium spot. And then, of course, the Delta Racing team, the number 25, I think they had a penalty earlier on because they were running up in that top two. That's why they've dropped down a little bit here. But we do see here the 98, the Dynaco Racing team, of course, they had a collision here in that exact corner around 10 laps to go. So we'll see what is still to come of that one, as that gap to the number 92 is increased by just over a second there. So I'm not sure if the 92 has just been caught up in a little bit of lap traffic somewhere. Of course, that car being driven by Paolo Vinicius in the 92 and Arnaud Dehu in the number 98, leading the LMP3 category. But looking as well at the LMGT3, you do see at the moment that gap is around 1 minute and 20 seconds to second place. And that gap has only been going up and up and up. But the key thing to notice as well is the number 60, who's quite far off, has also really clawed in the gap to the number 16 now. And it's only 5 seconds away. I know earlier on there was about 3 or 4 positions apart, but now only 2 separates the 73 and the 60 from a 1-2 finish here for the Restec Reparto Corsa team.
And it's really just a 3-car show in LMGT3. Delta Racing running in fourth, fittingly in the number 4 car. They are 2 laps down off the Restec Reporter Corsa number 73, which still leads in LMGT3. So it's looking like a 3-horse race at the moment, with less than an hour and a half left to go from round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship. Really, you could say it's a 2-horse race at the moment between Work Sim Racing and Restec Reporter Corsa. Those two got to be battling for the final 2 positions on the podium. The sister car, meanwhile, 73, they've just entirely checked out. Knowing my luck, though, probably just jinxed that we're going to see that car end up upside down at some point around this racetrack in the near enough future. But Restec just absolutely dominant so far in this race. And really, we've touched on this storyline a lot throughout the broadcast, and we'll mention it here again as well. Restec just putting on a good show, just generally speaking, with this race right now. They're running 4th and 6th in LMP2. They're currently running 1st and 3rd in LMGT3, with a real possibility of them making it a 1-2 in the GT3 class. I think there's some other storylines that we can mention up and down this field. There it is. There's the car now being driven by Alessio I'm not going to embarrass myself. Famulari, there we go. That probably killed that pronunciation. I wholeheartedly apologize here on Apex Racing TV tonight. He's currently running in the number 73 car, took control of that car with the latest round of pit stops, and I believe will probably be driving it all the way until the checkered flag. And right now, he's got a clear windscreen in front of him. The next car is a prototype that's heading his way out of turn number 7 right now. So just a huge gap that Alessio has in that number 73 Rennsport Reporter Corsi team. They may be cruising at this point, because with the sister car slowly reeling in that gap between themselves and the Work Sim Racing team, I think once it becomes a 1-2 with Rennsport Reporter Corsi, they're just going to be in total command of that LMGT3 fight.
Oh yeah, they certainly will. And I mean, once they get into 1-2, they can just control the race perfectly. So that'll be a thing that they'll be looking at to try and get that second place back, as we do see the 41, the Delta Racing team, heading to the pit lane now, and we'll see if Raphael will emerge or if they'll make their driver change and put someone else in the car for the next an hour and 20 minutes, as we do see them enter the pits and the car gets lifted up and they'll complete their pit stop procedure. And of course, the first of those in the lead in running train to make their fourth pit stop. As we've got the 20, 89, 22, 12, 43, 78 still to make their next pit stop in the race. And I've got to say, we can see as well a decent gap, a decent battle between the 43 and the 12. Only a couple of tenths separates those two, with the 78 also closing in just behind as well.
Ooh, and we have a fight on our hands. This is a fight continuing between the Tri-State Racing 12 and the Rennsport Reporter Corsa number 43, side by side, heading through Lake Holm. It was a matter of millimeters separating those two cars at any point during that battle. And if they start to battle hard, look at Race Ventura, the number 68. They're going to get involved. If push comes to shove, this is going to turn into a 3-car fight in the not too distant future. But Luca has just put on a very good show and is going to try and make it up another spot. It would be very good if they finish 1, 2, 3, and 4, albeit between 2 classes for Rennsport Reporter Corsa. It's definitely not out of the realms of possibilities. And look at that LMP3 traffic checking out the Tri-State Racing 12 car quite a lot, hang through Puan, and look at that dive from the Race Ventura number 78 car on that LMP3 traffic. A little bit of contact as well, maybe a penalty heading the way of Race Ventura. That would take them out of this fight for sure, but nevertheless, this fight is looking intense between Tri-State Racing, Rennsport Reporter Corsa, and Race Ventura battling for the final 2 spots inside the top 5, battling for every single point. And considering a lot of these teams, mainly the 12 and the 78, have wins this season and are trying to eye up a fight in the championship, they're going to try and claw for every single position they can.
Yeah, they certainly will, as we do see the 98 as well for the lead of the LMP3 category go into the pits, as we do follow the 43 and the 78 as well to make their pit stops. And we'll see where the 41 comes out respect to them, as they still have Rafael Acresta in the car in the number 41. And we'll see if we get any driver changes for the 43 and the 78, as we will see. Do any of the other LMP3s come into the pits? I don't think they will, or at least I don't think they've even got to the final corner yet. That's how far back everyone else is from the LMP3 leaders of the 98 Dynaco Racing team, as we do see the W2 ePro GP team take the lead of the race ahead of the 47 of the Rising Panda Racing team, who have also really brought that gap down to first, or technically down to second. It's only 2.2 seconds at the moment between those two.
And that is going to be a very close fight between the two teams that we are expecting to be in contention. Of course, Rising Panda Racing already has a track record this season of grabbing some victories. And then W2 ePro GP, even though we're 2 hours and well over, I think about 3 hours into this broadcast by now, 2 hours and 43 minutes into this 4-hour-long race, I still think that W2 ePro GP has probably been one of the most impressive teams thus far. The team that just entered this series a matter of a few weeks ago. This is the first race with the European Sports Car Championship for them, and the fact that they've been leading laps has been incredibly impressive. Rafael Acresta, meanwhile, speaking of the Brazilian W2E Pro GP team, we'll touch on the Brazilian driver behind the wheel of the Delta Racing 41. Things have really fallen apart for this team. They started on the pole, had about a 0.3 of a second gap in qualifying, and then things just went awry ever since the driver swap, and they are still not catching a break at all as they're stuck behind LMP3 and LMGT3 traffic hang through the mid sector of the lap. They may lose out on a spot with the CRF Motorsports black car right behind is still stuck behind. They're finally going to dispatch of the SC competition by TSR Corvette heading into Pouon. However, Rafael Cuesta really got hurt by that lap traffic encounter that he just had. That gap between himself and the CRF Motorsports black entry right behind is practically nothing as they head through Fagnes.
Yeah, I think that cost them 2.5 seconds to the lead. It was 1 minute 13. It's now 1 minute 16. So yeah, cost them 3 seconds there. Did all of that lap traffic heading out of the pit. So certainly not the way that Delta Racing would like to start off their next stint. Probably the penultimate stint they'll have in this race, I would presume. For Rafael Cuesta, whether he stays in or whether someone else jumps back in, we'll see that when that happens. As the number 12 there, the Tri-State Racing Team, our championship leader, heading into the pits now. They definitely aren't having a fun race at all. They're looking for a net P8, P9 in this race, which is certainly where they do not want to be and where they don't need to be at all here. It just hasn't gone well for them at all. It just seems like this track hasn't suited them and their setup possibly. So of course, it'll be a bit of a race that can kind of rise off in a way. They're only going to score 4 points from it, and they've got at the moment 57 to their disposal over 3 rounds. So yeah, definitely a poor outage here for them. But anything can happen. They can easily try and catch back up because there is still over an hour and a half to go, or an hour and 15 minutes to go in this race. But looking yet again at the 92 and the 47, that gap's just over a second. So that gap has really came down over the past 2 laps here. So the 47 could be looking to try and make a move for the net lead here.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a fight beginning to brew in that LMP3 class. This is Rising Panel Racing in that number 47 car running second at the moment. That gap is still decreasing, it must be said, down to about 0.8 of a second heading through Pouon. Despite being in that dirty air, they've got a whole lot of speed in that race car. And just looking lap time wise, you can see it just put on full display in terms of the pace disparity between the two of them. The 92 last time by set a 1 minute 12. Actually, and that was a 1 minute 13, my apologies, a 1 minute 13.1. Meanwhile, Christian behind the wheel of the number 47 Rising Panel Racing car was at a 112.6. So about a half a second separating these two last time by, with the advantage very much going to Rising Panel Racing. Now, though, that gap is going to decrease and decrease and decrease and decrease because he's in the draft now. It's about a half a second between these two, and it's slowly going down. And you also got some LMGT3 traffic a little bit farther up the road for these two to try and dispatch of. I have a very strong feeling that we could see these two go side by side heading into Lake Holm in just a couple of moments time. Ooh, a little bit of a lockup, I think, from the Rising Panel Racing number 47 heading into the chicane. That looked like a small little puff of smoke, but right now 0.2 of a second, going under 0.2 of a second. It won't be smart to go for a move heading into turn number 1. However, big checkups from the GT3 lap traffic. That's a number 31 car that slowed the W2 ePro GP car quite a lot heading into La Source, and this is going to give us a dogfight on our hands. Look at W2 getting that move done on the number 31 car side by side, heading through Rouge and Radion to try and dispatch of that traffic as quickly as possible. However, it may be too little too late. That gap between themselves and the Rising Panel Racing car closing under 0.2 of a second now, slowly about to creak their way under a 10th. Actually, no, I say that Rising Panel Racing and the number 47 car backing out of it and not trying to force the issue to take the lead in LMP3 at this point of the race. But look at that side by side go for the sneak attack. I'm making contact heading through the Lacombe chicane. Rising Panel Racing side by side now got that inside line heading into turn at number 8. W2 on the outside. They're going to relinquish that challenge. That was a sneak attack right there. I was not expecting that at all. I don't know about you, Nathan, but that came out of nowhere.
Well, it worked, didn't it? Catch them off guard, get a move, and get themselves into the lead. And it's worked heavily here for the 47 to put themselves into the lead, of course. The 98 is still in the net lead because they have made that next pit stop, and the others have yet to. But we all know that the 98 has got such a big lead. The battle really for the win in this one is for second. That's the closest you'll get to the win here for any of the other cars on the circuit. And that is, of course, being put into the hands of the number 47, who now has got a few laps before they pit, which is going to try and push and pull ahead of the W2 E Pro team so that they can kind of limit any disadvantage of an undercut or an overcut from the number 92 car. So we'll see what pace the 47 has in some free air, and hopefully doesn't get held up by too much traffic at the moment, as we do see, of course, at the front of the LMP2 category, the 45, the 22 and 89 have got to pit for their 4 pit stop. They've only done 3 at the moment, so we'll see when they pit, and we'll see where the NOP team can make compared to the Simatox Sensations, because that could be an interesting battle to watch indeed. But the Delta Racing car really far off from the from P3. Look at that gap now; it's over 20 seconds, and they was right with it earlier on. So the 41. A big shame for Delta Racing, because they was looking so good. They had a big lead. You're thinking, right, they're going to win this. But now they're not even going to get anywhere near a podium, as we do see here the NOP team, the number 89. Olivier driving. I'm not going to pronounce the last name because I don't want to offend him. So I'll just say Olivier in the front, driving in that car at the front of the field. And I don't think they've had many driver changes. So I think they're only running with a 2-man team here.
Yeah, this is honestly, I think throughout this entire season, NOP has been one of the most interesting teams to try and follow. They've had really a season of 2 halves, 4 races, and opening few rounds, they weren't terribly I mean, they weren't uncompetitive, don't get me wrong. However, they weren't really competing for wins and all of that, but ever since they hit the green flag at Imola, they have hit the ground running, and now they're coming into the pits from the lead of the LMP2 category. 2 hours and 50 minutes on the clock for this 4-hour-long race. That, I believe, will probably give the lead to the ResTech Report, of course, the number 22 car right behind. Actually, no, they're coming in as well, so we'll see how they shake out in terms of their pit stops. That would presumptively give the lead to Simatox Sensations, but again, we've seen some stranger things so far in this broadcast. I won't entirely rule out Simatox Sensations coming in pit lane, as well as a driver swap with Michael Sundstrom getting back behind the wheel of that NOP car to try and bring it all the way to the checkered flag. That number 89 car has a really good shot of not just a podium, but also a win as well, and we're gonna see him try and bring it home. Meanwhile, this is, that was a big off-track moment. Who was that heading through turn number 15? Had a big off-track excursion, saw some gravel getting thrown up into the air. We're following Dorian Lievre in the number 68 Trackside Racing LMP2 car. That was a big off-track moment. He had one earlier as a rear wing was off on that race car, and he flipped it. That was a huge impact for the number 68 car, upside down on the gravel trap of turn number 15, and that, unless I'm very much mistaken, has brought the first full course yellow out in this race. So unlike the pace car idea that we had earlier with the field running around under the pit lane speed limit, this has brought this full-on safety car out. This is going to pack up this field, and the entire complexion of this race has just been changed with a snap of a finger.
Wow, that was... It flipped in the... I don't know how it's flipped, but yeah, obviously, I think he had a bit of damage on the rear of the car, and of course that's just lifted the car up in the air. There's no sort of downforce at all. It's just lifted it up in the air, flew, and he flew over, and unfortunately stayed on his lead, which is definitely not a way that the 68 would like to continue this race, being as they were leading at one point. They were in the best position, and now all the way down in 8th, and going to be certainly far off the leaders indeed. But this does bring everyone close together now, especially with the leaders. First down to 7th on the lead lap, which is certainly a brilliant... Actually, no, I think the first down to about 10th is on the lead lap, which is definitely which is a good thing to see, because it means we can have a right battle to the end.
I think we're going to have battles in 2 of the 3 classes. I was going to say that we could have a battle in an LMGT3. However, I feel like that may be wishful thinking with how dominant the number 73 car has been all throughout this race. But this full course yellow is going to send this race, in my mind, into absolute pandemonium. It is going to be a heart-pumping conclusion to this 4-hour-long race. It all started well over 2 hours and 50 minutes ago with the drop of the green flag, and ever since then, this race has just been absolutely... It's been intriguing, it's been insane, it's been funny in very odd ways. It has blown both of our vocal cords out, but nevertheless, we are setting ourselves up for a fantastic finish here from the 4th round of the European SportsCar Championship. When this race gets back underway, we're not sure exactly when it will get back underway. It certainly will get back underway, that is for darn sure, and when it does, it will probably be with either around 1 hour left or less than 1 hour left on the clock, and that is going to be crunch time for these drivers. drivers. They are going to be even more aggressive than they have been so far in this race, which is really saying something considering the level of aggression that we've seen thus far between LMP2 drivers, LMP3 drivers, and the drivers running in LMGT3. This is going to be a good one. Nathan, I would ask you who you have your money on coming towards the end of this race. I don't think there's any way to predict how it's going to end, though.
I mean, I think for the LMGT3, you can probably say the 73 with, quite good confidence. But then the LMP3 could be between the top three, and then the LMP2, it could be between 9-10 cars. Like, that is very close. So you really can't call who's going to come out in top in the LMP2, but I think it's quite safe to say the 73 will take the victory, and then it's between the 47, 92, and 25 in the LMP3 category here. But either way, all the pack is being bunched up, everyone's behind each other, and some people are lapped still, so that also causes a bit of an issue. So we'll have to see how that goes for the drivers.
This race has been full of twists and turns, not only with the cars around the racetrack, but with the storylines that we've had to follow. At first, we were thinking it was mainly going to be down to strategy, but with the only full course yellow we've had thus far coming at 2 hours and 50 minutes in, it's going to be a sprint. There could be no doubt about it. It's been a marathon thus far, but we've got a sprint to the checkered flag. The field's still pacing around under yellow at the moment. I believe this is the longest it took so far this season for a full course safety car yellow to come out in this race. Barcelona came out fairly early. Magny-Cours came out fairly early. Imola, a little bit on the later end. I think it was an hour and a half in, but nevertheless, the full course yellow did come out. These drivers nearly made it to the 3-hour mark, and it took Dorian Lievre crashing out of this race in spectacular style to bring the yellow out. This is probably a very bad transition / segue, whatever you want to call it, but chances are that's probably going to end up on the Apex Racing TV highlights reel for the month of September, and I believe the August highlights reel is actually going to come out in just a couple of days' time. That was an absolutely ridiculous-looking collision with Dorian Lievre. I mean, people have done it before, ever since the reworked gravel physics introduced themselves into iRacing a couple of seasons ago, probably about a year ago at this point now, come to think of it. You just hit that gravel trap. It's like you hit a freaking concrete wall. So we just saw that get put on full display with Dorian Lievre. That car crowned to a halt as quickly as possible, and with this field still under full course yellow. I mean, what a heck of a way to bring out the first full course yellow, Nathan. I
know, and it's, well, a car flipping in the air brings everyone back together. I suppose in a way it's a little bit lucky for some of the teams. You know, so the 41, the 12 as well, and the 78 all being brought back into this, but also the 87. You know, I remember, I think around an hour ago, they were in contact with the 98, got flung into the wall down at the Lafania chicane. They're now 16 seconds off the leaders. They could also still be in contention for a podium here this evening. So, we'll probably go racing with around an hour to go. So with 1 hour to go in, you know, here in the LMP2 category, it's all to play for. In the LMP3, you got the 47, 92, and 25 having their battle for 1, 2, and 3, and then in the LMGT3, you know, the 73, I don't think anything can stop them because they've made hardly any mistakes. I don't think they've got one penalty. They've not been involved in an incident. They've just been the definition of perfect in this race.
I don't know why. I have a very strange suspicion that the Rennsport Reporter Course number 73 team may try and play a trick on us and just spin out for no obvious reason other than to be like, hey, let's do this. I've done some broadcasts here on Apex Racing TV in the past where two teammates who absolutely dominated the series that I was covering decide to battle just because they're like, oh yeah, let's make this broadcast a bit more interesting. And so they just started battling even though they knew that they were going to finish 1 and 2. So maybe something like that happening. The field approaching a restart in the not too distant future, I believe. Actually, no, we're still getting the field sorted out with how long we had spent under the green flag conditions. There's a whole lot of field sorting that we have to do. The field getting packed up quite a lot. I believe LMGT3, unless there's some sort of trickery befalling race control and they're going to try and close up that gap, that's probably going to be just an absolutely dominating performance from the number 73 to grab their third victory in 4 rounds. They'd be the first team to do that this season. unless Rising Panda Racing and the number 47 car have anything to say about, because they, of course, have 2 victories as well. At this point in time, still under yellow, coming up about a minute and a half left on the clock until we hit that 3-hour mark and get the final hour, happy hour here from the European Sports Car Championship underway. Still waiting for the field to get sorted out under yellow. I think that's probably why there's people in my house that are smelling smoke, because I've been thinking so much. Yeah, make jokes about yourself from time to time. Here's a good question for you, Nathan, while we're under this full course yellow and don't have a whole lot to discuss as the field is very slow. You mentioned earlier on that it was a 2-liter bottle of water, wasn't it, that you had next to you? How far down are you in that bottle of water?
Well, more than 3/4 of the way down. I've probably got maybe half a glass worth left. I've still got half a glass to drink, and then I've got another half a glass. So you're probably looking around 500 milliliters, maybe a little bit more. It's been drunk quite a lot, especially through that middle part of the race where it was just action, especially when we had the was it the LMP3s having their little battle, didn't we? And then we had the 43s and the 22s having their battle as well.
I think that may be the reason why you've been drinking water like it's going out of style. I think I'm about 3/4 of the way through my bottle as well, albeit this was a 500 milliliter bottle. It's still the first one that I started off on this broadcast. I don't know, maybe maybe I'm like a camel and like I drink a bunch and it just like, hydrates my throat to be able to do these broadcasts for as long as this one has been. So that could be the reason why I haven't drank too much water. Everyone tuning into the stream here on Apex Racing TV or the European Sports Car Championship, always remember to hydrate. So as I think I'm gonna eye up another sip of water here in the not too distant future. Field still under yellow at the moment. I gotta say, it's now 1-2 for ResTech Report. Of course, I believe some trickery has been going on in LMGT3 for Work Sim Racing to drop down to 3rd and now be 1 lap down to the number 73 team.
Yeah, they must have went into the pits again, I think. It's a bit of a weird one. They must have gone into the pits, did the 16 of the Work Sim Racing. Yeah, because they've completed 2 pit stops, whereas the 73 and the 60 have only completed 2. But if they went to the pits, I think they'll get a drive-through for that, because I did go under when we was in these conditions in the safety car, but if they've run out of fuel, they're forced to pit, aren't they, in that case? So maybe they've been forced to pit because of fuel, and now, boom, they'll get a drive-through for that.
I think that is going to be a big one. I'll take a look to see if there's any sort of drive-through penalty that has been issued by iRacing, because, of course, at times like that, they will occasionally issue out a penalty of their own accord. So iRacing has not issued out a penalty yet to that Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang, currently being driven by Liam Kilton. But we could see a penalty levied from Race Control. Of course, Race Control at the moment mainly focused on trying to get the field sorted out at the moment, because they have a whole lot of drivers to go through, a whole lot of cars to go through as well. Mentioned earlier on in the broadcast the wonderful participation here from the European Sports Car Championship, and that's really rung through even into the second half of the season. 41 cars running in this race, 21 of them being in the top class of LMP2. Been a very fantastic series to cover thus far, it must be said, here on Apex Racing TV, and the action going to continue. I said earlier on in the broadcast I was going to fact check myself about the next few races of this season and get the dates right on them. So now I think that'll probably be a good time while we're still under this yellow and not going to green next time by either, for that matter. We'll go through the rest of the schedule. Mugello and Portimao going to round this season off. Round number 5 at Mugello is going to be on October the 5th here on Apex Racing TV, and Portimao round number 6 going to bring this season to a close, where we're going to be probably crowning 3 champions unless the number 73 team keeps up their dominance, in which they may seal the deal at the next race at Mugello. But nevertheless, 2 rounds left to go from the 2024 season schedule from the European Sports Car Championship, and fingers crossed that all of these will be broadcasted on Apex Racing TV. And I think as we're still under this full course yellow, kind of grasping at straws of stuff to talk about at this point in time, I'll ask you, Nathan, about Mugello. Have you what are your thoughts on that track? I think it's pretty cool. I bought it as soon as it was implemented into iRacing, but I want to know your thoughts on Mugello as well.
I mean, it's a great track, isn't it? I've unfortunately never had the opportunity to commentate there, which is a shame because I would love to. I don't think I've ever raced there either. I think I might have done a lap or two. I think it was on a Assetto Corsa, but it's a brilliant track, isn't it? You know, it's one of those tracks that obviously, if you're only a Formula One fan, you're not going to know it. If you're a motorsport fan, you will know it. So, you know, everyone who watches all these different, you know, sorts of motorsport will understand how great of a track Mugello is. You know, it's got such a history. Ferrari as well have got a history there. So it's going to be a great track to go to. It's quite, it's quite flowy. If you can get a good lap, it's quite flowy. It's quite satisfying. So I think, yet again, the action around there is going to be quite interesting. But also, it's a lot shorter than Spa as well. So you make a mistake, you don't get punished as much as you would here. Of course, when we had the car 34, had the mistake up at Eau Rouge, that was a long road all the way back to the pits, whereas at Mugello, it's a lot less of a lap. So it does make it a little bit easier, especially if you have an incident on the first lap or, you know, maybe under a safety car restart, because that's, you know, probably someone's going to have an incident on this restart here. But a track like Mugello, a lot shorter, gives you the chance to, you know, not be at much of a disadvantage, but also it's, I think parts of it's a lot tighter than Spa as well, aren't they? So it's going to be interesting to see how the cars can navigate through each other.
This right here, I think, is the, we mentioned the happy hour. This is like the 15-minute talk show that we have while we're under full course yellow. We have now ticked over to the final hour of this race. 3 hours and 4 minutes, coming up to 3 hours and 5 minutes on the clock in 3, 2, 1. 3 hours and 5 minutes here from this 4-hour-long race, round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship. And back to the discussion of water. I've now finally finished the first bottle of water here, so I'm not sure if that got picked up on the other on the microphone or not. So I think I'm not sure whether or not I should mute my microphone as I crush this water bottle. I may. I'm not even sure what. I don't know. My brain is thinking.
Nothing to talk about. I mean,
yeah, there's nothing to talk about. It's oh no, we've talked about the
15 minutes, is it?
I think we're coming up to that. Yeah, about 15 minutes under yellow now. Hopefully, we're going to be getting the green flag in just a couple of moments' time. Otherwise, we're gonna have a chat about weather. We'll talk about the weather in iRacing. No chance of rain between now and the. There's no chance of rain between now and the end of this. Track ambient temperatures around Francorchamps here in iRacing remaining at about 67 degrees Fahrenheit. I guess that'd be about 19 degrees Celsius. Track temperature, meanwhile, a little bit hotter with these drivers running around the track under pace car speeds. It has cooled off a little bit, but still 85 degrees Fahrenheit, about 29 degrees Celsius. So a little bit of a, I think this is probably the good window in terms of like ambient temperature and track temperature as well. Imola last time at the ambient temperature was in the 90s Fahrenheit. It was about 115 Fahrenheit for the track temperature as well. That gets to the point where the tires just start to turn as like silly putty when everything is said and done. So some more drivers being handed some waiver rounds. The number 60 Rennsport Reporter Corsi team has been given a waiver round over the pace car, so that's going to put them back on the lead lap. Still got some more stuff to be taken care of from this race. Already talked about the weather in sim. We've already talked about water. We've talked about Mugello next time out. Did we talk about Portimao? I'm not really sure what else we can mention. I think if this pace car stays any longer, I may start talking about the stock market, and believe me, I believe nothing would die out our audience quicker here on Apex Racing TV quicker. Yeah, just looking through, trying to fish for some storylines here with the GT3 contenders going around the pace car. Ooh, here's a good one. I'm curious if the number 60 going around the pace car and getting the wave around is actually going to decrease that gap somewhat between themselves and the sister car number 73. Ooh. Let's see if the number 60 is actually going to be closer as a result of this full course yellow than they were before the yellow was called.
That's going to go all the way back around again, hasn't it? And catch back up.
Yeah, he's we're gonna be here for a little while. I'm curious. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious. Alex, our producer for this broadcast, I'm curious who can maybe ride on board a little bit with Carmelo Trampani. I think I got that pronunciation correct the first time behind the wheel of the Rennsport Reporter Corsi team, the Mercedes with a a pretty interesting looking race car in the world of iRacing. It is a pretty big one. It joins the likes of the BMWs and the Mustangs now as some pretty big cars in the world of GT3 racing. But surprisingly so, they've been pretty quick. And Jamie Fluke, I believe, is actually either currently celebrating his birthday or has recently celebrated his birthday. My old colleague here on these European Sports Car Championship broadcasts, he's driven the Mercedes a lot in iRacing, and he's been quite surprised about how well this ResTech duo have been able to wheel these cars to victory after victory so far in this season. And I think they may be the only two cars on the lead lap when everything is said and done. Just a crushing performance from that team.
Yeah. Certainly, absolutely phenomenal from the two in the 73 and the 60. And of course, these 73 are going to make it 3 wins in a row. Round 2, round 3, round 4. And at the moment, the number 47, which is the Rising Panda Racing team, are also looking to make it 3 wins in a row. Round 2, round 3, round 4. And then we'll have Simatuk Sensations looking to make it 2 wins, round 1 and round 4. So, yet again, all people winning here today are previous winners, or people that are looking to win today at the moment are previous winners here. So, interesting indeed. And, well, it'll be good for Simatuk in the standings. They're currently 5 points behind the back of NOP, who are just behind them. That gap had come to the same. And then Tri-State are in P5. So that gap will really come down, and we'll have a good battle between first, second, third, and third here going into round 5.
You mentioned some of the previous race winners. I think we have one of the drivers who won the opening race of the season at Barcelona. Corbin Lenaway, part of the Works Sim Racing number 16 team, has now joined us in the commentary booth here on Apex Racing TV. Corbin, welcome to the talk show portion of the broadcast here today. Your team has put on a pretty good show, currently running third, albeit 1 lap down as it stands at the moment in the LMGT3 class. Can you talk us through the race, both from your perspective as a driver and just from the team as a whole so far?
Yeah, for the team as a whole, it's been pretty tough. I was pretty happy with my pace to start the race. We kind of changed up our strategy from the last 2 races just to try to stay with the ResTech guys up front. So it seemed to work out. I kept them within a second throughout the first hour of the race, so that was good. Unfortunately, Dino kept having hardware issues and his monitor was cutting out, so lost a ton of time, obviously. And ended up having to bring him in a few laps early, which really just screwed up our entire pit strategy. So had to pit under yellow when the pits were closed just a few minutes ago, and we're going to just take the drive-through penalty, and it is what it is. But, yeah, we're pretty disappointed, but, we thought we had some good pace, and we thought we could try to beat these guys at Spa, and it was all going great till it wasn't. So here we are.
I mean, considering the wild twists and turns we've seen from the previous 3 races this season, I wouldn't entirely rule y'all out of ending up with the win when everything is said and done. Hell, for all we know, we could see both those ResTech cars end up going the way of Dorian Lievre with his flip coming out of turn 15 to bring out this full course yellow at this point in the race. But your teams have a pretty good season thus far, kicked it off in pretty good fashion all the way back in June at Barcelona with the victory. Have been in contention ever since, got a very close battle with yourselves and the number 73 team at Magny Core the race after that. Been a pretty good season from your perspective with that Work Sim Racing number 16 team. So coming into the final 2 races of this season at Mugello and Portimao, what are you guys kind of thinking in terms of the strategy, the game plan, and just the expectations coming throughout the rest of the season?
Well, I think our strategy would have played out okay if you subtract all the hardware issues that we had, and it just really, really threw us off today. So I think we were on track, to not lose any time due to bad strategy. So that was good. I think we're gonna stay with kind of what we have now as far as drive time obligations and whatnot. So we're gonna roll with that. And these guys are just tough to beat. That's just plain and simple. They obviously have it all figured out, and we're still getting there. So glad to be where we are in the point standings, but I would definitely like to be a bit closer on pure race pace throughout the whole 4 hours. We'll do what we can to improve for Mugello, but they're going to be tough there as well, being from Italy. So yeah, we'll see what we can do. But I think our strategy is okay. It's just got to hope for better luck next time around, I guess.
Hey, there you go. Big factor in these races is always going to be luck, and a little bit tough that y'all have gotten some bad luck throughout this season. Corbin, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth. And now, before you let you go, is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yeah, I just want to give a thanks to Dino. I mean, he stepped in pretty last minute. Brandon Mosby has been our guy for the last 2 rounds, so he just hasn't been able to put the proper preparation in. So Dino stepped in, picked up the pace pretty quick, and then it just struggled to keep it going straight today. But yeah, thanks to all the guys on the team for all the support. Racecraft, they're the best off-road truck team in the world, and we just kind of partnered with them to further grow the team. So thanks to all those guys, everybody helping me out on the team. I appreciate it. So.
Alrighty, well, there you go. Corbin, tough stuff. The fact that y'all aren't going to probably be in contention for the race victory here at Spa, but excited to see that slice of all-American horsepower out on track for the final 2 races of this season. Corbin, thanks for joining us, man.
Yep, thanks, guys. Enjoy your podcast.
Thank you very much. That's Corbin Lenaway. Good spirit when everything is said and done. This is kind of like a podcast. We're still under full course yellow procedures. 25 minutes now under full course yellow. So I guess the the realism coming into effect here at the European Sports Car Championship, because I think if a crash that Dorian Lievre just had happened in real life, we would be spending probably even more time under full course yellow. If not, we'd probably have a red flag as a result of everything going on. Yeah. But after that chat with Corbin Lenaway, Nathan, has there been anything interesting that you've noticed in this full course yellow? I gotta say the ResTech cars are much closer now.
Yeah, definitely right close together. I mean, I don't reckon they'll have much of a battle because of the well, they'd rather have a 1-2 than have a big incident and cost themselves a race. But as you see, the 22. Oh, many people having to pit here. Now this is interesting.
Okay.
There's 6 cars in the LMP2s that are pitting. P3 down to P9, then we got P14, P15, P19, and then we got the top 4 in the LMP category, along with the 73 and the 29 in the LMGT3 category. Oh my God, look at the pits. Oh my.
This is an absolute parade. Thankfully for these drivers, the pits are open, so they will not be incurring any sort of pit lane, entering closed pit lane speeding penalties. However, it is a flood of drivers in all 3 classes coming down pit lane. You can see Tri-State Racing exiting out. They're going to be in 3rd in the LMP2 class with much fresher tires. I'm curious how all these other teams are going to try and cope with this interesting strategy call that a lot of these teams have taken. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, we've got ResTech Reporter Corse and ResTech Reporter Corse, the number 73 and number 60, both down pit lane. The SE competition by TSR Corvette is also coming to the pits, along with the VR Racing number 29. That was well executed from both Tri-State Racing cars. Chris Cadditt's behind the wheel of the Tri-State Racing car. He is now in the lead of LMP3 with less than 45 minutes remaining on the clock. This worked out quite well with both Tri-State Racing teams, with them now running 3rd in LMP2 and 1st in LMP3. Well done.
I mean, looking at the gaps, obviously 12 seconds between Tri-State and NOP and the leaders, but 89 and 20 have got to pit. They've been on the same tyres for like, what, nearly an hour at this point? They've got to pit soon, so they've pretty much ruined their chance, I think, here of a 1 and 2. They're going to drop down behind P9 here, which is the 41 of Delta Racing. So Tri-State, who had a really poor start, dropped back so much. We're into P8, P9, and they're looking to be the net leaders of the race, along with the 43 and the 78.
Yeah, so these drivers at this point trying to grapple with so many different things. You know, the strategy conversation that we've had a lot throughout this broadcast, it's coming back in full swing, because we were talking earlier on about how the strategy was going to be a big factor in this race. Then it kind of faded away a little bit as these drivers start to go on somewhat similar and identical strategies, but now it's going to be different. We've got Simatech Sensations and NOP running P1 and P2 and LMP2. They did not come in last time by. I'm curious if they will this time by. If they do, that's going going to relegate them down the running order, though. So really, I think Tri-State Racing has done themselves pretty okay in this pit cycle. They're going to be running in third on this restart. Whenever that may be, we have absolutely no idea. The pace lights are still not out on the pace car or safety car, whatever terminology you want to use to try and describe the car that's at the front of the field. The lights aren't out, so it's not going to be giving the field back into the hands of the Simatech Sensations number 20 car yet. However, we could see that happen in the not too distant future. Work Sim Racing, I believe, in that pit cycle has actually retaken their position on the lead lap, albeit they are a ridiculous 4 minutes and 14 seconds back of the number 73 ResTech Reported Corsa team, and then basically they are 1 lap down. It's just on our live timing tower they are currently not being marked as 1 lap down. And looking up and down this field, I feel like it's probably going to be it's going to be in the 30s for sure. It's going to be not under 40 minutes left to go in this 4-hour-long race when we get it back up rolling, ready to go and ready to rock and roll to bring this race to a close. I still think, even though the amount of racing that's happened since the last time I asked you this question, Nathan, I still feel like asking you who you have picked is probably not a good question to ask.
I mean, before it would have been completely different, but I actually think the number 12 here, the Tri-State Racing team, are probably in the best position in the LMP2s. LMP3, yet again, you can't call it. And obviously the LMGT3, I think the 73 definitely have it in the bag, even though their team are behind them. But surely first and second will pit, and they will. The 20 and the 89 stays out. So the 20 goes in this lap of rain, and we'll see. The 20 should come out behind, might even come out behind Evolve Racing here, which would be P12. That's how far back they'll fall, because that's only 30 seconds to P11 here.
Ooh, this is going to be a big change for Simatech Sensations. Even at their lowest, I think they're still solidly inside the top 10. So let's see how things are going to shake out for them. They're now stopped in their pit stall, and they're going to careen their way down the... Actually, no, they're not really careening their way down the running order. Quick splash and dash. I don't even think they took tires. I did not see that car go up on jacks. So that was an interesting call from Simatech Sensations. They're like, hey, we're coming in for a splash and dash. We're going to be good on fuel. Probably not going to be good on tires, but, that's neither here nor there. So one good thing it must be said about this new rescan of Spawn, of course, not entirely 100% sure on this, mainly because the scan was only released at the start of, ever since the iRacing downtime earlier on this week. So it's only been a few days since then. However, just based off common logic and the fact that this track has been repaved ever since the last scan of Spa was done, I believe this track doesn't really act like a cheese grater on the tires like some other tracks do. So I think, honestly, it's going to be a hard challenge for sure for Simatech Sensations, but I think they may be able to pull off that strategy even without being on fresh tires.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, won't it? I mean, I think a few of them did change tyres on those that went in, so we'll see that difference, once we get back under racing into the green flag conditions. And NOP probably will pit this lap as well. They definitely need to pit. They're not going to go all the way to the end. They're not going to do they're not going to do an hour and a half of without pitting. So we'll see what they choose to do next. We'll have 38 minutes on the clock at the moment to go in this race. It'll probably be around 35 before we go under racing action. Of course, we went into the safety car window. Was it 55 to the 3-hour mark? We're now at 22 minutes in, so it's been about half an hour now, hasn't it? So it's been a long time sitting here under this safety car, but hopefully not many laps to go here before we can get back under racing action.
I'm keeping my fingers crossed because at this point I feel like I'm going stir crazy with seeing this field pace under yellow. It's been, I think, about 30 minutes that we spent under this full course yellow. I believe, just based off the stuff that I'm seeing in the iRacing chat, we may be coming to green this time by. Trying to look farther off into the distance to see if we can see the lights on that pace car. We cannot. The pace car is well farther down. There it is. The pace car lights are off, so the field is going to go back in the hands of the NOP car of Michael Sundstrom. He is going to be leading it. However, he's got a car in front of him. That is some lap traffic in the LMP2 category, multiple laps down. That is a number 99 entry. They are running well farther back in class currently. As it stands at the moment in the LMP2 class, the number 99 car is running down in 17th in class at the moment, 3 laps down for the Digitrax entry, but they're coming to green this time by and setting ourselves up for a fantastic finish here from round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship. Gonna be a tick over 35 minutes left to go in this 4-hour long race. These drivers gonna have to deal with cold tires, drivers running some interesting strategies to say the very least. But at this point in time, I'm fairly confident in NOP. However, we'll just, there's so many things that can decide how this race is going to shake out. We've got a close fight in LMP2. The LMP3 fight, that is going to be ridiculous because really the Tri-State Racing number 21 team, the Dynaco Racing number 98 team, the Rising Panel Racing 47 team, and the W2E Pro GP team all have a really good shot to take the checkered flag when everything was said and done. Currently 5 cars on the lead lap in that class, and all of them are covered by less than 15 seconds. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, we've got teammates battling with the number 60 and number 73 ResTech Reparta Corse cars. We'll see how things shake out with the restart for there.
Of course, it's
taking a quick cough. Hopefully that. Sorry. Yes. 99's got to be at the front. He's coming down pit lane. Okay, so 99 is going to be coming down pit lane. Hopefully that cough I just had a few moments ago didn't get picked up on the microphone, but nevertheless, the field back in the hands of NOP, and for the first time about a half an hour, we are back to green flag running here from the European Sports Car Championship. Michael Sundstrom leading them into turn number 1. Meanwhile, got some traffic a little bit farther behind being dealt with. That's runners in the LMP2 class, multiple laps down, contending with some drivers in LMP3s, but meanwhile, the ResTech Reparta Corse number 43 trying to avoid the drama going on behind. That's a Dynaco Racing team number 98, just got spun on the outside of turn number 1. That is going to relegate them down the running order. Be very careful here on the rejoin. Maxime in Berlin was able to rejoin the race without further incident, but this is given a comfortable cushion to the Tri-State Racing car, currently being driven by the American of Chris Cadet. He is leading it with about 35 minutes left to go from this 4-hour long race. He needs to keep it clean, though. He wants to keep it clean because he has a very good shot of taking the checkered flag in this race, and we very well could see a P1 and P1 finish for both Tri-State Racing cars in LMP2 and LMP3. They have a really good shot to take the checkered flag, the top of both of those classes. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, the number 73 ResTech Reparta Corse car extending the gap over their sister entry, the number 60, about a second separating those two cars, heading their way into turn number 8. This car has been absolutely dominant. Big puff of smoke heading through turn number 8. I believe that may have been the Dynaco Racing team number 98, had a big sideways snap, but nevertheless, looking at another Tri-State Racing car. This is Bart Matai in that Tri-State Racing 12 LMP2 car. The big drift coming out of turn number 13. He is pushing that car to the absolute limit, and he is doing it for 2 reasons. One, he's got some clean air, he's got downforce on that race car, and he wants to make hay while the sun's shining, and he's also feeling the pressure from the number 43 and the number 78 right behind. Those two cars covered by about 0.3 of a second. In fact, they may start to battle in the not too distant future. That is Alex Pilbeam behind the wheel, the number 78 Race Ventura entry, running 4th as it stands at the moment in the LMP2 category. Will he go for a move into the final chicane? Won't be close enough. Even with balls of steel, he would not have been able to make that move stick. So he's still running in 4th at the moment. ResTech Reparta Corse number 43 holding on to that final podium position for now. However, with how close these two cars are, they are going to start to battle nearly side by side. They will be side by side heading through La Source and nearly making contact as well through turn number 1. These drivers are getting extra racy, extra risky, and we're going to see the MV Skin Lab DS Racing car get involved in this fight if they don't calm themselves down. This is definitely a 3-car fight that we have on our hands for the final podium position overall, in the final podium position in the LMP2 category. Look at that, Race Ventura trying to stick it around the outside, heading down the Camel straightaway into Lake Holm chicane in just a couple of moments time. Gonna be a battle last late breakers. Who's going to prevail in this fight? It's going to be the number 43 entry holding on to P3 for now, but look at MV Skin Lab DS Racing in contact heading through Lake Holm. That is both of those cars linked together. They managed to keep it going in a straight line and add the barrier. Unbelievable stuff from those two. However, there's damage on those race cars. There can be no doubt about it. Alex Pilbeam, a very aggressive driver. I got to see that aggression firsthand when he was running in the Apex Race Racing Academy Super Formula Light Series earlier on this year. Of course, completely different cars compared to these LMP2s, but it is still the same driver behind the wheel, and we saw that aggression get put on full display, and we very well could see a penalty as a result of that. That was borderline.
Yeah, that was, I mean, yeah, they did collect each other and they did get back onto track in their position, but of course, Race Ventura got the benefit of it, so I'm sure a penalty will come their way. And of course, with the field being so close, a penalty is the last thing they want with only just over half an hour to go in this race. And now we can see the 87 here, the MV Skin Lab DS Racing team looking to close down now on a 4th place finish here ahead at the 43 of the Restec Reparto Corsa team. And the question is, if they got damage on that car, it's definitely a possibility for the number 43 as we head our way through Blanchimont and down in towards the bus stop chicane. The outside line will be the way to go for the 87, but no, switches back to the inside and choosing to sit back for now, doesn't want to make the move, would rather look for it on a better opportunity in a place where you're most least likely to make that contact as we head our way back down to La Source once again. And you can see the 43 now really struggling as we head into La Source. And we won't see ascend yet from the 87, but surely we're not going to be that far away from ascend being made, probably down to Lake, or possibly down in towards the bus stop chicane on the next, on this lap, on lap 87. As the NOP team have a decent lead ahead, of course, 5.5 seconds, but it has came down to what it was, even though there was a bit of contact with a couple of drivers earlier on.
NOP at this point still in control of the LMP2 class, coming up to only 30 minutes left to go from this 4-hour-long race. And look at that, some aggressive defending from Carmen Forte in that Restec Reparto Corsa number 43, side by side with MV Skin Labs heading through Lake Calm. This may end in tears if those drivers try and battle as hard as they just did. There's definitely contact made, and with them battling hard, you gotta look at Delta Racing right behind. Maybe Delta Racing tried to go for a move on MV Skin Lab heading into turn number 8, not close enough. You also got to look at Vision 1 Motorsports right behind. It is a giant pack of LMP2 cars that we have in our camera sites right now. Look at that. It's just a never-ending stream of LMP2 competitors. Race Ventura, they are happy. They are... They're going to be crapping cotton candy just based off the fact they got out of that absolute hornet's nest of LMP3 race cars. As side by side, Vision 1 Motorsport tried to go for a move on Delta Racing heading into Fania, not close enough to get that move done under braking for the 12th corner around this racetrack. That is Rafael Acuesta behind the wheel of that Delta Racing car. This team started this race from the pole. They were running very, very good, but then things just start to fall apart, and now they're going to be very lucky to break their way into the top 5. We'll just have to see how things will work out for the Brazilian behind the wheel, the number 41 LMP2 entry, as this race comes to its final crescendo. It's still NOP leading it, actually extending their gap a teeny tiny bit. Is not NOP, but Tri-State Racing actually maintaining their gap between themselves and Race Ventura. The gap between NOP and Tri-State, meanwhile, that's actually going down now to about 4.8 to 4.7 seconds between the two drivers running at the north end of the LMP2 field. This is going to be a very intense finish. I still have a good feeling about Tri-State Racing, though. They're closing up that gap, of course, in the world of racing. Catching up is one thing, passing is an entirely different thing. But based off the fact that Tri-State Racing is leading in LMP3 and they're running in P2 and LMP2, I have a really good feeling that the same team can do the double at Spa. What an achievement that would be.
I mean, I can't see NOP getting to the end. They might do, but I can't see it being possible, being as how late they pitted earlier on. But we'll see what the NOP team can do. And either way, the gaps are really coming down between the number 12 and the 89, as we do see here the number 47 here looking to try and charge down on the Tri-State Racing car of number 21. The two LMP3s here looking to battle for the leaders. They head their way down the Kemmel straight in towards the Lacombe chicane here, and I think that the Rising Panda team, the 47, has got the advantage heading into the Lacombe chicane, unless the 21 can do something about it. And no, they choose to back out there heading in towards the Lacombe chicane. There's no point coming into contact with half an hour to go. You've gone, what, 7-8 through the race. There's no point getting rid of it all now when there's only 28 minutes to go in the race. Surely, though, the 21 can try and catch up if he has time to, of course, as there's only 28 minutes to go. And looking at the front, still that gap coming down. 4.1 seconds now is the gap between the 89 and the 12.
Ooh, and that's an off-track excursion a little bit farther in the back for the Tri-State Racing number 21 car. They ran wide, hang through turn number 9, hit the gravel, the outside, and they just lost out on P2 to Delta V Racing, the number 25 car, slipping its way up into second in the LMP3 category, capitalizing on that mistake for Chris Caddis behind the wheel of that Tri-State Racing number 21 effort. But right now, we have got 2 cars in 2 classes trying to pull off the triple. Rising Panda Racing, the number 47, has gotten 2 victories this season. They won at Magny-Cours and they won at Imola 3 weeks ago. They're going to try and go for the three-peat as we take a look at the replay of that off-track moment for Chris Caddis. He was trying to push that car to hell and back, but just pushed it a little bit over the edge. It is a razor-thin margin that these LMP3 cars have. They tend a bit more towards understeer, but they are tough cookies to try and drive around a racetrack fast. So credit where credit's due to the fact that it wasn't an easy set of circumstances he was in by far, having to deal with dirty air, having to deal with worn out tires, and having to deal with a racetrack where if you just go a little bit offline, you're going to hit the marbles and you're just going to skid off the racetrack in a cloud of dust and steam. But as we wrap the bow around that storyline, we're going to talk about this fight that's going on between Marcos Adami in the number 31 Delta Racing car. He's actually close to the VR Racing black entry, the number 29 Mustang. They're side by side heading in to the final chicane around this lap. VR Racing has had an up and down day. That is for darn sure. They're running in P2, then they're running in the podium spot. They're in the top 4 fight for a while, but things have fallen apart for them, and they're just barely clinging on after that off-track excursion they had heading through Blanchimont not very long ago, crabbing their way onto pit lane, but they are feeling really, really risky. That looked like a little bit of a block coming out of turn number 1. I'm not even gonna lie.
Yeah, the 31 there looking for the move as we head our way up into Eau Rouge and Radion. We'll see. Can the 31 get a move past the 29? Should be quite a simple one here. Bit his head close the gap, so as they head their way through in towards the Kemmel Straight. The gap's just over 1/10 of a second as we head to the outside here for the number 31. Looking to try and find that move. The BMW ahead of the Mustang in towards the Lacombe chicane. And who will come out in that 6th place? Will it be VR or will it be Delta? And it will be VR Racing just for now. Keeps that 6th place. But a lot of defence has gone into play here for the number 29. Connor Swain has had to put a lot of effort in here to keep that position and also hold off the likes of, I think, the 73 there, who's also looking to try and get through. But of course, these two having their battle don't want to let that car go through. They want to rather have their battle for 6th and 7th rather than, possibly cost a position to let the number 73 make that position and get through into the lead lap.
And as that fight is going on in the LMGT3 fight right outside the top 5, NOP is slowly losing their lead in LMP2. The gap is still maintaining around the same barrier that's been for the past few moments, but still only 4.7 seconds. Not a comfortable lead by far as Marcos Adami trying to get that move done again on the VR Racing Corvette and ends in tears. The Mustang goes around into the gravel trap. I was about to say that's a very odd looking Corvette, but it's a Mustang, the VR Racing Mustang, going for a spin as a result of that collision with himself and the Delta Racing number 31 car. That is not what you want to see if you're Alessio Famulera in the number 73 ResTech Reporter Corsa team. He has had a fantastic show of things that did not want to see 2 LMGT3 contenders come to blows right in front of him. Thankfully, that drama has been cleared, and also that fight between Delta Racing and VR Racing has cooled off as a result. That may be a penalty heading the way of car number 31, because that looked like a little bit of an aggressive move, if I am being completely honest. But nevertheless, that is Race Control's decision to make, and I'm sure a decision will come. But talking about that fight between NOP and Tri-State, that gap is maintaining about the same, but slowly being whittled away. It's like it's getting hit with a nail file. You can't really notice a change all the time. However, you can slowly see it go down and down and down and down. It's down about 4.7, teetering around 4.7, 4.6 seconds between NOP and Tri-State Racing. I think Tri-State really needs to hope for a good turn of pace for them to try and extend that gap and get that move done on merit on the racetrack. And if they make some sort of mistake trying to push it hard, though, we could see Race Ventura get involved in this. And talk about a comeback story for Race Ventura. They have had a wild race at Spa thus far. Started a little bit farther towards the back, made their way up towards the front, drop back again, made their way up towards the front again, drop back again. They've had multiple penalties, multiple setbacks, but they're now running in third, and with about 25 minutes left to go in this race, over 20 for sure. Race Ventura has a decent spot and a decent chance of actually sneaking away with this from this race with their second victory on the season and the second victory for them in a row.
Certainly, but a big surprise is that the 87, who was up in P5, has now decided to pit and came out in P11 there. So they must have had a lack of fuel in the car, which couldn't get them to the end. A bit of a surprise to see them pit that early, unless it was an issue, such as fuel, or maybe an issue for the driver. But they will enter back onto track in 11th place behind the 45 with the CRF Motorsports black car. That also puts Vision 1 Motorsports in the 11 back up into the top 5 here, as we do see the 45 here heading down in towards the Lenaway chicane. Of course, the 87 sitting just behind as well. So we head our way through the Lenaway chicane. Of course, the gap's still rather small between the top 10. Of course, 30 seconds pretty much separates first down to 10th position. And, you know, obviously with that, if that means if anyone at the top has a crash now, they will drop down probably below 12th and 13th because of how close everybody is in that LMP2 category. And the same goes here for the LMP3s as well, for the likes of Rising Panda, Delta, Tri-State and W2. If they also have an incident, they can drop back behind and end up being in 5th or maybe even further down. So they've got to make sure of that. As much as they're trying to push and keep their positions, they're also not pushing to the extent where they can end up having an incident or maybe going off the circuit or even getting involved with some lapped traffic, because of course that can still cause some issues. With 20-ish minutes to go, of course you'll probably make 2 or 3 more passes here around some of the lapped cars on the circuit, especially the GT3 cars.
Yeah, still some lap traffic playing a role in how things are going to shake out across all of these classes, whether it be this fight developing between Vision 1 Motorsports and Restec or Parte Corsa, whether it be the fight for the lead in that class, which is still ongoing as a gap teetering around 4.5 to 4.6 seconds. I think Tri-State Racing really needs to kick on the afterburners if they want to make a big dent in that gap between now and the end of this race. Filing away at it is one thing, but unless you have some sort of major crack with NOP, that's going to be a pretty big, that's going to be a little bit of a tough gap to try and close, whittling away with it as little as they are. But looking at this fight between Vision 1 Motorsports, Restec or Parte Corsa, both cars, the number 43 and the 22, they are in the midst of a Restec sandwich. Currently running in 5th at the moment, about 17.5 seconds off of the leaders in class. Looking up and down the grid, Restec, meanwhile, in LMGT3, still running P1 and P2. Work Sim Racing actually managed to get their way back onto the lead lap, but considering how little time is left in this race, unless the Restec cars just completely blow up and end up hitting the moon, there's probably no hope for Work Sim Racing to be able to make their way up into a P1 spot. Still a podium result after everything that they've had to deal with in this race would be a very good show in that lump of American lead that is that brand new Mustang GT3 race car. Now looking at the leader, very close to lapping the Work Sim Racing Mustang. In fact, looking at the leader in LMP3, this is a Rising Panda racing car. They are off the back of 2 straight victories, and with a 7.5 second gap over this car, the Delta V Racing number 25, it looks like they're going to try and make that streak 3 for 3, which will be a very impressive result as a stop and hold for 60 seconds for car number 21. Avoidable contact under full course yellow with car number 57. That is going to be a major penalty, taking the 3rd place runner in LMP3 out of contention. That, I believe, would be an awesome position if you're W2 E Pro GP, because they would inherit a podium position. And unless they have it, actually, no, I say that, they're locked steady in a close fight between themselves and the Dynaco Racing number 68 running in P5. Those 2 cars are covered by about a quarter of a second at this very moment. So it looks like as a result of that penalty as a drive-through for car number 57 for full course yellow speed violation, Tri-State Racing, they're going to lose out on that podium spot. Heartbreaker for the number 21 team. However, we could see an awesome fight on our hands between the W2 E-Pro GP team and the Dynaco Racing number 98. That is going to be a dogfight towards the end of this race.
It certainly will. And remember, just about an hour ago, the Dynaco Racing team in the 98 were leading by 20 seconds. They really made a few mistakes and, of course, got a couple of penalties and cost them what could have been an easy victory in this race. But either way, they're still in P5. They're still on the back of the W2 E-Pro GP team, who also are looking to try and get a podium here for their first appearance in this championship, as we're on board here with the P5 run at the moment, the number 11 of the Division 1 Motorsports team on the back of the 43, of course, who came into contact earlier on with the 78, I think it was, or it was a 12, one of the two. And of course, we suspect they got a bit of damage, hence why they're a little bit off the pace at the moment, and it's put the 11 and the 22 right on their case at the moment, as we do see the 21 going to serve their stop and hold for 60 seconds penalty. So they'll drop to P5 and probably finish in that 5th position as we head our way through in towards the Lafayette chicane. We got one of the, I think, Delta Racing Beamers in the GT3 class just moving out the way there to let the 43 and the 11 go through so they can continue their battle, and I presume that the 22 also got their way through as well as we head through now. Just over 15 minutes to go, lap 93 of this race here around Spa, and the gap between NOP and Tri-State Racing is now 3.7 seconds. So that gap is certainly coming down as we do see a brilliant look for a lunge there from the car 11, but can't quite get himself alongside.
Ooh, close on the braking zone heading into the chicane. We nearly saw a multi-car collision with the 22, also very close to running into the back of the Division 1 Motorsports car right behind. We nearly saw 3 cars come to blows heading into the chicane, but side by side, heading into turn number 1 as a drive-through penalty for car number 98, avoidable contact with car number 87. That's going to be a drive-through for the drivers running 4th in LMP3. So right as I was hyping up a battle on our hands between the W2 ePro GP team and the Dynaco Racing team for that final podium spot in LMP3, it has all come to naught as Dynaco going to have to serve a drive-through penalty as well. They have yet to do it, but meanwhile the number 22 car going side by side with the number 11 heading down the Camel straightaway for one of the last times in this 4-hour-long race. Who's going to prevail in this fight? Is it going to be the 22 or is it going to be the 11 with a huge drift heading into Lenaway chicane? These drivers are pushing their cars to the absolute limit, and credit where credit's due to Mario Capalucci. The fact he kept that car going in a straight line with how sideways he was heading through turn number 5. That took some stones to keep that car going in a straight line.
Of course, as they still continue their way down in towards P1 there. Onto the gravel was the number 11 there of Mario Capalucci as we head our way in towards P1 now. And this battle's still going to brew over the next couple of laps. We've got 15 minutes to go in this race, and still a battle for 5th here between the 22 and the 11. The Restec Reparto Corse and the Vision 1 Motorsports car. But first of all, they got to navigate a little bit of laps traffic here. A couple of GT3s ahead of them. There's the one GT3 allows them to go around the outside, and we can see the number 11 will follow through as well to get ahead of that GT3 car, that being one of the Ferraris, as we head our way through in towards Blanchard and then down towards the bus stop chicane, and the gap at the front between NOP and Tri-State has increased to 5.6 seconds there. So I'm not sure what happened to the Tri-State car, but they must have made an incident or must have made an issue on that last lap. Yet they did a 2:07.3, whereas the NOP did a 2:05.3, which is actually the quickest lap by a decent. Well, that's actually nearly 2 seconds quicker than everyone, bar 2 cars on track in the LMP2 category.
Yeah, NOP is really kicking on the afterburners. Michael Sundstrom behind the wheel of that car came oh so close to tasting the champagne and taking the checkered flag, the top running car overall at Imola just 3 weeks ago. Looks like he's going to try and redeem himself here at Spa just a couple of weeks later. Tri-State Racing starting to lose a little bit of time. Less than 15 minutes ago in this 4-hour-long race here on Apex Racing TV today. Tri-State Racing running in second. They're dropping back. If they make a big mistake, they may fall into the crutches of Race Ventura in third. I gotta say, I think it's mainly, I don't think it was a mistake from Tri-State Racing, because themselves, Race Ventura, and really everybody dropped back at the same rate. No gap is really closed outside of NOP. So I have a feeling that it's just NOP kicking on the afterburners towards the end of this race. We got a battle right now between CRF Motorsports Black, currently being driven by Michael Opalka. I probably killed that pronunciation. He's currently running in 10th at the moment with side by side with the Evolve Racing 57 heading into the Lenaway chicane just a few moments ago. Still nose to tail heading their way through turn at number 8, but as it stands currently, NOP going to try and hold on to the lead. I think pace wise they are just kicking on the afterburners, trying to find any sort of gap that they can. Meanwhile, trying to find any sort of gap is what the team owner and team principal of ResTech report. Of course, they probably once between his two drivers running in LMP2 towards the end of this race. Those two cars covered by a quarter of a second as it stands at the moment. The 43 in front of the 22. With the inconsistency the 22 has run into, I have a feeling that the 43 may take priority if team orders play a role in this battle for P4 and P5 respectively. They're running effectively in no man's land as Race Ventura is about 10 seconds farther up the road, with Vision 1 Motorsports about 2 seconds in tow. So both of these drivers may be trying to settle it down, or maybe just putting on a good show for us between now and the end of this 4-hour-long race. Looking up and down the field, though, Rising Panel Racing running comfortably in LMP3. They have an 11, nearly 12-second gap in that class. LMGT3, meanwhile, it's not the gap that we are expecting them to win by. There's a 2-minute gap that they had when that full course yellow came out about an hour ago at this point. But ResTech report, of course, in the number 73, looking to do what no other team has done so far and get 3 victories from this season. Rising Panel Racing would join them. The first to do it is going to be the first of those 2 cars to cross the checkered flag. We'll just have to wait and see which one it is. But considering the gaps that they have, I feel like it's fairly comfortable heading into the final 12 minutes of this race. A swaparoo here between the ResTech report, of course, a duo. The 22 getting the move done on the 43 fairly uncontested, heading into the Lake Calm chicane. But as this race approaches the final stages, Nathan, a 5.2 second gap separate NOP and Tri-State Racing. Do you think Tri-State Racing has any hope of being able to snag the victory in LMP2?
I mean, if you said this 5 laps ago, I'll probably say possibly, because the gap was starting to come down. It did get to around 3.5 seconds, but the gap's been too inconsistent. It's gone down, up, down, up. I don't think they've got the consistent pace to catch back up to NOP, because once they start to claw it in, NOP obviously put the burners on and, you know, start to speed up a little bit and get some brilliant lap times. And, of course, yet again, last time around, setting a 2:05.861, fastest lap time by everyone in the top 12 by over a second near enough, bar one car. So they've got the pace to use when they need to, and otherwise they can just sit back a little bit more when and let the number 12 catch up, so they can also save some fuel. The gap 4.5 seconds now as they head their way to begin the next lap. Of course, here washing the number 22 in P4 at the moment, getting past the 43, and of course seems to have a little bit more pace now, does the second, as the 12 has had to come into the pit lane.
Oh, what in the world has happened here? The number 12 Tri-State Racing car has come in for a pit stop in the dying breaths of this race. Less than 12 minutes on the clock, and they're coming in. This is not a pit stop. This is a drive-through penalty issued by Race Control, I believe, just a few moments ago. Actually, looking through, I'm not even sure if it was a drive-through penalty issued for Race Control. It may have been just an iRacing drive-through penalty given to the Tri-State Racing number 12 team. What in the world has happened here in the past few moments, which has forced Tri-State Racing to come down pit lane and give us a fight? We have a fight on our hands for the
78.
Oh, 78's coming in for a drive-through penalty as well. Not coming in yet, but they have a drive-through penalty with avoidable contact with car number 43. That hard battling that we saw not very long ago. That's going to take out another second-place runner. This time it's Race Ventura. Alex Pilbeam behind the wheel of that car is going to be infuriated. The fact that a P2 result seems like it's going to be taken away from them in the dying breaths of this 4-hour-long multi-class sports car endurance race. NOP, they're going to be smelling like a rose as a result of all that. Tri-State Racing, they came in for a drive-through. I didn't see them stop in the box, so I think that was a drive-through. I didn't see anything from Race Control, however, so maybe just a preemptive drive. I'm not too sure what in the world happened with Tri-State Racing to come down pit lane, as drive-through for car number 85, avoidable contact with car number 22. That is yet another drive-through penalty. Race Control having to work in overtime for this race, but NOP, as it stands at the moment, 9.4 seconds between themselves and Race Ventura. But that's going to increase because Race Ventura has that drive-through penalty. What's their gap going to be when everything is said and done? I think with about 15 seconds of time loss, it'll probably be Tri-State Racing back inherited P2, as Race Ventura has not come in to serve their drive-through penalty yet. Interesting call from the number 78 team not to serve it at this very moment. But NOP, at this rate, they would come out of all of this with a 17-second gap in the class, as the number 43 Red Tech Reporter Corse cars come in as well.
Oh, so have they also been given a drive-through as well? That could be a possibility. Car 57 has been given one for an unsafe rejoin. That will be the Evolve Racing car. It's being driven by Elliot Earhart at the moment, so they've also been given a penalty. I presume that the 43 must have been given one. The 87's also gone into the pits as well. Again, they went into the pits around 5 laps ago. But we see there, the NOP team have only made 4 pit stops. Everyone else has made 5. Is it possible for NOP to get to the end on just 4 pit stops here?
I am curious as to whether or not we can ride on board with NOP and just have a listen in to see what sort of miracles and wizardry they're performing to try and bring this car home. Listening on board. Car's still running at full song. We'll see coming into the braking zone of turn 12. Ooh, little bit of a lift and coast period. Nothing too major, though. It's nothing indicative of a driver trying to save fuel. I think it's more so of a driver just deciding to be like, hey, I can cruise between now and the end of this race with a little bit of lap traffic right in front of them as well. So I don't think Michael Sundstrom is actually in a position where he's like really worried about fuel. Of course, we can't get the fuel statistics here on this broadcast. That is between the team involved at nearly on pace, NOP Racing with the number 89 program. That is between themselves and the Dodo Bird, because at this point in time, they probably do not want to reveal what cards they have in their hand, whether or not they can make it to the checkered flag on pace and pace alone, whether or not they have enough fuel to make it all the way to the end of this 4-hour long race. I feel like NOP is in a good position, though, because this time by, you can see the lap time they just set at 2:05.8. He's not taking it easy. They're lifting a little bit heading into the braking zones, but he's still running at a fairly full song as Race Ventura has come in to serve their drive-through penalty. NOP, they're still running strong. I think this is NOP's to lose.
Definitely is. We do see the number 12 go back up into second place now, setting a 105.065. And only, well, 1,000th back was the 22 there on that last lap. So those two consistent on pace, but around a 1.5 second gap between second and third. So at the moment, that second place is going to the way of the number 12, who just gets past one of the laps cars heading up Eau Rouge and Radion. And like we said before, Tri-State at one position, we're down in 8th, 9th. That's the best that they were going to, the best that they were going to get. But now they're definitely looking to try and take that P2 here. And of course, a big shame for Race Ventura, and I suppose a big shame for Tri-State, because they would have been a lot further up the field if they didn't have that penalty that they had to serve earlier on. But the question is now, if we can have penalties with only 10 minutes to go, I'm sure someone else would figure out a way to get one with only 5 minutes to go, because we're on 3 hours and 55 minutes out of the 4 hours, 5 minutes to go here, so around 3 laps in this race. And well, it's looking like at the moment it'll go the way of NOP, but we can't say anything for sure because we don't want to jinx them and see them come into the pits next lap.
Pulled off some pretty bad commentators' jinxes in my life, so I'm not going to do anything to NOP, because honestly, so far this season, they have been in some fantastic positions to win. Of course, 3 weeks ago at Imola was their best shot yet outside of this, where they're leading 15.5 seconds over themselves. And Tri-State Racing in the past few moments, that gap has actually gone down a teeny tiny bit, but NOP in the best position they've had so far. They're going to try and capitalize. A late race pit stop would be an absolute heartbreaker for a team who have deserved wins this season. They've been in the spot to try and win races. They've been in a spot to really lead throughout a decent chunk of the season. They just haven't been there at the checkered flag. But as it stands at the moment, NOP leading at Tri-State Racing in second. ResTech Reporter Corsa in a dramatic series of events. They're now running in third. So well done to the number 22 team to make their way up into the final podium spots with less than 4 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, it's the two other leaders in this field. They're looking to do something no one has done yet. They're going to try and do the triple. Rising Panda Racing, they're off the back of 2 victories so far this season. If they take the checkered flag in a couple of minutes time, they'd be able to get their 3rd victory on the season. And the same goes for LMGT3, with the ResTech Reporter Corsa number 73 team leading over their sister car by about 4 seconds as it stands at the moment. Doubt very highly there's going to be a swap-a-roo there, just based off how 73 finds themselves in a very good position, where if they have a dominant performance at Mugello in about a month's time, they would be in a good spot to seal the deal in the championship with one race left to go. So as it stands right now, with 3-ish minutes left on the clock of this 4-hour-long race, it's come down to a dramatic conclusion. Does NOP have enough gas? Are they running on fumes? Are they running on prayers? And if they run out of gas, I think Tri-State Racing would be running on the tiers of the NOP team. LMP3 and LMGT3, meanwhile, they're fairly sandstone. My attention is on that LMP2 fight. We've got battles up and down that class. Vision 1 Motorsports and 7-Tech Sensations pretty close as well. About less than a second separating those two, running in P4 and P5 respectively in the premier class here from the European Sports Car Championship, with 15.2 seconds separating NOP and Tri-State Racing. I just think it's too little too late for Tri-State. I think this may be NOP's to lose.
Yeah, I think with 2 minutes to go, I don't think there's any way in the world that Tri-State can make this work. They're not going to gain 7 seconds into, they're not going to gain 7 seconds a lap for 2 laps. So I think that NOP might have this victory, and well deserved as well. They've done a brilliant race so far in the past 3 hours and 58 minutes. And also looking in the LMP3 category as well, it's looking like Rising Panda will take that one. But we still have a battle here for fourth between Vision 1 Motorsports and the Simatox Sensations. Heading into the final corner here, down towards turn 1 they go, and a better exit there from the car 11 keeps that P4 for now, and we'll see what the car 20 can do, as I believe are on the white flag lap.
I believe we may be only one more lap to go here from the 4th round of the European Sports Car Championship. NOP looking to do something they haven't done so far this season, and that is bring that number 89 LMP2 car into overall victory lane. And what a fantastic way for them to do it as well. Kicking off the second half of the season in a very convincing fashion. They weren't running at the front thread in the entirety of this race. It's been a topsy-turvy afternoon for them in that number 89 entry. But ever since Michael Sundstrom has gone back behind the wheel of that car, they have been indomitable. They've been the force to be reckoned with, and with the 41 Delta Racing car dropping back, who we thought at one period of time had a surefire lock on this race, it's just really fallen apart for them. It's tough to say from the number 41 team's perspective what may have happened for them to lose so much pace in the second half, but they did. They're not in the front running position. They're running down in 7th, 27 seconds back of this man, Michael Sundstrom. He has been incredibly impressive so far this season. He put on some storming drives when he was behind the wheel of this car at Imola only 3 weeks ago, which is part of the reason why NOP found themselves in a spot to contend for the race win. In the end, Race Ventura beat them to the punch. However, here at Spa-Francorchamps, it has been a frankly flawless afternoon for the nearly on-pace NOP number 89 team. Michael Sundstrom, the Swede, is going to head his way into the chicane for the final time, lapping the LMP3 leaders and eventual winners, and Michael Sundstrom is going to take the checkered flag victorious from the 4th round of the European Sports Car Championship. There's a checkered flag for Michael. He wins in LMP2. Meanwhile, in LMP3, Rising Panda Racing get their triple. They win it in that category. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, we may see a swaparoo between the 73 and the 60. Those two cars covered by 1/10 of a second, less than a 10th of a second now. They're going to be side by side going down the Camel straightaway for the last time in this race. They took the white flag a matter of just a few moments ago, and whether or not these drivers are just taunting their competitors or what remains to be determined. But Rising Panda Racing taking their 3rd victory on this season, their 3rd victory in a row. That is impressive and indomitable from the number 47 LMP3 team. NOP, meanwhile, you got to give credit where credit's due. They put on a storming drive to take their 1st victory of the season and continue the streak in LMP2 of different winners winning every single race we've had so far this season. Meanwhile, in LMGT3, it is ResTech Reporter Corse dominating it right now. The closest car to them pace-wise is actually right in front of them. That's the Work Sim Racing Mustang number 16 car that they are coming up to lap. I believe they let the Work Sim Racing car go by them just for shots and goggles. They are confident in how things have gone for them so far in this season. They're confident with how things have gone for them so far in this race. They're guaranteed a 1-2. It's a matter of which one is going to finish in front of the other. Are team orders playing a role? Is this just showmanship showmanship from these two, or are they clear to fight? Will we see the 60 go for a move on the 73 to take the lead and the win in the dying breaths of this 4-hour-long race? I don't believe we will. The Rennsport number 60 car actually losing a little bit of time on this back flat-out blast for the final time. The 73 car running a little bit slow, it must be said. Maybe a little bit on fumes, possibly. Won't be the first time I've seen a race at Spa be decided by drivers running on fumes in a GT3 car, but rounding their way through the chicane through the final time, close, pretty much right on top of each other, separated by about a half of a second. The number 73 car is going to win it in dominating fashion. They come across the line side by side in formation to take a dominating victory at Spa. The number 73 team wins it when everything is said and done. The 60 car, their sister car, completes a 1-2 for Rennsport, and credit where credit's due for Rennsport for them to finish 1-2 in LMGT3 and snag the final podium position in LMP2. But there's a lot of drivers who we need to applaud their efforts for throughout the past 4 hours of heart-pumping racing action that we've had here on both Apex Racing TV and the European SportsCar Championship YouTube channel, Delta V Racing. They just weren't able to get the job done when everything was said and done. NOP wins it, their first victory of the season, and what a way to do it, Nathan.
Yep, superb. I mean, you look at all categories there, and there was a great story from each of them. Of course, NOP taking their first win of the season, looking to close them up to the back of Tri-State Racing in the championship. Rising Panda Racing as well, making it one of the teams to get 3 wins in a row, and also the LMGT3 having the 73 get 3 wins in a row, also making it to 1-2 for the Rennsport Reparto Corsa team. So a brilliant battle in many of the categories, especially the LMP2. What we had the whole way through, and the LMPs definitely delivered what we liked to see.
Oh, we enjoyed that from start to finish. Some heart-pumping racing action throughout the past 4 hours. We've been on the air now for about 4.5, and I think as all the cars have taken the checkered flag, we'll run through the finishing order. NOP wins it in LMP2. They win it overall and take their first checkered flag of the season. Tri-State Racing came oh so close. Of course, 4 hours of racing action. If they were 15 seconds a little bit farther up the road by the time that checkered flag fell, they would have been the first LMP2 team to take a second victory. However, it just wasn't meant to be. Rennsport Reparto Corsa going to round out your overall podium in third. The number 22 car was up towards the front all throughout the race. They had a topsy-turvy afternoon for sure, but in the end, they end up rounding out your podium. Cimatech Sensations going to be finishing this race in fourth. A well-deserved and well-needed result for the number 20 team. They have had a torrid time of things as of late, so them walking away from this race at Spa with a P4 result will certainly be delightful to them. Vision 1 Motorsports gonna finish right behind, running out your top 5. Racing Ventura gonna finish this race in 6th. Delta Racing, who we thought were the dominant drivers. They were the dominant drivers. They were dominant throughout the first half, but then things just fell apart, and they ended up finishing this race in 7th, 27.4 seconds back of NOP at the front. Then it's going to be the Rennsport Reparto Corsa number 43 team finishing this race in 8th. Rising Panda Racing, the number 46 car, going to be ending this race in 9th. MV Skin Labs DS Racing will round out your top 10 in LMP2.
We can see it will be the Rising Panda Racing team who take the victory ahead of Delta V Racing in second. 17 seconds separates the top 2. And then for their first appearance, it will be a podium for the W2E Pro GP team, 25 seconds off the lead. Then in fourth, we'll have the 98 of the Tarnaco Racing team, 40 seconds off. And then we'll have in P5, it'll be the car number 5 of Focus Racing, followed by the 21 of Tri-State, then the number 10 of SC Competition by TSR, the 68 of the Trackside Racing team, and then I don't believe that the Works teams actually started the race, so they won't be classified at all.
And then that is LMP3, and we'll move on to LMGT3, a hard-fought class between the Rennsport duo, that is. They end up finishing P1 and P2, the 73 car, just absolutely indomitable from start to finish. They were victorious for the third time this season, and their sister car, the number 60, is going to finish right behind, right alongside for that matter. Then going through the rest of the field, all of these cars were either one lap down or multiple laps down. Work Sim Racing in third. They're going to round out your podium, the number 16 Mustang. Delta Racing in the number 4 car, going to fittingly finish this race in fourth. SC Competition by TSR going to be finishing this race in fifth. Delta Racing with the number 31 entry. They're going to be finishing this race in 7th. VR Racing Black in 7th. Trackside Racing Team with a number 34 entry. They're going to be finishing this race all the way down in 8th after a major bit of contact and a whole lot of damage on that race car. Tri-State Racing with the number 3 car had an incident early on. They end up finishing in 9th, and Work Sim Racing with the number 31 car, I don't believe took the start. That'll round out the drivers classified in LMGT3 and round out the results from a hard fought day of racing action here from the European Sports Car Championship. I think we've got some drivers waiting in the interview waiting area, some teams waiting in the interview waiting area as well. Nathan, any idea who do you like to have a chat with first?
I believe Oliver was part of the NOP team, wasn't he? So we'll drag him in and we'll have a quick chat. Oh, he's gone.
Okay, I guess, well, we briefly dragged him into the commentary booth. Must have had an allergic reaction with some of the air fresheners that we use in here. So, take 2 this time. Nathan, who do you like to have a chat with? Okay. We've got an interesting thing going on right now. As some of you may be seeing into the stream here on Apex Racing TV and the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel, the iRacing server is closed at the moment, which is why everything is pitch black. Hopefully, we'll get some pretty graphics coming up in a few months. I think we already have got the pretty graphicsy, wonderful side of this reskin version of Spa back up. But anyways, I think take 2 this time, Nathan. Would you like to bring some drivers in to have a chat?
We'll drag in Christian, who's in the 47 for the Rising Panda Racing. Christian, can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Perfect. So welcome in, of course, P1 for the Rising Panda Racing team today in the LMP3 class. So it was a bit of an interesting race, wasn't it? You know, over the 4 hours, many teams like yourself was always up, down, throughout the grid. But in the end, you end up taking that victory, making it 3 in a row here for round number 4, of course, taking the wins back in Magny-Cours and Imola. So give us a bit of an explanation. How did this race go for yourself and the team?
Yeah, we were a bit limited on prep for this one. We were all kind of busy with real life and work. But yeah, was still a very good prep. We usually, as we did it as well today, had the lower rated driver or the slower driver start, which was Max. He put it on P4 in quali. And yeah, we stayed there. Had a bit of a scrappy start with the guys in P3. The W2E Pro GP car, and then was it 8-9 laps in on the first lappings we had contact with LMP2 that sent us round after Brussels, and from there it was catch up from P6, but Max did a mega job in his second stint, also saving fuel, so we got over the 2 hours. And yeah, in my first stint I managed to get back to the front. And I think I got P1 just before the safety car.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, after the safety car, I was P3. And then sadly, the 98 car had a contact on the after La Source. So I had no fight with them. Was looking forward to that. And yeah, then I catch the 3-state car. And yeah, from there I took the lead and drove it home in the end.
Mm-hmm. And of course, going into that the safety car around that 3-hour mark, of course, a lot of people went into the pits. I think you was probably one of those as well that went into the pits. Was there any ever worries of fuel towards the end, thinking that you might not get to the end, or did you have enough fuel to comfortably make the finish?
I mean, before the safety car, we were basically trying to make it happen just with one more pit stop. With the safety car and also the length of it, there was never really an issue making it to the end. We didn't have to fully fuel the car, so yeah, worked out well at the end for us.
And of course, next time out, I think the 5th of October, we head off to Mugello, of course. I don't think you've even started thinking about that track yet. But on a general note, how do you think the team will perform around a track like that?
We will see. I mean, Spa we knew very well because we have a major background in the team from ACC, where everyone drives Spa basically. Mugello will be new for most of us, for us in the P3 and also the guys in the LMP2. So it will take a bit more preparation than this one, but we've managed to make a good job on that front, being well prepared for all the races so far, and the 3 in a row shows that a bit. I mean, we were also incident-free, but yeah, looking forward to Mugello, racing that in an endo for once.
Yep.
And let's see if we can make it 4 in a row.
Of course. So congratulations.
And I think we're now a full win ahead, so maybe we can take the crown already a race before the end of the season. Who knows? Because
Possibly,
I think it's 2 to go, right?
Yeah. It'll be close. It'll be very close. I mean, at the moment, the gap's just over 23 points, so it will be very close indeed. But of course, thank you for joining us. Congratulations on the victory. Before you go, is there anyone you'd like to shout out quickly?
Shout out to my boys from Rising Panda Racing for the good result again on both cars. And let's hope that everyone comes back from the summer break. And that's that. Cool. Shout out to you guys for the stream and to the organizers. And thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you, Christian, for joining us. It was great to have you here in the commentary box. So we'll see if we have you again with us next time in Mugello or maybe in Portimao in the future. So thank you, Matt, for joining us and have a good evening.
You guys too. Bye-bye.
Bye.
And that right there was an interview with the Rising Panda Racing number 47. They end up taking the checkered flag victorious in LMP3. We also have split on who we should bring in next. I believe we have a whole lot of drivers waiting to have a chat. I think we may bring in the winners overall from NOP. Drag the 2-0 into the commentary booth. Gentlemen, congratulations on the victory, the first of this season for you drivers behind the wheel of that NOP number 89 entry. I think we'll start off with Michael, and I'll ask you about this race and just bringing it all the way to the checkered flag.
Thank you very much. It feels amazing, obviously. Not something we expected, especially not after getting that penalty early in the race. It feels incredible, this.
And what about you, Oliver? How do you think? What are your thoughts after that race?
Yeah, we sort of got into the fight back mode, and I think that's where we do our magic best. It's sort of tings a nerve, and then you go quicker most of the times. But yeah, it's nice to do a good comeback from a penalty or whatever, So yeah, it's really happy for the result.
I'm sure you guys are very happy seeing the checkered flag for the first time this season, and based off how things went a couple of weeks ago at Imola, I'm sure you guys were probably nagging for a little bit of a victory, so I ask the both of you. We'll do Oliver first this time, then Michael second. Does it feel nice to finally back that car into victory lane after how close y'all came at Imola just a few weeks ago?
Yeah, of course. It was... finishing P2 almost hurts more than finishing P3 because you're much closer to that winning feeling you search for when you start a race. So and also getting a win in the season is really important for the championship. So it's really, really nice. But consistency is key from here on. So try to be as consistently up in the top spot as we can.
And what about you, Michael?
Yeah, no, it feels really good, obviously. P2, we know the guys in Race Ventura, so happy for them that they won, but obviously we want to win. That's how it goes. We're racing after all. I also want to give a massive shout out to Fabs and Seb for engineering and helping with the setup, respectively. It was Fabs' call at the end there that meant we didn't stop. When everyone else stopped in the safety car. And then some massive fuel saving to the end, and it worked out.
And it worked out for you all very, very well, taking the checkered flag, the first checkered flag of the season, coming 4 rounds into the 6-round championship. And now the next race of the season isn't going to be for a month, and it's going to be at Mugello. What are your gentlemen's thoughts heading into that race in about a month's time?
It's a track I really like. It's a pretty crazy track. It's going to be very interesting to see how it works with the multi-class aspect. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. Oh, even more now after the win.
Yeah, it's
How about you?
it's a short and narrow and small track, so I think like the multi-class aspect of it's gonna be really crazy. But yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see where our pace is at that track compared to this one, which is quite the opposite in like the layouts. So I will see.
Yeah, it's much different of a racetrack than Spa here today, but still going to be fast, flowing, and challenging for you drivers up and down the European Sports Car Championship grid. Now, gentlemen, congratulations on the victory. Thank you for joining us. And now, before we let you go, is there anyone you guys want to give a thanks to or shout out? I'll start off with Oliver, then pass it back off to Michael.
Yeah, massive shout out to Fabs and Seb for the setup and the engineering. It's really helpful when you don't have to think as much while driving. So really a big shout out to them.
Yeah, especially for us, we shouldn't be thinking when we're driving. It's a bad combination. But yeah, again, Fabs and Seb, massive shout out. I think Fabs was sweating as much as I was the last stint, seeing if it actually used enough fuel.
Alrighty, well, there you go, gentlemen. Congratulations on the victory. Again, excited to see you guys back out on the racetrack in Mugello in about a month's time. Thanks for joining us, guys.
Thank you so much.
And that right there was the NOP duo of Michael Sundstrom and we'll call him Oliver, and we'll leave it at that just because I feel like if we try and pronounce his last name, it would probably end in tears. Now, Nathan, I think we have a time for one more interview. Who do you like to have a chat with now?
We'll bring in Salvatore Ferrandino, one of the only names that's long that I can pronounce. So, Salvatore, welcome in, mate. So, just to confirm, because I know there's a lot of people racing for the Restec, which car was you in?
I was in the number 60 car, so the second place one. Also, good evening to you as well, and to all of our spectators watching us. Mm-hmm. And yeah, I was in the second placed car, actually.
Yeah, and it went well. For yourself and the number 73, it went pretty perfect, didn't it? Of course, so 1-2, you had such a large gap to the Verk sim racing car in P3. So give us a bit of an explanation. Obviously, going into this race, you looked strong already with the pace. How do you think it went on a whole for yourself and the other car?
Well, actually, the race was fairly based on lift and coasting all of the time. We using Mercedes, we actually have very big time with fuel consumption. So we basically do train a lot on fuel saving. We actually managed to save 0.2 from 0.2 to 0.3 liters per lap. Andrea Miatto, who was driving at the start for the car number 73, he also made a magical pole position lap. He basically went on and managed the entire thing like it was the easiest thing in the world, I would say, because he was way far ahead from the second and third place car. I had to overtake the third place, the Ford, at the start because I understood I was faster from the beginning. And then I had a big time with some LMP2s lapping us. The Ford actually made an overtake by, that P2. We had a contact, the lap right after they overtook us. Maybe I forced a little bit the entry on Lecombe. But fair enough. We lost like 6 or 7 seconds. We managed to keep up the pace and fuel saving at the same time. So we gained back the position. We had been struggling with the full course yellows as well. We had 2 DTs on the number 60 car. I actually had 2 DTs because I made the infringements, actually, to be entirely honest. But, I was right behind both the second and third place car before the second DT was awarded to us. So, we put on our bet on fuel consumption, and it actually went really great. The car, actually, the number 73, had big issues with the last safety car period because they were like on the verge of the bottom of the fuel tank. So they were a little bit lucky with the timing of the pit lane entry being opened. They actually lost a lap to us because of the wave around thing. Mm-hmm. And but apart from that, we ended the race with almost a lap of gap from the third place car, the Work Sim Racing. They also had a really great race, so GG to them. That was it, actually.
Yeah, perfect. I mean, you got P3 as well in the LMP2 category, of course, with the P1 and P2 in the LMG. In the LMGT3 category, it could not have gone any better, of course. We head to one of the home tracks for yourself and for many of the other drivers in the ResTech team. How do you reckon you can do at Mugello?
Well, we love racing at Mugello, actually. It's our home race. We are actually trying to do the best possible performance in Italy, and it will be really hard with the LMP2s and P3s lapping us because it's a really tight track. So it will be a little bit of fun for the viewers, but let's see what we can do.
Certainly. Before we let you go, anyone you'd like to shout out so quickly?
Yeah, I want to thank all of our teammates. Carmelo Trapani, my teammate in the number 60 car, second placed. And for the first place 73 car, both Andrea Miatto and Alessio Famulari in his very first race on iRacing, so what a debut for him. And also thanks to our LMP2 drivers, Matteo Vercelli, Carmine Forte, Siddi, Alessandro Siddi, and also we had Umberto Principi and Luca Leonardi, and also thanks to Alessio Carollo, our team manager. Without him, we couldn't achieve anything without him. So a big shout out to him as well. And that's it. I think.
A lot of names, a lot of drivers, but of course, congratulations to you all on this evening. A very good race indeed by the team, and hopefully we'll see you again next time in Mugello. So thank you, Salvatore, and have a good evening, mate.
You too. A nice pronunciation of my name, actually.
I'll take that. I don't normally get the names right, so I'll take that.
Salvatore Ferrandino. So, yeah.
Those are perfect.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And there we go. Full of life was Salvatore Ferrandino after everything was said and done. And there we go. I finally got the name pronunciation right towards the end of this broadcast. But Nathan, this was kind of set to be your one and only appearance with us here on Apex Racing TV this season. Of course, our colleague Jamie Fluke celebrating his birthday, so we'd like to wish him a belated happy birthday wherever he may be, whatever adult beverages he has already drank so far this evening. But Nathan, this being your appearance here on the European Sports Car Championship Series, what do you think of it? What do you think of the action that we just had and just this series as a whole?
I mean, the 4.5 hours I spent this afternoon could have been spent a lot more boring, sitting there doing nothing. You know, I would have just sat here on the PC watching YouTube. So it was brilliant to be here, get involved with the action, and of course have a good chat with the drivers afterwards. The racing was brilliant, wasn't it? All race long through, all of the 3 classes. We had brilliant racing. We had moments as well where the racing wasn't good on track, but we had so many things happening in the background. You're thinking, what's going to happen here? What's going to happen there? So overall, I think it was perfect. So it was great to be here. And unfortunately, I won't be here next time, but I'm definitely going to be watching along on the channel.
Well, fingers crossed. I think you're going to be in for a very good show at Mugello in just about a month's time. Friendly reminder again to anyone tuning into the stream today on Apex Racing TV or on the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel. The next race of the season is going to be on October the 5th at Mugello. Of course, Restec Reporter Corsa looking to try and impress on home soil, and some drivers maybe trying to size up a chance to seize the deal in their respective championships. And now this season has been incredibly entertaining thus far here on Apex Racing TV, and we've only got 2 more races left to go. I know it is kind of sad, but hey, all good things must come to a close. Oh, we still got over 8 hours of racing action to look forward to between now and the end of the season. So there's no shortage of action that's going to be here from the European Sports Car Championship, and no shortage of action here on Apex Racing TV either. If you feel the urge, hit that subscribe button and the notification bell as well, so you never miss any single thing that's being broadcasted here on Apex Racing TV. We've got action all around the clock every single day, it feels like, and tomorrow is going to be our Super Sunday coverage with Racing Unleashed, along with 2 Radical SR10 broadcasts. But I think here for this broadcast today, from round number 4 of the European Sports Car Championship, that will just about do it. And so, for myself, Ron Mullins, Nathan Richards joining me in the commentary booth, and Alex Simpson doing a wonderful job working all the cameras in the virtual production hauler, I say thank you all so very much for watching. Have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you all wherever it is in the not too distant future.